Welcome back to the Salt Lake City Major. I'm Lynx, joined by XR Troika. And today, not only do we get to send some teams further on, but we also get to inaugurate the last of the best of ones for the Swiss stage, which we will have one of those for our first game up. Yep. But this is the day where somebody or everybody by the end of it will either be in a promotion or elimination game. And this is where things get really exciting.
It is going to be the last day of best of ones here in Salt Lake. It's going to be best of threes throughout now until the bitter end. Of course, when we get to the best of 5 grand final. But let's have a look at our bracket here. This is, of course, the Swiss bracket, and it gives you a little bit of an indication as to where everybody sits at the moment. On the left-hand side of your screen, you've got the 0-1s and the 0-2s. They're the people that are in a lot of danger right now. Teams like CAG, teams like Five Fears, NIP, Furia. A lot of big names over on that side of the bracket that are in danger of going home. Only one life remaining. On the right-hand side, things are a little bit brighter, aren't they, Lynx? We've got the 1 and 0s, and then, of course, the 2 and 0s there, with the 1 and 1s nice in the middle.
And, of course, we got a little intra-regional matchup and international matchup on both sides of the bracket, so something for, I think, everybody to get excited about. If you want to take a look at the matches we have up for today, it's going to be those 0-2, 1-1s, and 2-0s that we just mentioned. First up on A stream will be Enterprise versus Falcons. Kind of a banger, honestly, all things considered. And then first up on this stream, we have Virtus.pro versus Wayu. It'll be the two best of ones getting out of the way with for the first two sets on both streams, then the best of threes to round out the day. But first up over here, we have Virtus.pro versus Wayu Gaming. Virtus.pro and Wayu, both generally speaking, having some close games yesterday. One or both of them having regulation matches, both having overtime matches.
Yeah.
In theory, could be hotly contested.
It should be. This side of the bracket, the 1-1, this is really where teams want to start to put a shift in. They can already breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief because they've got a little bit more leeway, but this is where it really does start to matter. And like you say, these 1-1 games we've got now, we've got DZ and Lost coming up after this as well. Yeah. There's some big names inside of this game today.
And DC Los especially, I think, could be a really good game later on. But for at least right now, we obviously have this new look of Virtus.pro that we were talking about yesterday that for some people maybe you were introduced to for the first time. As Pasha Dan, still the only two leftover players. Leftover kind of does them a disservice. The two remaining players from the old Virtus.pro roster, bringing in Naquo, Skies, and of course, Rorik as well. And for what we've seen, Dan obviously doing a good job in kickoff, doing a decent job at Salt Lake City. But Skies joining in with the fray, kind of making a deadly top two on this side of Virtus.pro.
Absolutely, and Naquo not even too far behind either. Another player that's over 100 EPS rated. Pasha not trailing too bad, only 93. So not too far away from that magical 100 EPS number that we like to try and get all of our players up to. An exciting prospect. We've seen everything from Virtus.pro so far. We've seen some great play. We've seen some times where they've maybe lost their head a little bit. And hopefully today they're going to be able to bring it together against their opponent in Wayu.
And honestly, you could take everything you just said and copy and paste it for Wayu, a team that had a great showing in the first game of the day, taking out All Gamers 7-4. And then, of course, after that, seeming like they were going to take down Twisted Minds 7-3, and then that didn't really happen, unfortunately. Up 6-3, and then lost, 5 rounds in a row? Something like that to lose out 7-8.
I think that was maybe a bit of an alarm bell for me because this team doesn't strike me as a team that lacks confidence, let's say. They've got players like Turd, Reaps, Hoven. They've got some big personalities on this roster and some very storied players. And to see them not able to close the game out versus Twisted Minds and to leave that door open for them to get back into it and ultimately lose the fixture was a little bit of an alarm bell.
And also, as you can kind of tell by the stats, both those games, not only the All Gamers game, but also the Twisted Mind ones, very top-heavy for Wayu, depending on who was performing. And that's kind of why the stats seem really weird for a team that is just in 1-1 and had two very close games. In either one, you had one or two players performing really, really well. Maybe it was Turd, maybe it was Ape, who knows? But it was not a very consistent performance across the board, and definitely Wayu looking a bit uncomfortable on that Nighthaven game specifically, it seemed.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's maybe a map thing, maybe it's just a pressure thing, maybe it's just a tournament thing, but hopefully they've been able to reset themselves over the evening and come into today with a brand new, fresh mindset. Of course, going up against VP, they're going to be no slouch. One of the better teams inside of Europe at the moment, which feels strange to say, but since Falcons are experiencing that little bit of a drop in performance, that second spot kind of is open inside of Europe to see who is going to be rivaling for those majors. Of course, VP coming through in that position. So for them today, it's just about repeating what they've been doing consistently already throughout kickoff.
And throughout kickoff and going into the tournament, what we've seen from that consistency, I mean, of course, we talked about Dan performing very well, consistency when it comes to the strategy, Naquo playing 30 rounds on shields in kickoff alone, and then continuing that streak into the actual tournament, playing Monty, playing Blitz, playing everything. A core part of this team's new strategic identity, but also something we've seen in the first 2 matches of Salt Lake City is, of course, close games, but VP seemingly having generally a very well put together game, just still maybe a little bit cold, maybe a little bit rusty, because that Rebellion game, while it was a 7-5, a lot of it came down to Spoit, but also came down to a pretty big and serious lock-in from the Rebellion after a timeout from Super.
Yeah, VP have almost run the NA gauntlet right now, haven't they? They've played SR and they've played 5 Fears. The 5 Fears game being excruciatingly close. 8-6. So not quite an 8-7, but still a close game nonetheless. And VP being able to win that one out. But like you say, easily could have gone either way. And for the SR game, they just came up against Spoit, who was on his day yesterday, let's be honest. And I think that's always going to be something that's difficult to go against. Whether they have that same problem today with someone like Turd or Reap stepping up in a big way, we'll have to see how they choose to deal with it.
We will, and one thing if we want to talk about kind of specifically what we saw and what we might end up seeing in this matchup, Virtus.pro, obviously, I think, in ancient history, very famously a slow team. I think they still liked on certain maps to go for a bit more of a plant-focused style. And at least in the game that we saw against Shopify Rebellion yesterday, it was kind of the VP we knew, playing very close together, not playing super aggressive. But something that might do very well for them against Weibo is if we see Weibo really try and, I think, be like the bleed roster we saw, the first time a couple years ago, use players like Reaps and Tur to try and get aggressive. I think not taking those fights, playing a bit more like that old VP in just terms of not willing to take any engagements they don't need to. I think that might be a really good game plan against Weibo today.
Could be. We are going to have to see which map we are going to for this best of 1. Of course, both of these 2 teams have already flexed a little bit of map pool, but there's been quite a significant bias towards maps like Bank and Fortress up until this point. So it's nice that we're getting something a little bit fresh on our screens here, and we're getting the cafe brought out. Yeah,
kind of fresh for both teams as well. The last time Virtus.pro played it, I believe, was against Falcons inside of EML, and I can't remember exactly the last time Weibo played it, but I remember if you and I talked about beforehand, not exactly the strongest map for them overall. Playing some T2 teams, playing some APL teams, but a bit of a mixed record overall for Weibo. We can talk a bit more about that VP game in a bit, but we have a cafe game right in front of us that we have to set up. Virtus.pro versus Weibo as our first match over on Rainbow Six Bravo. See who's going to the promotion games, who's going to the elimination. Nobody's changing their fates. Nobody's leaving Swiss just yet. Both these teams trying to get one step closer to that main stage.
It's the first step as part of a longer goal, isn't it? Like you say, Cafe being the map. Nice to see something different, for us at least, selfishly, because we have cast quite a lot of Fortress up until this point. We had 3 Fortress games yesterday, that's all.
75%.
So, Cafe. Grounds new. Monty, no surprise, that is going to be removed. Monty has actually had the highest ban rate of any attacker. I don't think that's going to surprise you at this point.
No, not really.
It's sitting around that 50% mark. And, of course, we have the Grim to round it out. The highest banned defender hasn't been banned. Any guesses? Hazard a guess?
Ooh, that's a good question.
It's one of our favorites. Which means it isn't one of our favorites.
I don't know, actually.
75%. It's Cade.
Oh, that makes sense. See, because I was rattling off who I knew wasn't in my head. I was like, obviously it's not a Zombie Mira. I was like, I know it's not Clash. So I was trying to think, but Cade makes sense.
Cade sees very little ban on Cafe, let's be honest. It's all going to be about those architects, isn't it? It's all going to be about Azami. Castle likely getting thrown in there as well. Can be very popular on this map. Rorik already picking Castle inside of round number 1 here. Aruni, that's going to be a requirement as well. There are so many windows and doorways that you're going to want to try and affect, whether that's with castle barricades or laser gates, and the mirror is just too good for this top floor, which is where a large portion of these defenses hinge from, whether you're defending upstairs, whether you're defending downstairs in either reading or mining, you're going to be using those mirror windows, or you're going to be trying to defend that top floor and use that utility. So no surprise to see that removed.
Probably the highest impact defender ban, I think, on any map, I feel like, because of that exact point. The fact that you do defend like 3rd floor for 3 out of the 4 sites in this game, and mirror window basically fundamentally changes how that gets played. I can't think of a ban that has like wider applicability across the bomb sites on a map.
Weird to see Rorik already prepping one of his castles for a little bit of aggression here. Obviously, playing around that and not being too careful of its HP and just saying, yeah, you know what, we're just going to castle this off and be ready to make a rotate at a moment's notice. Doesn't want to get himself caught in shop, I guess. Does have a little bit of support. Pasha playing in a really aggressive position right now. Downstairs inside a bakery. He's going to be ready for a run out. There's a lot of players out there on the rappel, and he just needs to bide his time. But of course, being on the Thorn, it's not like he's got an impact that he's going to be able to burst through that barricade with. So he will be giving a little bit more notice to Reaps out there on the rappel if he does go for anything.
Something I'm curious about as well, Hoven's over on the cocktail side right now. Don't know if he's actually air jabbed off the bakery door. Either way, possibly able to run out and doesn't have any impact whatsoever. Oh, Naquo. Ready. Great refrag by Virtus.pro there. A little bit of a link play. Allows the roamer to get back and not only covers him, but also takes down the player in Red Hall. Rorik next up onto Reaps. This initial gamble over on the Christmas side, not working out whatsoever for the attack. Speakeasy tried to exchange some shots with Warwick, but the rest of the attack is just falling by the wayside. Somehow, Ape's moved his way up to White Stairs. Speakeasy finally gets one. He's feeling a bit tipsy inside of Christmas, unfortunately. Sky is moving up for the kill. We'll have a shield to deal with. Gotta be careful you don't funnel into this Scar, and Virtus.pro will not make that mistake. First round goes the way of VP. Not really all that much fight from Wayu, it seems.
No, I don't think that Wayu had the correct level of information there. They certainly didn't know about the two players baiting for one another downstairs inside a laundry, and they never really got a good handle of control inside of Piano either. Yes, they were able to get Speakeasy in there on the Blackbeard, but that was just ground that was given up to them at that point. Dan playing really nice long angles with the DMR. Surprise, surprise, it's Cafe. There's going to be long angles being held by somebody playing either an Aruni, Zoto canisters, the two brow, you name it, it's going to be in there. There's going to be that sort of action. This, for me, was a brilliant little set-piece play. To getting caught out on the death mark there and being there to try and buddy up for the team. Even the last kill, everyone just baiting appropriately for one another.
Which I think in the lead up to this game, something that I mentioned, and I'm very glad we're seeing out the gate, is VP are basically just playing their game. And the VP game is playing really close to each other, playing very good trades, and even if you're going for that roam, making sure you have players in that little bridge position back to the site that Naquo was playing so perfectly to make sure that way we aren't able to just take a straight up 1v1.
5 seconds left.
So, as VP move on with the first, we will continue with the Castle and the Aruni. Might see this pretty consistently on the third floor. We might be defending Mining and Dining right now, but we talked about the broad applicability of Mira. Since you have to defend the third floor on so many of these sites, you could say the same for the Castle and the Aruni strat. Might change things up a little bit. But
there's a lot of requirements, really, when it comes to defending on Cafe, and you've not always got as much flexibility as you have on some other maps. There is a requirement to play DMRs. There is a requirement to play a Castle in a lot of cases. And sometimes something like a Pulse can be a requirement as well, because you get a good early read as to where this push is going to be setting up from. Naku, he's able to gather a little bit of information here, and of course he's going to have a C4 to try and effect onto that.
Just one flag, by the way. We got Speakeasy on the fuse right now. Very curious to see what he has in store with those cluster charges. Already used one, where I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to find out later on. Boogie Drone being put to good use as well. Either trying to find some vertical destruction, maybe just breaking through a window. This Pulse, based on where Wayu are pushing from, is just paying so much for Virtus.pro right now. Has spotted 2, maybe even 3 people rappelling up to the roof. Relating to the rest of his team, exactly with that Z-ping, that the attack is coming from this Christmas side that might even go for a rush at some point. We obviously know that one player on the opposite side is a Glaz.
That's brilliant information there for VP. They know that the 3 players are out on the rappel map right now, so you can see how flexible and how confidently the rest of the defenders can start to reposition. Dan going to be looking through a bit of an angle. I'm sure it's a little bit clearer for him than it is for us with some one-sided debris on there. But Skies is a player that hasn't been moved yet either. He's played the entire round here in Cigar Shop. Opening kill here for Pasha. And Speakeasy just tries to barrel in.
Hoven seems to try to do something similar, though, I think via a backstab on the backside. Reap's now looking to take a straight-up 1v1 with Skies, who's been in this position with an M870 literally the entire round. We're at risk of a flawless round, in fact. I was going to say maybe another 4v1, assuming somebody on Wayu showed up. But unless Reaps can nail the head on this Castle or this Thorn, it's just not happening. A Razor Bloom dashes Wayu's hopes, and Virtus.pro haven't even faced any real opposition through these first 2 rounds.
It's looked quite easy, hasn't it? It's looked very straightforward at the moment for VP. They've got a very clear game plan of how they want to try and win these games and these rounds, and that is to hold very key areas of the map. They don't want to spread themselves too far and wide. They've got a brilliant information gathering system, whether that's by the Pulse or just whether it's by general cameras, defaults getting placed out there. Another thing that they're using for information, and it's not always something that we sort of comment too much on, it's a small thing, but it's the beepers. It's the secondary utility. It's the wub-wubs, proximity alarms, whatever you want to call them, however your stack names that piece of util. They're using them quite well because they're holding these really tucked positions, not over-aggressing or directly holding angles, and as soon as the beeper goes off, they know what's going on. There is a lack of info right now from Wayu. They need to start playing things like a Twitch. They need to start droning a little bit more and understanding where are the thorn traps, where are the, where are the razor blooms, where are the wub-wubs, how can we flush these players out, because jumping through a window, that ain't doing it.
It's not doing it, and especially to walk up to the ventilation balcony 30 seconds into the round, telegraphing to us, the audience, that you're going to go through there at some point. You spend a minute 15 seconds out there, and then you just do it, and it doesn't seem like you've accomplished much of anything. It's very strange. And also, not only lack of information that you mentioned, lack of problem solving.
Yeah.
Skies was in the humidor for literally the entire round, and that's like the first thing we see teams clear. It's not necessarily an easy problem, but it's a very common one that
you
teams
could see
like
that he was worried. He was worried about Skylight. He kept looking back towards Longbar because he's like, surely I'm going to get pushed soon, guys. Like, surely I'm going to get pushed soon, and it never came.
And not only that there was no push, did a nade even get tossed to him at one point? Maybe it did. And even if it did, we saw little to no impact of it. It's not just the lack of information that you very rightly pointed out. It's a lack of coordination as well. It's really a lack of everything from Wayu at the moment, which being down 0-2 is not necessarily the story in and of itself, but only having 1 kill through 2 rounds. And everyone on VP has 1 to 3 kills, basically putting an even effort across the board. The reason Skies only has 1 is because he was literally stuck in Cigar the entire round, not even moving.
I feel like we've glossed over the timeout, but we need to just remind everybody. Wayu did take the timeout after round 2. So they're coming into round 3. They've had a minute. They can now start to recompose themselves a little bit. Gohan obviously seeing some things that are easy fixes, I would imagine, and definitely not how they would have prepared and practiced for this result or for this fixture. Going to be a top-down clear, though. They're not going to be forced into that. That much is certain. Once again, we're seeing defenders very loose. Pasha gets caught out on the death mark and just runs himself back to site. Got a lot more information being brought this time, and it's good because that's one of the things that we called out, Links. We said, bring a little bit more info, and they've gone for it. They've got the Deimos, they've got the Dokkaebi, and they've got full map control. 50 seconds into the round, and they're already starting to make some of this vert.
And this is, I would say, a pretty normal start for a kitchen defense for both teams. I think not fighting for that control too heavily, but also Wayu moving in at very good time, very standard time. Nothing to complain about for either team in the first minute, which is very good. The tools that Wayu have brought for the job, as you mentioned, they've moved fully into the information side, bringing the Dokkaebi alongside the Deimos that they had in round 1. Reaps has even found the first pick. Found Nako, the Echo. Surely likely somewhere around Bakery, I would imagine. Maybe even on that rotate. A huge find for Wayu, not only to get that opening pick, to bring the momentum back, but not having to worry about the Yokais. That's nice.
It's massive, isn't it? Hoven tempted for a little bit of a swing here on the angle, but it's going to be Rorik holding deep with the DMR. He's got Pasha trying to buddy up for him as well. If this next kill gets found, it could be deadly, but no, Rorik keeps his team in it. 3 versus 4 now. It's a lot better than 2 versus 4. With a minute left on the clock, they've got to try and consolidate, but the site isn't a safe place at the minute. With all that vert that's going on, you don't want to be caught underneath it. We've already seen what happens to players like Naku when that happens. 1 C4 in Dan's pocket, so something could be done here. And he's just been caught out on the death mark, but is able to throw his Zoto and to disable that mark.
You can see the call made by Virtus.pro. Skies coming to support the backside push, anticipating it comes from there. That will leave Bakery very soft, but Wayu committing on the side. Reap swinging around the corner. Decimates Rorik. A great nade pick from Turd as well. And Wayu, massive comeback in round 1. Very clear vision there. Not only just getting the kills, but getting the map control in the time they needed and knowing exactly what to do with it.
I think that's the loosest we've seen VP on the defense so far.
Definitely
a lot of players getting caught out of position and challenging on to things that, you know, maybe it's okay to challenge on if you've already got the opening pick or you've already got an advantage because you're just whittling the numbers down at that point. But when you're behind, you can't afford to be going 1 for 1. You need to be going 1 for none. And I think that's really what started to cost them there. Also, Naku getting caught out nice and early. There was already players, out there on the roam. We had Pasha. He got caught out on the death mark. That meant he couldn't really hold much ground upstairs. If you've got the entire map control within a minute, you're going to have a lot of fun with it, aren't you? And I think that's exactly where Wayu found themselves. So nice to see them just take the foot off the gas a little bit and go, yeah, we know that we know that the positions that you're in, we're just going to try and get you to overplay a little bit.
Also, that right there, that play right at the end, the double nade behind long bar, that's the play we should have seen to clear out Skies from Cigar like a couple rounds ago. And we finally see it after that timeout, clears out Rourke and long bar, and basically wins the round at that point. Because that's the player linking the smoke and the Tuberau on bottom white together. And once that's removed, you've got a very difficult position because you can flood down brown stairs and basically just take a straight up 1v1 or 2v1 against the Tuberau. The exact improvements on both fronts, not only the intel but also the coordination and problem solving from Wayu. And we finally have a competitive matchup, at least just based off what we've seen. We'll see if it's consistent. But Wayu being able to recover and bounce back from that so quickly, make the exact improvements, it's great to see.
Castleban, no real surprises there. It's something that VP have played pretty much every round so far, particularly on these top floor defenses or top floor holds that they're trying to pull off. We get the Ying ban as the counter. I'm kind of surprised there because we haven't actually seen Ying brought yet. It is, of course, a fantastic operator. However, it isn't something that we've seen Wayu want to play.
But I think it does make sense when you consider what Virtus.pro are rotating to. Obviously, with the Castle Ban, they can't run back that same strategy. So they pivot to the Cade Tuberau, which is going to obviously make breaching very difficult, but will just generally stall out a lot of the attacks push through those reinforcements. But what can maybe disrupt that? A Ying, tossing some Candelas in. Maybe also forces you by leaving the Ying up to bring a ward in every time when you might want to bring something else. So I think it's a proactive ban from Virtus.pro more than a reactive one, based on the strategy they are now moving to, because stalling out time on this top floor will be very important. Reaps was looking over towards the second floor earlier, but now turning his attention over towards Pixel and the broader white cocktail side of the map. Moved in very quickly, doesn't seem keen to move beyond it, but might just be looking for a gap right now.
I was going to say, my worry about Reaps' positioning there was he was a little bit on his own. He needs to maybe wait for the rest of the team to sort of catch up a little bit and can just hold cutoff for the time being while that happens. We'll be getting himself into the top of white now. We won't find much success up there. A lot of these defenders are tucked in. We do have Skies playing the top floor. He's tucked into Freezer. We've got Dan over by Cocktail as well. So they're going to be the areas really that VP are looking to try and fight from here. Hence, we've got a little bit of that electrification in towards Bathroom. We've got a bit more support and structure around those areas. But this angle's a brilliant one for Reaps.
Oh, finally found the gap he might have been looking for. Creeping in through Bathroom. Two defenders inside of Freezer, so they go for the pinch. Looking to land that pre-fire around the corner. Sledge trying to get both. Nako survives for the moment. Shotgun around the corner. Thank God he laid down that cloud. Now Speakeasy in the grave is Hoven and Turd. Stuck outside the building right now. Tried to go for that two-man push. And if anybody except the smoke was in that room, Wayu might just come out with a man advantage or a 3v3. But instead, it's another dominant showing for Virtus.pro, who have some adaptations of their own.
Hoven just sending himself through the top of white window.
Can you blame him?
I mean, yeah, he's one versus a few, isn't he? He's not going to come out of that one always smelling of roses. Brilliant play from Reaps, though. His position in that round was fantastic. The fact that he got one kill, great, but I loved the reaction from VP. It was like, right, we know we're getting pushed. We know we're getting pinched in Freezer. It's probably the worst place to have to fight yourself out of in the whole game, unless one of two things is a factor. You've either got Toxic Babe canisters or you've got a shotgun. And it just so happened that we have both in the hands of Naku.
Something I do want to mention, though, again, if we want to highlight something, Reaps going to swing for that kill. He did have two nades in pocket.
Oh, you're a stickler for the nades.
I'm a stickler for the nades, and again, it depends on what position, but if they're both trapped in Freezer and you know they're in there. Now, before I say anything else, let me just take a look. Want to look at the lineup, want to make sure. No, there wasn't any projectile denial on the board either. So, maybe getting a little bit ahead of himself, because can you imagine two nades dropping at those two players' feet in Freezer?
It's chaos, yeah, it's absolutely chaos. But then again, you're worried about the player from Cocktail, aren't you? You've got Dan over there still,
that's a good point.
And you don't want to over it. I get it. I get it.
No, that's a very good point, actually.
I think that's maybe I think that's what Reaps would reply with.
Which is a fair reply, honestly, all things considered. I'll give you that. Very nuanced situation, and honestly, still a generally good setup for Wayu. I just think, in particular, that smoke being there, being able to lay down the toxic canister, I think also just made things a bit unfair for Wayu, all things considered, because I think the setup was generally pretty good beyond that. As we move into round 5, another attempt at fire and mining that we saw Virtus.pro win earlier. Only site they dropped has been, ironically, the kitchen. Pashu just hopping out of the window, taking down Reaps, hopping back in. Another player just repelling as he watched his team fall and hit the ground.
I'm kind of surprised Pasha didn't go for the double dip there.
With the shotgun, he probably could have got him.
I can only think that Naku didn't have the info on the scanner. It was maybe just a little bit out of range because I think at that point, once you've got one, you may as well go for a second, right?
So actually, it is out of range because where Nako is playing inside of Train, he can barely, I don't think he can even see past the mining window.
Yeah. Losing out on Reaps, going to be forced into that super shorty as Speakeasy is just trying to make his way over into Cigar. And Piano, get that red wall open. Naku again. Zero consequence from sitting there and gathering this information. This time we're seeing a little bit more control of the top floor though. Speakeasy starting to move through now, and he's got a bit of support here from Hoven.
Got some support moving on in. There's no way Virtus.pro anticipate this. Pasha might just end the round. Dan as well. Speakeasy with such a good lurk. Finally finds one. Sky's put on notice, and he turns his back to him. Unfortunate for Wayu and Ape in an unwinnable situation. How many feels like 1v4s, unwinnable 1v4s we've seen so far. Double swing at the same time. Perfect basics. Perfect fundamentals for Virtus.pro. Up 4-1 on Cafe.
The synergy at the moment on VP is second to none. Everyone is helping one another. There's nobody that's wanting for anything. It seems like as soon as help is needed, as soon as someone says, I need something over here, or is anyone able to watch this? It's happened almost before they've finished talking, because everything's going down as a trade right now. I'll be honest, the way this game is going is surprising me quite a lot. Wayu, for all that they've only played this map 3 times and they've got a 1-2 record of it on late, they still have a 66% attack win rate on Cafe. Like, this isn't the easiest map to attack, and it's by far and away their better side. They've got 1 round so far.
They've got 1 round, and if we didn't have that 1 round, I think my feelings about this game would be very different. I think they'd be a bit more critical towards Wayu, but based on these past 2 defenses, Wayu are trying very well. They have good ideas. Their fundamentals are pretty good. After that timeout especially, they clearly got the right idea. But immediately afterward, Virtus.pro pivoted to the Cade Tube route. It caught Wayu off guard. Immediately after that, we see a strategy where Virtus.pro are sitting behind walls. Pasha's outside the building in 20 seconds, literally the next round. I don't think anybody could keep up with the pace Virtus.pro are playing at. And not the in-round pace, but the round-to-round pace. Constantly switching things up. I wouldn't want to be Wayu, certainly.
No, they are bringing a hell of a pace. I think Wayu are getting rinsed on the drones as well, by the way.
Yeah, that might be true.
Because we are not seeing a lot of known... Speaking of drones, Twitch drone just flying in. We love to see it.
Lucky that one was a clash.
Very lucky it was. I kind of liked the shield that Naku was playing. I was like, if he's just going to post that shield up on main door and just challenge Kochik the whole round, I'm for it, because it was a big point of contention in the previous time that we saw this site attempted. We are back down to the kitchen, and this is the only site so far that we've seen Wayu be successful in. Now, they did it in part because they took a lot of good pressure early on. They took a heck of a lot of map control inside of the first 50 seconds. It looks like they're doing similar here, although they've not got bodies on the ground right now, and there's nothing to stop any of these players from rotating back up.
Dokby and Deimos both adding on to enable Reaps to get down onto the second floor. Also enable Turd to get in through the red hatch. Well, Twitch drone clearing things as well. Back to where we were. Ooh! No fault for Reaps for not seeing that, but that... Oh, he's still there. Oh, he is still there! How does he not get Skies? Thorn better be thanking anybody she possibly can for making it out of that one. I thought for certain that was going to be another opening pick for Wayu. The one time they've got the opening pick this entire series was by Reaps on this site through the verticality. What do you know? Not a single player and miles away from that bakery rotate this time. Virtus.pro learning from their past mistakes, not shoving their face anywhere close to a Wayu angle.
Yeah, they know that they don't need to play in the site. They know that Vert's going to be made. They've not chosen to challenge that vertical angle. So guess what? You can't play in the site. Naku can slowly, run through on the clash and sort of get away with things. But you're not going to have a large body of defenders there. You've got off-sites being held. You've got Rorik behind long bar. You've got Naku tucked inside of Christmas there. These are areas that now need to be cleared. Sure, you've made the vert, and you can see, hey, there's no one on site. But guess what? That means that they are elsewhere.
Oh, timing.
Brilliant pick there from Pasha. Just slowed Hoven down in the clash shield from Naku. And Naku can just turn his attention elsewhere. Wherever the problem starts to come, he can just be a mobile riot squad right now.
The clash in the hands of this VP right now in Cafe might be the most lethal it could possibly be, especially when Pasha's hitting shots like that. Curving bullets around the double door to hit Abe in the face. These rounds have not been close when VP have had what they needed. Sky's tucked underneath a small bake window. The only reason he might not get that shotgun kill is because they will just avoid that engagement entirely. Reaps demolished by the DMR. A second flawless round for Virtus.pro. Weibo might have been playing decent in the middle, but Virtus.pro are playing a 10 out of 10 game on Cafe.
Aggression, Dark Hulk.
It's fine, bro. Like, these guys are fucking stupid. They're doing exactly the same shit, right? Oh, guys, attack for me. Mistakes we cannot do. For example, we're playing bar side, and how many times we're talking about someone look the drone, please. When LP kills one, Chris, remember you change the position, right? And the D, you are now the guy who can help us looking the drones. Now, looking cover for the picks if you need.
Yeah, just tell me. Yeah.
Exactly. Like it depends about what Danilo is playing. Like for example, he's gonna play that class 2 again, but like you choose if you're gonna play or not. He can be the guy who look on drone, and you don't need to cover. So play for Rappel. Remember, Azami gonna be open the first. So if we need help with Azami, guys, we play setup for 4 Rappel, right? Don't forget that. One guy in drone, for guy Rappel to fuck that guy. Nico, Chris, small thing. Just if you like have to play 3 rounds and the last ban, Castle can be a good thing too, right? Guys, when you do the classics shield domain in any middle bomb site, just don't make a mistake to Neko push alone. Remember, it's a Neko pushing and we push behind.
That way, with the shield. So, yeah, fine. Another round, they will do the default map control. So they will try to finish on Freezer, try to finish on Big Bake. It's up to you to understand what's happening on the round. Huh? And yeah, and for top floor, we're just gonna play this Tube Solis play, okay? One round on top. So
any
that's it.
preference you want to go where first?
Basement.
Basement first, okay.
Basement, yeah, basement first.
With the Dinari one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, pay attention to any glass play, any baits, you know. We don't need to hurry. If you have top floor control, we're gonna save the verts. You guys gonna play, you know, a step back on Big Bake, on Kitchen. So the vert can have impact, can help you guys, and we can play together and win the round. Huh? Let's go, guys.
Let's go.
Let's go, let's go.
We
Don't
can win
worry.
this shit, guys. Come on. It's 5 rounds. 5 rounds in a row.
Okay, don't worry, don't worry.
Yeah, guys, good energy. Come on, guys, good energy. Let's win this game. You guys can do it. We are the best. We just need to figure out what's the condition, how we're gonna play together, how.
Just need to figure out the win condition, our aim, our teamwork, our synergy. All the things, really, from Weibo to work out over the course of the next 4 rounds to try and bring this back level. Because VP had a fantastic first phase. It is Cafe. It's worth contextualizing. It can be a very tough map to attack onto. Both these teams, weirdly, coming into this match, had better attacking win rates than defensive win rates on this very map. However, it seems to have shifted back to somewhere a little bit more normal for the time being, at least in this fixture. The VP really couldn't put too many feet wrong.
No.
Interesting timeouts as well. Two very, very different ideologies. Obviously, Dark coming in with, you know, very much like, we're going to continue to just play this game. Let's not get ahead of ourselves too much. And quite a lot of focus on Naku and really wanting Naku to be that playmaker. And I don't think there's any real surprise in that because they're a fantastic player, but they're also 5-1 at the moment.
Well, them 5-1, also Pasha 9-1. Got to mention that as well. Coming into this tournament, one of the lower-rated players for VP, and also in this tournament, one of the lower-rated players. Now, anybody who's been watching Siege for more than the past 2 weeks will know that that's very abnormal for Pasha. For a long time, was the highest-rated player on Virtus.pro, and him maybe being lower on the scoreboard is a bit more the weight being taken off his shoulders rather than him underperforming necessarily. But this right here is a vintage Pasha game. But as you pointed out, another reason why they're probably focusing on Naku is he was flexing the snake for a bit, but you're going to want to invest in the shield. How many times have we seen underinvestment in a shield cost an attacking team? Yeah.
When it's a Naku push, it means, guess what? Naku's going to be playing on the shield, and you guys have to support him. You have to be behind him and really want to try and play that together. And that's the best way to play the shield. You always need somebody on the shoulder, particularly if it's going to be a Blackbeard or a Blitz, something of that nature. Monty can be a little bit different. Monty can be a little bit more self-sufficient. But Blitzes and Blackbeards, they often need a little bit more of a handhold. Serious extension here. We're at risk of losing the Yokai drone. We're going to get back in perfectly. Oh, 2 seconds to spare. Why were we even doubting it?
You can see, I think, the idea for Weibo, though, because not a single shield ban against Naku, who runs so many of these shields. But look at the lineup they're bringing. Vulcan Packs, Denari, Razor Blooms, Yokais as well. C4 in the hands of Reaps, the odd man out, not being a trap operator or bringing those Yokais, but basically everybody can counter this shield in some way, shape, or form. Vulcan Pack popped on top of pallets will stop the inevitable blitz push up that hallway. I am curious. Hoven has perceptive ears. Probably could have heard that shield marching all the way from Pixel. Now the blitz keeps moving up. And Pallets for the moment, as I believe one player in Cocktail still remains. But Thorn sitting behind the bar. How good is VP's drone game? We can see Blitz waiting. Doesn't want to push just yet. There's a Yokai also in long bar as well. I think VP might just decide to go straight on past it. Pushing down White entirely as Ape gets the first kill. Rourke falls very quickly, so the push stopped by Virtus.pro. Now I think they'll back up. Shield moving back on the top floor. Any quick play that VP tried to get will be completely halted by Weibo getting that first pick.
Real bold choice to ignore Turd on that Cocktail side. It's going to give Turd the option for a little bit of a rotate down these white stairs, and you might just find some brilliant timing right now. Do have Naku starting to operate in that dining area, and Skies is going to be starting to rip things open as well, but Turd really the player that I'm worried about. There's a lot of people that are vulnerable at the moment for his position on those white stairs, but it depends on how deep VP commit to this. If they just go for the drop and try and make something happen, Turds might see some brilliant timing. Sky's going to be vulnerable there, and that's going to be the kill that really counts. Turd can just almost disappear like a thief in the night now, or continue to harass and to try and get more of an advantage here.
Now the Blitz starting to push in. Posh it down in the process, though. That leaves only Dan with the ability to cover this defuse plant. Trying his best with so many players. Turd as well, dropping the freezer hatch, fully converging on the last remaining player that doesn't have the diffuser. Weibo fighting back very nicely in round 7. And got to give a lot of credit to Turd on that flank. Probably the perfect timing to disrupt VP's attack.
And VP, whether they chose to ignore it or whether they didn't know it was there, both of them was the wrong decision, or not good enough, should we say. It wasn't good enough that they didn't know that Turd was there, and it wasn't good enough that they ignored it. They should have really gone for a bit more of a thorough top clear, because, like you say, it doesn't take too much for someone to be left hanging around to really cause a bit of a ruck. Obviously, I don't think that was the only problem. It was just one of the few things that we could see on that round, because obviously a lot else was going on downstairs. And again, a bit of a strange take to try and make everything happen through that dining side. Usually you'd try and go through freezer, try and go through coach it, try and go through bakery, and make something work that way.
Huh? Fortunately, didn't happen. Now Weibo will rotate to the second floor, mining and dining for our next attempt, which of course means, we talked about many times, we'll have third floor being played. Our second maestro of the tournament. I made a big deal over seeing it for the first time in quite a while, but now we see him again with those evil eyes, placing them at least some on the top floor, some around pillar right now. But a good bit of intel for Weibo potentially, and no Brava counterpicked by Virtus.pro. But obviously some EMPs and some Rotera drones that can still deal with it.
Maestro's gotten away with no Brava being picked into this as well, so should be able to keep those relatively safe. Should provide quite a bit of information. Not that it was really information that Weibo were lacking over inside of round 1. It was more information from the side of VP that was the big problem there, and kind of a lack thereof. They've not really brought anything to directly counter that as well. I guess you've got the Monty, so you can sort of bully your way through a little bit more of the map potentially, but it's not like you brought the Deimos or Snake or any of the other brilliant information gathering ops. You're really just leaving yourself down to the drones to try and get that done.
Destroyed some utility. I believe that's one evil eye taken down. Just a very basic early game on Cafe at the moment, which is not really surprising for VP. Something we saw, I mentioned the game against Falcons inside of EML earlier. Taking a lot of time in those attacks, usually getting the plant down with less than 30 seconds remaining. Getting the opening pick will certainly make that a lot easier, knowing you can go into that with a 5v4 Speakeasy. He falls to Dan on that L85. Continuously trying to lay down this attack. Monty now going in. Quick diffuse plant inside of B, but of course the Evil Eye causing some issues. Always the eternal nemesis of a planter, and that buys enough time for Turd to swing around, take down the Monty, take down the Buck, and likely take the round away from Virtus.pro, at least as we hit the midway point, as that initial rush into mining completely halted.
That's going to be the diffuser stuck in the middle of site now as well, and once again Turd, the thief in the night, just gets away with it scot-free. Zero consequence there. I really wish we could see the Roarer doors that were being played down there, because I imagine it was far more complex than just sort of running in and trying to get the plant down. And now it's left for VP to try and stabilize here. They've still got a good portion of time, and they're not really too far down and out at the moment, but they're going to be desperate for a pick right now. Dan going to try and work a little bit of an angle there inside a piano, but Reaps is immediately just going to push away from it. Here's the floor getting opened above him and just says, yeah, you know what? I don't need to be anywhere near that. Weibo will have eyes on the diffuser right now, and it's going to be on VP to make something happen. Both Pasha and Dan thinking about a bit of a rotate, potentially down white stairs for Pasha, potentially just dropping pillars for Dan. But this is likely going to come down to kills, because that kit, it ain't going to be a factor.
No, it's not. And the big issue is having something like what Turd has been doing happen again. Hoven currently lurking around the entrance to Reading Door in Pillar. Turd also, I believe, inside of Reading as well. Just unfortunate. Oh, there we go. Hoven, massive impact. This late round lurking by Wayu, so effective. Pasha got a little bit of fight in him. As Dan does pick up that diffuser with 10 seconds remaining. That is the one player in mining, and Pasha does have a really important cutoff. It doesn't appear Wayu really anticipated that. I didn't either. Big shock that VP go for that plant, but with Ape around the corner. Dan now in a 1v3. Information on one. The Mozzie tosses the C4 over, shoots it midair, lasers it, domes Turd in the process. But look at Hoven creeping around, trying to sneak in with a knife out, gun in hand, bobbing back and forth. Dan sees one, but Ape again from behind. Two-piece to finish off the remaining players on Virtus.pro, and no 2v4 today.
A little bit of a false sense of security there with the Roarer door blocking off the door to his right, but there was still a rotation. There was still a chance. Pasha maybe just overplaying his hand a little bit there as well. He had a brilliant cutoff and likely would have just been able to hold that plan as it was going down. I'm so surprised that we even got to a point where Dan was able to pick up the kit links, because that just seemed like something that wasn't going to happen inside of the round. I do believe we are fully back, though. Hopefully, we can see everything we need to moving forward now. Good 2 rounds for Wayu, 2 rounds that they desperately needed. Is this going to come down to a game where 1 or 2 rounds on attack defines the whole thing?
I mean, based on the pace of this, it could. I think really the thing for me for Wayu, I mean, individually it's been Turd. He might be 5 and 6, but those 3 kills he's acquired in the past couple rounds have been hugely impactful, particularly the ones in round 8. But even Hoven was doing something similar, playing an off angle that the attack just didn't have time to clear in the late round. Very good just understanding of where the defense should be positioned in the late round to continuously disrupt an attacking team, especially once they're already on the back foot. Really, really good stuff. An excellent game plan for Wayu from the beginning to the end. And if they continue that, VP don't find the solutions like they did so easily on the defense. I mean, they were basically just grabbing everything, and it worked out perfectly on the defensive side. Haven't seen that for the attack so far. They have so far stuck with 2 very normal, I think, VP shield plant attempts. They've both been disrupted. Both very disrupted very early on as well. So Wayu have read into this, and Nickel going again with the Monty diffuser. I'm not saying it won't work, but I am a bit worried that VP might be playing exactly into Wayu's prep.
Quite possibly. VP still have a timeout in this game as well. Wayu have obviously already spent theirs early on. It's not unusual to spend it on the attack if that's the side that's struggling, but it does just mean that they've got no room for any sort of break moving forward. Rorik going to be getting a good amount of information on the drone here. Again, I'm surprised that we've not seen the Brava picked out, because there is just so much to be going at here. So many things that you could be looking at trying to hack. Another 2 kills for Turd to kick things off. Turd had the quietest game on the attacking side, and since the defense, he has come alive. That's the 3rd round in a row we've seen him have huge impact here.
5 kills on the defensive side alone so far. Undeniably the MVP for Wayu on this second half. I mean, what do you even do at this point? Pasha and Sky's both down. If you had any hopes of getting in Naquo to get a Monty plan, like around New Balcony or something, that's just not happening. Wayu now need to be careful they don't overplay this. They don't overheat and take the fights, but based on their positioning, I just don't think that's going to happen. We got 4 different players around white. Rorik trying to take the 1v1. Banks an 8 around the corner. Oh, unlucky physics there. We'll just give the Souls the opportunity to fall back. Dan with the first. Now both the Gridlock and the Monty trying to find the second. 2 players moving up the white stairs side. Turd can do no wrong at the moment. 4K. What is that? Like 7, 8 kills on the defense alone? What is this guy up to?
You sure it's not 6 or 7?
Shut up, dog. No, don't say that. Why'd you do it?
VP, they're going to take their time out. Things not going their way here. They've seen full rotation so far. Strangely enough, by the way, it was actually Bar and Cocktail as a defense site as well. And I know we saw VP play it once as well, but it's still not a very popular site in the grand scheme, and not a very good site, typically, for the defenders. So to get the win on that as well, now showing us a clean sweep of their defensive rotation here on Cafe. VP left with no other choice but to take that minute and see if they can try and stabilize here, because whereas we saw on the defense, they got the opening pick in all but one round. They were able to play with each other. They were able to help each other out. No one was going wanting for help. We haven't seen that same level of synergy since the side swap, and that's a big problem. It was a big topic of conversation from Dark at the halftime point. It was, look, if someone needs help on a drone, be the person that's able to help on a drone. You know, if you're safe and you're not doing anything and you need a drone watching, make sure that you're that person. Naku, we're going to make the pushes behind Naku. We need to be supporting this Monty. We need to be supporting this shield play. I don't really feel like we've seen too much of that. At least what we've seen hasn't been that effective.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. It's like, I don't know if it's how much we haven't seen. I think it's just it hasn't had any impact. I feel like especially on that that mining and dining execute, it just felt like Wayu were ready for it. And in this case, I mean, any counterplay towards the shields was completely irrelevant whatsoever because Turd just hopped out of a window and killed 2 people with a P90. We saw Posh able to do something similar on the attacking on their defensive side, so it's not a problem unique to Virtus.pro. But Turd's impact is certainly unique right now. 7 kills through 3 rounds on the defense. He's literally going exponential, by the way. 1 in the first, 2 in the second, 4 that round. He can't even go to 8 unless he starts like shooting his own team, which, given how impactful he's been, he might be able to do that and still win the round, depending on where he's positioned. Kitchen site. Wayu go back to the site they began this 3-round streak on. And a must-win for Virtus.pro coming out of the tactical timeout. They have looked like they've had 0 answers, and we're again starting around with a shield and a diffuser.
Yeah, it's not been the winning formula so far for VP. Something that I do like, though, and it is an addition, is that Dan is now playing on the Brava. In an attempt to deal with the slew of information ops and all of the electronics that are being brought, they are going to try and play that Brava and do something about it. Funnily enough, this is the round where we don't have an Aruni, so we've no laser gates. We don't have a Maestro, so we've no Evil Eyes. We do, however, have the Echo, and we do, of course, have some Ella traps to be going at as well. But realistically, the Brava's going to see a little bit less impact for those pieces of utility. Maybe the bulletproof camera could be a good one.
You also have a big change coming in for VP. Not only the Snake coming in, but you can see the mute ban in the last round of the operator ban phase that we saw. It's the strategy VP are pivoting to, still keeping that shield, but trying to get some more information while simultaneously denying the ability for Wayu to shield themselves from that Soliton scanner or from that Deathmark tracker. Pasha played this, I believe, all the way back in round 1, and there was a mute brought by Wayu on that defense, so immediate impact and immediate change as a result. See a lot of that later, as this is Cafe after all, and nobody's going to go for a super heavy roam on Kitchen most of the time. So this first 2 minutes going to be spent getting some vertical angles, using the sledge. I'm really curious where Rorik's going to come from, because I think basically wherever Naquo will decide to go from, Rorik will be on the opposite side of it.
Looks like Rorik's going to be trying to deal with Reaps at the moment. More than likely knows that he's there inside of Christmas at the moment. Smokes are going to go out. That could cover for him a little bit. We are starting to now see some things be hacked, so we mentioned it's not like you've got all the Evil Eye cameras to go out, but there's still some very valuable pieces of utility. And if Wayu don't know that that Yokai drone has been hacked, they might have a bit of a false sense of security, thinking, well, if they get in, we can still start to try and deny this plant. And well, get in, they are going to. Naku immediately gets himself into default, but the second Yokai wasn't found.
Second Yokai wasn't found, but he still made his way in. Sky's the first to fall, but Turd traded out. The big defensive player for Wayu, no longer a factor. Nobody in a position to deny this plant either. Speakeasy sprinting across, easy fodder for the para. Wayu, for the first time, fighting in a disadvantage against Virtus.pro, whose rotation to this intel strategy, but more importantly, finding that Yokai, making the call, completely caught the defense off guard. Naku turned into a ragdoll by some secondary utility. Great usage by Reaps. Half the post-plant timer is now faded, and yet Dan finds himself in a tricky position. They can surround him, but they both swing through the door. He lines one up, can't get the second. It's all on Rorik. Really low time to go for this res. He only have 1 shot maybe to get it, barely a second remaining. Does he have the angle? Can he see it as Reaps goes to cover? He just barely gets it, and he gets both headshots. VP now on map point. A big gamble by the defense that very narrowly paid off.
Rorik has nerves of steel right there. It was the right play from Wayu. There was time enough to do it. It was tight, but it was always going to be difficult. At least if you get your teammate up, you can start to shoot through the vert, and you can start to try and distract, maybe even try and land a lucky headshot. Fortunately for Rorik, he played it perfectly. I was worried he wasn't committing enough to it. I was thinking time's gonna elapse, like maybe he doesn't know that the other player's up and defusing, but he certainly did. 2 kills to close it out. VP after the timeout, successful. Little bit of a new look for them as well. They were a lot more focused on destroying some of that utility. They've understood what it is that has really slowed them down up until this point and actually stopped them from being able to get anywhere near to getting the plant down, because it has been a focus for them. We've seen a plant already in this game. We saw Dan get the defuse down only a couple of rounds ago, and we've seen it be a big focus in more than just those 2 rounds. Finally able to put themselves onto series point right now after a very successful defense and an attacking phase which has taken a long time to get going.
Long time to get going. VP's first round this half out of 4. But all they need are 2. Just 2 attacking rounds, and that'll be enough to close this in regulation. This is 1-1, so nobody eliminated or promoted off of this game, but VP would find themselves in that promotion best of 3 with a 2-1 record. Wayu in an elimination game tomorrow if they drop 1 single round in the next 2. Bit of a switch up from VP, but not all that drastic in the grand scheme of things. Dan dropping the Brava for the Twitch makes sense when you have a Valkyrie, a Melusi, Vulcan Pax, Razor Blooms all on the opposite side. But keeping consistent with that Snake, though. Might change hands. Skies has it now. But keeping that Soliton scanner, that could be very good. Also, inadvertently counters this Pulse a little bit. Not really counters. It kind of neutralizes that advantage. Skies can also sit outside the building and get massive information on a whole area of the map, currently sitting outside the snow door. Meanwhile, the rest of his team just sitting on the roof, doing the normal cafe business.
Yeah, top down clear, get onto the roof and start to work the hatches from there on. Can make players like Reaps just drop off there onto pillar. Reaps knowing that someone is going to be likely pushing it through that snow door. Might even have the information back of the Pulse to call that, although I do see Speakeasy upstairs, or downstairs, sorry, inside of mining. So he's going to be a little bit of a ways away right now, but he's got plenty of heartbeats to be scanning over there. Turd has got the horrible task of holding in toward that freezer. We'll likely hear Naku as he starts to move through. This isn't a real position that Turd wants to find himself in. He doesn't really have too much in the way of support left up here because a lot of his team has already dropped off.
Yes, but I think they are relying on Speakeasy, who's now rotated over to Dining with the Pulse. Turd might try to just bait them in, and then they go for the C4s. We'll have to see. Reaps has been considering a run out of this position for quite a long time. Track Stingers at the bottom will make it difficult. Oh, he just sees the shoulder. Reaps thinking he was safer, but Rorik checking his corners, not letting himself take anything for granted. It's a late run out, but it might be all for naught. Speakeasy rotating down below with the pistol. And yet it is a 3v1 for Virtus.pro. Pasha 13-5 right now. And he's still laying down boogie drones. Still opening up vertical angles as Naku goes in for the plant. Angles cut off. One player sprinting through. Pasha with the pistol. Style points at the end. 7-4 for Virtus.pro. Now just 1 game away from making that main stage.
VP looking very convincing there once they'd gotten their act together on Cafe. They had a little bit of a blip. It took them a while to get going, but as soon as that timeout came in from Dark, it was very effective indeed. And the defensive phase, well, it was almost one for the ages. Flawlessly through that defensive round they played. Wayu a little bit off the pace here today.
I mean, that defensive half, what else can you say about that? I mean, really bolstering that whole game. Timeout from Dark, obviously really important, but that is probably one of the better defensive halves I've seen in Salt Lake City. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back right after this. One best of one down. Virtus.pro winning 7-4 on Cafe against Wayu. And really good stuff across the board. Even a good first half, I think, from both teams.
Yeah.
But two things stand out in particular. Great defenses and also massive performance from Pasha today.
Ah, unbelievable. I think Pasha coming into some of his former self almost in a way in this game. 14-5 he ended out with an 82% cost. There was no slouches. There was no slackers. Top through bottom on VP though. Even down towards Skies there, 5-7. Still a 73% cost. Still good contribution. Everybody getting involved in that opening pick as well. They really set themselves up for success on that defensive half. They understood the assignment so well. I don't think that we've seen a team that's played that well together, at least you and I so far, here at Salt Lake.
And
there was a lot of conjoined play there, and I think that's what really did it for Wayu.
And even Pasha as well. I mean, 9 kills on that defensive half specifically, really leveling up. But for Wayu as well, that was a decent attacking half in which they were just completely outclassed by Virtus.pro. A little bit closer on the backside. Turd obviously having a great... unbelievable Pasha-like performance of that defense as well, but sadly not enough.
It just wasn't enough, was it? It came a little bit too late. It was just a little bit too slow. And ultimately, VP, they're going to advance on through. Wayu do drop down now. Now, reminder, that was a 1-1 bracket game. So now, obviously, VP go to 2 wins, 1 loss. And we see Wayu drop down to 1 win and 2 losses. That means that they are both in best of 3 territory now.
Best of 3 territory, but we got one more best of 1 coming up right after this. DarkZero versus Lowe's after the break. Don't go anywhere. I'm feeling right at home, Ollie. Well, at least I am personally. North American Major, and now we got a North American team coming up. We casted Shopify Rebellion yesterday, so not our first North American team in a matchup, but at least our first time casting DarkZero, going up against Los, somebody who we've also casted quite a bit.
I was going to say, it really is a homely feel, isn't it?
It is actually, now that I think about it.
We've got NAL teams. This is like our bread and butter. This is where we should be our best. I'm really looking forward to it. Obviously, Los and DarkZero. DarkZero, that exciting prospect at the moment, as being that team where you look at and think, ooh, you know, there's a lot of star-studded players on this lineup. Is it going to be the recipe for success? Obviously, there is a little bit of a core here remaining from SSG, but with the introduction now of Kino.
With the introduction of Kino, and also, I mean, just a roster of players that I don't think any of us were particularly like, oh yeah, you know, I really want to see like Newer's team with NJR, but the more you think about it, the more you kind of like it. Hyper-aggressive player versus one of the most passive and effective players. Really good stuff, and honestly, one of the top contenders coming into the tournament. They obviously find themselves at the 1-1, trying to break either, well, they're trying to break up, don't want to break down. We got Los coming up next as well. Definitely still the surprise pick coming out of Brazil, making their way in with Dash leading the helm on this roster. In terms of the team captain, because, well, the player actually leading the helm on this roster is Perez. Obviously, a bit biased stats over here as Los coming in through phase 1, but Perez having a really good showing at the start of this tournament.
They've obviously played a few more games, haven't they? Like you say, they've been in through play-ins, so they've got a little bit more experience under their belt, specifically here in Salt Lake. So the numbers are going to look a little bit more inflated, but you can't ignore Perez's contribution. Even somebody like Dafo, he's sitting at 55 to 36. You know, he's looking almost 20 plus at the moment as well. So there's a lot of quality in and amongst this roster. Let's have a look and see where we're going to be headed today. Reminder, this is going to be a best of 1. After this game, we jump into the best of 3s, but we've got to give DZ and Los their chance first. Surprise, surprise! We're going to Cafe. I don't know what it is about what we've been covering over the last couple of days, but it seems like whatever map we cover first is the map that we also cover second.
What was the one map that wasn't Fortress that we casted yesterday?
I can't remember. Maybe Chalet or something?
I think it was Chalet, now that I think about it. So, Ollie and I getting a very limited tour of the Rainbow Six map pool so far in Salt Lake City. But I am excited to see what DarkZero and Los have to offer on this map, as if Last Cafe was anything to go off of, some great defenses, some frag-heavy defenses could be in store for us, as with DarkZero starting on the attack, the focus will be on Los to see what they can offer. Can they flank like Turd? Can they run out like Pasha? We'll just have to see. Either way, we'll get started right now. Ban phase beginning. I am very excited to see, I think, one player in particular, and that player, it's going to be Foltz for me. On this roster, he has really looked quite good on the individual stuff. I mean, he was also really good on SSG, but now leading a little bit of a new pack with NGR and Kino's new tools to play with. I'm quite excited to see what he's able to do in this matchup.
Foltz has been doing really well so far as well. He's one of the higher rated players on the side of DZ. Now, obviously, smaller sample size, but he's still been in there and been putting a bit of a performance in. Let's see what we get here. Need tech.
Newers isn't in the game.
I thought it was like I thought he was actually like talking. I thought he was talking like street speak, you know, like, oh, we need tech, we need new tech or something like that, like the castle ban. What's
or
the
like,
tech?
Or like Newers isn't in the game, as in Newers isn't locked in.
Yeah, maybe he's not locked. Maybe he's not locked in.
He just wasn't in the game.
We had a Valkyrie ban actually coming out here. That's quite an unusual one. Obviously, Valkyrie sees a hell of a lot of play here on Cafe, but often is dwarfed in popularity by something like a Pulse, which was, of course, an operator we saw played quite a lot in the previous game as well. Castle, no real surprises there, and a Ying and a Grim.
I'm still stuck on Newers isn't in the game.
Yeah, I'm not entirely too sure. I mean, the game's starting and we've still got an admin stood next to Newers on the PC. I think Newers is trying to observe this, but he doesn't want to be an observer. He needs to be a participant.
No, we have plenty of observers on the land build. We actually very sizable surplus of observers on the land build. We do not need Newers spectating the game. I do find it interesting though. I don't really know. You know, I don't host a lot of custom games myself. Certainly not with other people. But he had picked Hibana. So I'm curious, like, how does that work in terms of like the game?
Your guess is it really is as good as mine.
Oh, maybe he was like gonna like be dead at the beginning of the round, or I don't know. I'm just speculating because you and I always seem to get stuck with these 0-0 tech bosses, where it's like Ying Grim.
It did happen a little bit the other day, didn't it? I've got some fun facts if you want for Cafe.
I would love some fun facts actually.
Specifically for Loss, they've got a 100% defensive win rate on this map.
Wow.
They've played it once.
I'm shocked to learn this. Did they play one round?
No, they actually beat W7M on this map during kickoff.
How many defenses did they play?
All of them. They started off on the defense.
Oh.
They got 6 rounds on the defense.
Oh, wait, that's actually, okay, that is actually kind of impressive.
And they got 1 round on the attack. So, counter that, they've only got a 25% attacking win rate on this map. They've only played 4 rounds.
Don't bring me that glass half empty nonsense.
No, but it's worth noting, isn't it? Because Fluxo W7M, quality outfit.
Quality team.
Really good team inside of SAL. And Lost were able to put them away quite handily. Cafe, of course, a map that is quite popular in SAL as well. It's often a map that we think about when we start thinking of some of these Brazilian teams. So it is worth noting, but I was kind of surprised to learn they've only played it once. You know, they didn't really go to it a lot during kickoff at all. On the flip side, of course, we've got DarkZero. They've played it a couple of times as well. We saw them play it both against SSG and against SR respectively. The SSG game a little bit closer, 8-6, and the SR game a 7-5. Both times DZ coming out on top.
Yeah, very close games across the board for DarkZero on Cafe. Of course, a little bit more plays. So I feel like NA is always prone to extremely close matchups. It's funny. I feel like both NA and SAL are hyper-competitive, but in 2 very different ways. It feels like, depending on the team, every NA game is like a 7-5 or OT game, like 50% of the time. But for SAL, the league is hyper-competitive, and every match is a 7-3.
Yeah.
Just like, oh, FaZe have actually lost to Fluxo W7M 7-3 for like some reason. Or like, oh, it's literally the end of the stage. Black Dragons are like 0-8. Oh, they've just beat the best team in the league last game. Why not? Or I guess where you and I casted last year, I think there was ENX beating Furia like 7-4 in the last game of the league. That was old Furia too, not the one we saw yesterday.
We were having a conversation about that, weren't we? How SAL can be a really strange region for that reason, because you'll get teams that just, it really feels like they just turn around and decide to win. It's like, no, we've just decided that we're going to win today. And it's like, oh, all right, okay, well, we'll have a really good time trying to break down what exactly you did just to decide you wanted to win. FaZe did it the other day.
True.
You do get to a point where it's just like, oh, no, playtime's over. We are actually just going to win.
FaZe are a particularly strong team where, like in SAL, the phenomenon is before the matchup starts, at some point, the team decides to win. FaZe are kind of that scary team where it's just in the actual map. They're like, we have now decided to win the game.
Yeah.
We've decided, we remembered that this is our jobs and we get paid to do this, and that we are expected to perform to a certain point. We will now win and close out the game and win 6 rounds in a row. FaZe are a bit of a unique team in that regard.
Thanks for bearing with us during that. Looks like we've got everybody locked on in now. Nuas, no longer a bystander in this matchup.
No longer Hibana either.
No. Also changed. Hibana looks like it's going over toward NJR. Nuas choosing the striker of all things. A little bit of ramp coming out as well for round number 1. Now, we're going to draw some parallels because it's the game that we have just watched, and maybe you've just watched as well, because we have just seen Cafe, but we saw basically 0 ramp play in our earlier game today, and it kind of was a little bit surprising to me. Sledge is really being preferred quite a lot, not only in that game, but other games here in Salt Lake. It's because of the nades. You got a little bit more ability to destroy some of that utility, as well as just opening the floor, and you can be a little bit more pinpoint accurate with it. But if your job is just to get a big mass open, if your job's volume, Ram's a great tool for that.
Which I think, not only for North America, but for DarkZero in particular, that is a bit more the name of the game on this map. Like, Virtus.pro, we're full clearing, don't get me wrong, but in NA, we love our plans. We love our checklist. We love like our steps and going through them, but also getting maximum value out of that. And if we're talking about vertical destruction for, I have no idea where Newers got that kill. Good for him, though. Shout out. I think it was somewhere around the 2nd floor, I believe. Yes. Somebody sticking their face where it does not belong. Janano has also killed Dash. I also don't know where that was. Running out of the main double door? I don't know, but basically DarkZero have got 2 picks for free, and talking about step by step, the first thing Janano does after getting a kill is throw down the boogie drones and do the vertical.
He probably almost feels bad that he didn't throw the boogie drones down first. Just in case.
He's literally, Callout can't even talk. He's like, Callout, I'm so sorry. I know I should have done the vert first. Going to get that kill was so irresponsible for me. Taking a 50-50 like that. I'm so sorry.
He's already written the apology letter. Starting to see a lot of the site utility destroyed now as well. Perez's Vulcan packs getting popped like balloons right now. There's a lot of flames going down inside of the bakery. Nuxka, not really got anywhere to play right now, and has little option but just to tuck himself in. With all this vert that's been opened, it's going to be quite difficult. A line open into Freezer, but an aggressive angle from Daffo. There was a drone at his feet there. Surely he doesn't survive this. And Nuas picks him up from the bottom of Brown stairs. We do still have a Yokai, and it isn't going to matter. Nuas might be stunned and shocked, but it isn't enough to stop him from getting the kill and the third to close out the round. It is a very good job that Nuez was present and correct and not just an observer for this game, because he was required right there from DZ.
Absolutely load-bearing rehost. Load-bearing tech pause for DZ's success in round 1. Not a spectator, but an active participant on the striker.
Kino's just thrown him a towel. He's had to wipe his hands after that. He's like, that was so I just need to clean up after getting 3 kills.
That's so fun. 4 kills. Newers with a 4K in round 1. Flawless for DarkZero to start. And I think embodying that in spirit, as well as namesake. Also, look at the timing on these engagements. Pre-fire right there, by the way. And also, this was partially timing, but still swinging around at the perfect time when the smoke was just too far beyond white stairs to back up, but not close enough to the double door to tuck into the right. Like, literally could not have timed that engagement better if you, like, set out to do it yourself. Really great stuff from Newers.
Big statement, big round 1 there from DarkZero to kick things off. It has stunned Los into a site rotation here. They've gone from bottom all the way up to top. We've already commented about how this top floor can be a very dicey site for defenders to work in, but they've got a tool that you don't always have. They have the mirror. And mirror windows can provide some brilliant pieces of utility to play behind for these longer holds. You're going to want to try and hold all the way from Cocktail all the way through into Piano, and the mirror is going to assist that. It will be something that has to be dealt with. There's no two ways about it. DZ know this, of course, and they have brought the Kali in order to deal with those mirror windows.
And also to deal with the Kibas, which we did not see last game, is because the Castle Valkyrie ban and not a Mira Azami like we saw in the Virtus.pro game we just saw. So much more bulletproof utility you have to deal with, but specifically those mirror windows that you mentioned and the Kibas that can allow you to play more aggressively inside of Christmas. Newer's going hunting right out the gate. Cannot shoot through those floors, so he can calm Dark Eyes' position, but can't actually do anything about it. We'll know Solus is moving on the second floor, though, and that can be nice. Ooh, fortunate. Jane, I know, is so focused on opening up some of these angles. Perez creeping up behind Akiba, takes him down. That is why Azami gets banned on that site.
It absolutely is. It's a bold play from Perez, but he's the player that is going to be making it. In a lights-out game against 4 AM only a couple of days ago. We know he can be a real big fragger here for Los. Dodging out of the way of the Deathmark tracker there, trying to play a little bit of bait games, but NJR good with the util. Perez on for a second, though. And no one's shown any signs of shutting this player down yet.
I believe that kill he just got, by the way, was all the way from Cigar onto the Cocktail balcony window where Kino was repelled. So, genuinely very long angle he just landed. Newer's now going to try to rotate out the snow door to pick up that diffuser. He's got Deathmark trackers on 3 of the remaining players, but he's not found any impact from them so far. Dark Eyes got the best of him in that situation. Maybe tracking the ward into that Azami will be a better play. DarkZero spending this next minute just waiting.
Look at how buddied up we're seeing Los right now. We've got Nux and Dark right next to each other. Dash and Perez on the flip side. They're playing next to each other as well. So we've got Piano and the top of White Stairs both covered here. Both teams individually able to just hold different sides of the map, and it's forcing DarkZero into a little bit of a split push, but NJR finds one and Nuez with a second. So whereas they've gone from playing two versus ones, now they're both individual.
And Newers has just found 50% of this remaining defense, and it's a 1v1 he can take. He's not losing these right now. It's actually Fultz on that side, excuse me. Said the Azami pushing up. Could swing around the corner right now. Newers so much impact in this game, putting that diffuser down. Not ready for Fultz around the corner. Nothing Nux can do. The diffuser's gone down right next to him, and he's not even noticed. Newers good with the last one. Might be the MVP for DZ so far. But in round 2, that was full team play that gets DarkZero their second.
DZ have done such a massive job of dealing with that. I don't think that Los could have played it much better. They'd split up. They'd gone, right, we're 4 versus 3. We'll just play 2 groups of 2. We can't all just stand on top of one another, but they were at least in position to be able to be traded. Oh, no. Because they overpeaked. They just overplay their hand a little bit, and I don't think they realized just how much control of Cocktail was gained right now from DarkZero. DarkZero, a very active team, not afraid of making a flip reverse change, going from one side of the map all the way to the other and making something happen. I'll be honest. The first couple of kills that came in from Perez, I was thinking, could be a little bit of a sign here. Perez is just sort of running roughshod over them at the moment. DarkZero are able to get a handle on the round very quickly. And again, continue this streak on the attack.
And not only do we have, you know, dominant rounds beginning to end, but they're a really, really strong 3v5 recovery, constantly problem solving, working through the situation in the round, and coming up with a really good solution.
5 seconds remaining.
The exact kind of thing, if you're a Los fan, you don't want to see from DarkZero, that they can make good of both the good and the bad situations.
It feels like another one of those games as well. If you look down at the score, Perez is the only player with any kills.
Both came in that last round as well.
And that's been it. It's a flawless round to start things off, so okay, granted. The nature of flawless round is nobody is going to get kills, but Perez being the only one that was good for anything in that previous round is a bit of an alarm bell. If he can play this game, he can play aggressively over inside of Piano, but doesn't really seem to be phasing DZ too much.
Well, and especially J9O is the player who died to Perez first off last time, and so what does he not do this time? Stick his head in the window. He's like, okay, you got me that one, fair and square. But not only is J9O not on that repel, nobody even spawned basically that side of the map. Everyone else repelled up from other angles. So if Perez had any hope of replicating something like those early Christmas kills, it's not going to happen this time. You'll have the control, but you won't really have much for it. Kino, look at how quickly he's moving in. Spots somebody in Freezer. Tries to take the engagement a second time. How about lucky number 3? No. Goes down, pistol in hand. A little bit of duel. Nuxco winning it on the floor. J9O, next up, still goes down to Perez, this time inside the building. It is one singular trade by DarkZero. It'll have to be a 2v3 rather than a 3v5, as these initial early round plays have not worked out whatsoever. Direct information on the Goyo, but it is the Aruni that is the most immediate problem for Newers, and will likely be the death of him. Never mind, my bad. He's 8-0 right now. He might be 10-0. He could pre-fire this Goyo right around the corner, lights him up. Surely not. Hits the reload. Doesn't drop. Could be an important decision. He sprints around the corner. Hello, what are you doing? Sprint straight into him. I think he thought he dropped. And Newers 10-0 as DarkZero are flawless.
Newers made the sound like he dropped.
No.
It made the sound like he'd moved off the hatch, and but there was no like drop sound of him hitting the floor. But he'd made that like transition sound and just sort of floated for a second and then came back. I'm convinced, absolutely convinced, that Dark thought that he dropped and ran the corner.
Correct.
But boy, oh boy, was it windy in Cocktail. There was a significant breeze. Gale force winds. I have never seen a round finished by a knife in that sort of a circumstance where both players have dumped a mag on one another.
Might be the smartest individual play we've seen in Salt Lake City so far. I need to see that again immediately. I literally don't even care about any of this. I gotta see it. 1v3 for Newers, by the way. 10-0 right now. Look at this. Oh, we don't get to see the fake draw, but the knife to finish. 10-0. We should probably give the admin the MVP for calling that tech pause.
Yeah.
Getting Newers back in. Jesus.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
That magic touch, whatever it was, that got him back into the game. To go 10-0 across the first 3 rounds is very impressive indeed. He's currently got a 327 EPS.
Can we add an extra 50 for the fake hatch drop?
I think we should.
I think.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I'm actually speechless right now. That's one of the best plays I've seen in a while. I love this game, man.
And again, for Los, it feels like there's nothing that they can do right.
What do you do?
3 versus 1? I don't even know that he reloaded. Like, you just locked in.
No, because he did reload. He reloaded once. You know when it was? When he faked the hatch drop.
When he faked the hatch drop, yeah.
And a lot of it comes down, not to spend too much time in that last round, but like, after that, it was very favored for Newers, but like that first kill on the Aruni, he had to nail that headshot.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get that kill, it's a different. Well, he's 10-1 now.
Listen, I'm sure he'll take it. There's only so far that you can push it before you just end up pushing it a little bit too far and over the edge.
Only floating he's doing now is beyond the grave.
Yeah, he's going to float around the cameras, I think. Big start. Not that the opening pick has been that defining, really, for the game so far. Rounds 2, rounds 3, both the opening picks went over toward Los, so it isn't too much of a concern, I don't think, for DarkZero. And they're still going to be able to get in and start to work this mid-floor. They've already taken good control. We've got Hatch getting opened there inside of Dining. And, of course, with J9O on the ram, we've got a bit of an option. But, wow, just finds himself in the Viper's nest. Fultz walked in amongst 3 defenders right there.
Kino has also walked in, just completely amongst the full defense. I believe NGR supporting him from behind. Direct line on the player and coat check, but Los do not need to peek this. They do not need to peek this. The Thorn might be a little bit exposed, but at least for the moment, NGR is focused on pushing into Bakery. Kino now pressuring the Thorn. Any Razor Blooms on this window, perhaps? NGR's got the cutoff. Oh, what a sneaky position this is. The Thorn doesn't know what's about to hit her. Just stuck on the floor. DarkZero constantly finding ways back in. Whether it's Newers in the 1v3, now another 3v5 that DarkZero have not only found equal man count, look at the control they have.
Kino's played a blinder on that Monty there. I've no idea how he's gotten away with hopping in and getting the kill over onto Perez, but just showing some real aggression.
Jesus Christ.
And then gets caught out by the ingredient, the fire. Puts him down pretty low. Isn't going to be too much of a concern, though. He can start to try and move in, and they've got some great information. They know exactly where Nux is right now. J9O just needs to line this one up for him.
Walking around the corner. 1 C4, 1 impact will be the end of it, but NGR sees the barrel. Great pre-fire, flicks around, can't land the kill on Nux. Kino's now got to lock in again. Either him and J9O, pistol or R4C. This Azami has to go down. The impact's gone. At least the Monty might stay alive. Yeah, it's going to be difficult shooting that Kiba. And Nux knows it's coming. Hits the prone. They know where she is, but with no utility, Dark Eyes just slams him in Freezer. J9O next up. It's windy inside a Bakery as it gives the Ram an opportunity to move in, but he's good with the trade. A lot of pistol play so far in these first 4 rounds. But that 1v1, that breaks Los's way.
A lot of pistol play, and not to be mega critical, but a couple of shots being missed by players that we're not really expecting them to miss by. I get that there's high pressure and stuff like that, but we've seen all of these players just sending guided missiles out before. You know, it looks like they've got coordinates sometimes with some of the pre-fires and some of the shots that they're sending out.
To be fair, Newers has hit like 10 absolute just blinders. And I think it makes sense that the other 9 players are whiffing a lot because every single player's like aim is in one guy right now.
Yeah,
and he got killed at the beginning.
That was a mental kill from NJR, by the way. It just looked like he'd shot the gun.
I was about to say. Also, think of how different that round goes. NGR flicks around, gets that Azami. They probably win that.
They probably do. Los, welcome to the scoreboard. This is Defensive Cafe. And up until today, they had a pretty impressive record on it. Still chance to salvage this 3-3 split, which is going to be required in some way because we don't know what Los's attacks are going to be like, but I don't know if they're going to be as good as the way that DarkZero attacks. And I only say that because DZ, it took Newers getting 10 kills over 3 rounds for them to get those 3 rounds.
True, but you have this weird situation where it took 10 kills, but also that was very nearly DZ's second 3v5.
Yeah?
In which they have played not only extremely well individually, but also really understood how to make the most of that situation. And that not only signals great fundamentals, but great belief in the strategy, and the IGLing, and the calling. Great cohesion. They have been, don't get me wrong, these early rounds from DarkZero have been very problematic. I mean, you're still going down 3v5, but got something to be said for very nearly bringing back 2 of those and successfully bringing back 1 of them. Up 3-1. DarkZero looking to try something a little bit different. Didn't mention it as well last round just because things were getting crazy out the gate, but Deimos ban coming out from Los means that Death March will be denied, and so now bringing out the Soliton scanner and the Dokubi in tandem, trying to recreate a lot of that information potential. Also, I do want to point out, ever since J9O went to get that kill instead of throwing down the boogie drones, he's now on Sledge.
Some good information being found from Newers right now. He's actually used one of his nades for a Razor Bloom. He knows that somebody is playing inside of Reading. Unfortunately, Dafo's just going to be a little bit better there. Eventually, we do see Nux get downed by Kino, but not before plenty of other action happens elsewhere. J9O, you were speaking about him. They're out for the count as well, and Dafo might be about to find his second right now. It's taken him a while to get onto the scoreboard, but that kill onto Newers was an important one. Just gets a little tap on the shoulder as he exits and tries to rotate his way in toward Dining. But an equal 3 versus 3, it's a better start for DarkZero. Typically they go down at that portion and aren't successful at trading out some of those opening picks, but at least this time they've been able to hold pace.
The mid rounds have been very scrappy throughout this whole series. Continue to be here. As you pointed out, Kino taking the diffuser. Looking to just send this in really quickly. Well placed Zodo. especially shooting it, that'll signal to Los that they want to commit in this position. Razor Bloom triggered as well. Fire will go off. DarkZero committing on this side of the map, and I think Los are ready for it. Kino down, NJR finished off. Los just, I think, correctly reading the situation there once they see all the utility flying into mining, know where to train their guns, and know that the attack is walking right into the defense. Fultz now to 1v3. Can you replicate Newer's success? Thorn was on red stairs, but Daffo might be the first engagement. These players trying to swing off each other. It'll be Dark with the final. Los 1 round away from tying things up as things got messy in round 5, and DarkZero unfortunately could not quite put it together.
Yeah, I think as soon as you lose J9O on the sledge, you've lost that ability to clear out the top floor. You can't get open the floor as much, and you're going to have players tucked away, hiding around inside a train, and there's not really that much that you can do about it. And I think that that's why we just end up seeing a bit of a desperate attempt at a sort of push-in through sight. Kino there with his back directly to the player that was tucked into train was signal enough that Dafo's position here was just totally unknown. And it's because you haven't had sufficient vert, have you? And collateral or sort of consequential damage from the opening portion of the round. If you don't always get through with your soft breacher, you maybe have a little bit more of a tougher time later on. Some great recovery from Los right now. There's a real chance that they level this up 3-3 and give themselves as good a chance as possible. They're going to be going to this top floor once again here. They've still got the mirror to play with, so it makes a lot of sense. There's the arena that got targeted out there as the final ban for DarkZero. As you already mentioned, the Deimos has gone as well here, hence we've seen a little bit of Snake play introduced, but even that hasn't had the desired effect. Nua's played Snake last round and it didn't really do too much. So I think the mindset this time is maybe going to be a little bit more about control. It's understanding where they are as a team a little bit more, routing players to the spot with the Lion Scan, and of course locking off those rotates with some of the air jabs.
DarkZero in need of a stronger foundation. Outside of that flawless from round 1, it was that 3v5 in round 2, then the 1v3 from Newers in round 3. But ever since the second round, Los have started things off 5v4 or 5v3. DarkZero have been completely lacking from any kind of foothold or initial base that they can then launch some kind of further attack from. They've had to fight for every bit, and they've fought quite admirably. They have a lead. But Los have actually been setting the pace of this game very consistently over the course of this entire defensive half. Nobody fallen just yet. But I'm curious if we'll see DarkZero maybe go for that same full clear and try to channel some of that, of course, success we saw earlier on, but now on a different site. Dark thinking about running out. Worried about an air jab, rightly so. Here's the sound cue. One player just about to look down. NJR ready for it. If there's any player I want on DarkZero, or I know who's going to be ready for that, it's this guy.
Ripping down the barricade does make noise. We do understand that, right? Like, I know that we're trying to like sneakily shoot the air jab, but you've just ripped a whole barricade down. NJR ain't making that mistake. C4 swings and misses here. NJR can go in with some explosives of his own. They're really trying to deal with this Pixel player right now. And Perez has got nowhere to go. The Monty, only going to be a matter of time until that starts bearing down on him as well. There is a bit of potential from Dash as a bit of a white run out, but with J9O's position right now, he's not really giving himself up.
I do find Paris' choice not to shoot the X-Kairos interesting, because I am pretty sure they know he's there, but maybe they forgot. It is entirely possible. See, people forget things all the time. Hear the Monty creeping around the corner. Assume he'll check Pixel. Dash also creeping up red. NJR again ready for this flank. Single-handedly shutting down everything that Los tries to throw at DZ. Anything to disrupt the attack. The AK-12 has an answer for it. Now 4v2 as Fultz has pushed all the way over to Cocktail. Bit trapped in a corner right now. Just finds the edge of his shoulder. But DarkZero have allowed that Monty to die, baited Los in, and closed out the half with a lead.
Fultz has played that so well. They knew exactly where Perez was inside a Pixel. They knew exactly where the players were over toward Lumber. Yeah, he dies to Daffo, but the pinch has already been set up.
You guys hear me?
Yes.
The only thing we got to fix for this defensive side, fellas, is make sure that we're detaching the comms a bit towards the end of the round. Like we said, like we fucking kind of threw one just to be a little too razzed up at the end.
Yeah, down reg a bit.
Simmer down a little bit, down reg, and then also too, like the other thing, like it also applies on defense. When your teammate's going for something, we got to be faster to help each other. There were a couple of rounds there we let Junior out to dry, like on the coffee one, Bulker there with the Montang. We just have got to go. If your teammate's in a shit situation, we need to help them. Go for it. If we don't need help, you want to leave them out to dry, that's fine. But like, our intention is to fucking help now, not later. That's what I'm getting at. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We got to be fucking faster. Talk the nuts off that.
Heard that. And then defense game plan. Be aware of like rushes and like fast splits. Like especially Dash all used to love doing that on wild.
They're probably going to try to start out
early
with
walks,
just to like just to like shift the momentum, just be aware of it early. But
Yeah.
Don't again as well. When we're going into this, we're not playing it safe this first
Oh
round.
yeah.
I want to see
Just
if
let
we
your
take
not
a
hang.
fight.
Let your not hang in your spot.
Yeah.
Play
Yeah,
some
mid
swagger.
Yeah.
Thanks, Deba.
Let's do it Ukrainian, no? Yeah, let's do it Ukrainian.
Pô, perder aqui não muda nada, tá ligado? Então, vamos...
Aí gera full 4-2 pra nós, guys. Tá ligado? Recuperar é só pôr a cabeça no lugar, mano. Vocês já viraram uma chavinha durante o que já foi melhor que a partida de ontem. Você levar pra resto da partida agora.
Vamos botar fudendo nesse cara agora. A gente ataca bem esse mapa, tipo, taticamente a gente vai conseguir ir bem, tá ligado? Só é mais a gente mesmo nessas situações de round assim, a gente mantém mais a calma, mano. Menos nervosismo, tá ligado? A gente deixa o nervosismo jogar, tá ligado? Vamos ver como é que os caras estão jogando também, se eles estão jogando mais pra givar mesmo, se é o padrão que eles vão repetir, se eles estão peitando full, a gente joga mais pra punir. Não, o plano de jogo tá bonitinho, vai dar bom, tá ligado? Eu vou calar aqui os bagulho, vai dar bom. Só vamos ficar de boa, realmente. Tipo, respira fundo, tranquilo, tá ligado? E continua jogando o jogo. De boa.
É isso aí. É isso, né? Vambora, né? Virou 4-2, mano. Virou na moral, velho. Dá pra gente ganhar de boa, mano. Bora cima. Vambora, dá. Vambora.
Well, some strong words from Call It at the beginning of that tactical timeout, and of course focusing on some of the issues he saw in the attack that could also translate to their defenses, but also big call at the beginning not to play it safe.
Yeah, it was a little bit strange, wasn't it? Obviously, I think the coaches talk quickly on purpose because they know they've got a limited amount of time. And those guys talk to each other all the time, so we're kind of trying to like glean as much as we can. But there was something about not playing this first round safe. I just want to know what that looks like.
Well, and I think we heard part of it in that timeout as well. They're worried about Los rushing, trying to disrupt and change the momentum.
They want to counter that.
I was about to say, it might be part of the thing, kind of meeting strong force with a strong defense as well. And not playing it safe as in just trying to disrupt Los in the process as they might go for a rush. We'll see if that actually happens, of course. But I don't think it's a bad read and not a bad idea, and also just something to keep the team aware of as a possibility. That's a nice thing about the timeouts. You don't have to literally predict what's going to happen, but in that short minute or two, if you're able to kind of remind them of a bunch of different options going into round 7, that can be the most impactful.
It's all going to be stuff that's been discussed before. It's just a little reminder. It just takes a little bit of the mental strain off having to remember everything as well. Or indeed have everything written down and you rifling through sheets of A4 on your desk. we often see players with reams of paper. It can sometimes alleviate a little bit of that in some way. Obviously, the call for helping one another as well, helping now and not later. If someone needs help, try and be that person. And obviously, we have to focus on DZ's timeout a little bit more because we can understand call out a lot better than we can understand Hugzord, unfortunately, because we do not speak the language. But it's what we can glean.
But the one consistent thing I think we've seen from Los is actually Dash being very, very, very vocal. Every timeout we've seen from them. Obviously, we're also looking at the second event. Hugzord maybe talked for the first and not the second, but Dash has always been quite vocal, so that is one thing I've seen that is consistent. I wanted to point out, very vocal player in these timeouts for Los. First defense from DarkZero will be mining and dining. We'll see what not playing it safe looks like. One way it might be is that there are only 2 defenders on the bottom floor, but it's also a second floor cafe defense. 3 players upstairs isn't exactly playing it dangerous.
The thing is, not playing it safe on cafe really excites me because that could be anything. That could be C4s out of hatches. It could be a load of spawn peaks. Okay, granted, we're probably past both of those points at the moment. But what does it mean in terms of where they're going to play and how they're going to rotate on this top floor? We've got a bit of a stack up right now. Perez, he's going to be waiting at the top of that red hatch along with Dash. We've got J90. He's been allowed to play on the Azami. He's got a bit of a labyrinth being built here inside a piano. He will be known there on Pixel, though.
Known in Pixel, but also Nux. Known moving down red stairs, both him and Perez trying to push down quickly. Honestly, DarkZero, they're not playing it safe, but as Los tried to go for a rush, that might be the more impactful comp from that tack timeout because it's a quick play down red that DarkZero completely ready for. We going to start off a half with another flawless round? It seems we will. DarkZero, second of Cafe so far, and call out with the perfect read at that timeout.
I don't even know if that was not playing it safe, though. They just won every gunfight.
True.
They were in the right place at the right time. They had a good idea of how that hold was going to pan out. I mean, it's Cafe. There's only so many things that you can do.
But callout was like, be careful for a rush. They might try to change the momentum. And what do we see? Within the first minute, Monty sprinting down red stairs.
Yeah. Big opener. Big opener indeed. 4-2 to 5-2. Big old shift here for DarkZero. Nice kill there. that was just one of those that lines up perfectly for you.
It's not. It doesn't make you go crazy, but you're like, that was nice.
There's just something really, really satisfying about that Uzi.
I was thinking the same thing yesterday. I don't remember. It was one of the 8 Fortress games we casted, but it was one in which somebody was, you know, that like single window on the old tower side where somebody was ratting yesterday. Do you remember?
Oh yeah.
I don't remember which player it was, but they did like. They just perfectly traced the player as they were spraying into the like lean into like standing straight up. And with the Uzi, it just looked so clean.
It's like a dum 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 dum. You know.
It's the sound too. The sound is so much for weapons. Like
that is actually scientific though. I'm sure that there's been a study on that.
It probably is.
Guns that sound a certain way in games actually feel like they're stronger or more preferred.
You know what? I feel that way about the M4.
Yeah.
I really like the M4 sound for some reason. All right. Well, that's not playing it safe.
No, that's playing it decidedly risky.
Did he? The bakery door is solid.
No, that's got a small hole in it.
Oh.
There's a tiny hole.
Well, that's an unfortunate start for Daffo. Good luck with the vertical destruction, but still have the buck at least.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of redundancy there, hasn't there? It's not like we've just seen a single soft breacher being brought, but Buck's use is the same as Ram. Obviously, you can open up a soft floor, but I feel like on Cafe, there is such an advantage to those big, long lines that the Boogie Drone gives. It's of course one less body to get into the building as well and to start calling things as clear, so it will definitely slow Los down a little bit here. Dark just going to be hanging around here at the bottom of White. He has the door open, but you better be believing that someone's playing over inside of Christmas, because that is just not an area that goes unchecked. J9O going to be watching that angle, and I'm pretty sure he'll be happy to watch that pixel for as long as he is able to, especially with that DMR. One wrong move from Dark Eyes here, and he will be caught out. That much is for certain. He's got to wait for the rest of his team to get into this top floor and to start working this vert.
This is also, no matter the operator, this is usually the position Dark plays when Los are attacking on Cafe, at least from what I can recall from that Fluxo W7M game. So I also think based on DarkZero's prep that JNO is not going to be surprised by this whatsoever. Very normal stuff. Also, by the same token, Tuberao playing White with a DMR. Nobody's going to be surprised by anything on either side of those engagements. Some pre-placed Kibas on vertical angles that we just saw. Not a use we often see, but one we will in this case.
I think if there's armies available and you can make it a little bit safer, why not? Nice challenge there from Nuas, just letting him know that he's there. There are a couple of these holes now being opened, and DZ do have to be careful in which space they are starting to operate in. As we enter the final minute, that's a nice little Kiba on the light fitting there as well. You can see that heavy stack up of players for Los all hanging around here inside a fireplace, getting ready for that drop.
They hit it, but Nux took the low HP by, I believe, a C4 from JNO, now put to 1 HP. Still going for that diffuser. Perez pops NJR all the way down in Bakery. At the very last second, Kino is able to find the diffuser. Perez going big. Massive double kill as DarkZero find the planter in the off spot, but at least in the kills, things are going well for Los. They are 9 in hand. Azami around the corner. Surely he can read this, but it's an excellent crossfire. Newer still gets it, but either him or the Fenrir was going to take down the Glaz. Dark now thinking he can maybe do better. He finds the brief gap, but Kino's still good with the trade. And now Dash, stuck in barbed wire, will reveal his position. Kino might go prone and end up losing his life in the process. Downed. Where is J9O? This guy's still over bottom White. Will run in. The buck might fall off. Just get him around the corner. He gets him! J9O committing just a little too much. And with 0.7 seconds remaining, Dash steals it away.
That is not a play that you see made every day. J9O, very uncharacteristic for him to mess up one of those 1 versus 1s like that. I must admit, I am quite surprised. Surprised in that he was still all the way over in Christmas, and then surprised that he just headlong sprints over toward the planter, because that is like rule number 1. Some massive kills here from Perez in an attempt to cover the plant going down. And in the moment you think, oh great, Perez is covering the plant, but it just wasn't enough.
Oh. He's so close too, you could tell. He's like, oh, I know he's going to fall off, I'll get tucked in the corner, but just the angle right there. Not a whole lot you can do at that point. Very near loss by J9O, as the 3v3 was generally played very well. Also got to give a lot of credit to Perez getting both of those kills, almost 3 kills on that spray, with the Azami very nearly lining up with the second player he got. But Los, huge 1v1 from Dash. Keeps them competitive, keeps them in. Also, maybe switches the momentum a little bit, not based off a rush, but just a normal attack. Just going for an execute in through Freezer. Again, a bit normal based on what we've seen from them previously, but still making it work. reading and dining now. DarkZero will attempt setting up to that third floor. And GR bringing out the Solus for the first time this defensive half. So we do have some traps. Generally speaking, I think the core of these defenses has been the Azami.
I feel like it's time for a bit of a newest check-in. 2 kills since round number 3.
He bought them like 3 rounds.
He did. He's bought them 3 rounds, and that's fantastic. But it looks like he might need to buy in a few more.
Perhaps.
Only because we're not seeing that same level of contribution, right? Kino and J9O both looking a little bit quiet there. 4 and 6, 4 and 5. Now, Kino, historically, not always a player that you look toward for kills, but in the honeymoon phase of kickoff NAL that we've had, Kino's been gunning.
And also, this might be my memory failing me, but I believe on that Rebellion game we saw, Kino actually was the top performing player in that match. So, have seen it before, have seen it on this map potentially. Not seeing it at the moment, but still 4 and 6 playing smoke. We got normal Kino numbers in a normal Kino position right now. Pixel cleared by Los. Nade going in, destroying the shield. The normal tit for tat. In the early game of a third floor player, when that utility's in place. Early smoke usage is Fultz. I think through the hatch, maybe finds him, or on red stairs as well. I think Perez was over on the red stairs side. Either way, with the Uzi. Only the nades, but I believe Perez might have had 2 track stingers in pocket as well, and that one we sorely missed. Kino quite liberal with these smokes. Softening up the Monty, and again, clearly must have been red stairs because Fultz just spotting it through the hatch. Now DarkZero up 5-1 as NJR not playing it safe, but topping out in a 5v2. That's just, you got the liberty to do so.
You get full permission from me, and I'm sure from a lot of other people, to send yourself out of the window there. Dark, left in a bit of an impossible task right now. I think the way that DZ have played that opening portion, baiting that Monty and using Fultz down below.
Really excellent.
Fultz is so vulnerable down there. Like, okay, he's probably got a couple of razor balloons that are keeping him safe, a bit of an early warning system. But realistically, he's not got too much else going for him. Demonstrated in the fact that Dark Eyes has been able to take him out there. When I say that, I mean he's not got a team surrounding him that's supporting him. Instead, he's kind of the backstab. He's using his other teammates to bait in, and then he can work through that, and it's worked really well. Dark still has a hell of a long way to go here. Yeah, he might get in, might recover the diffuser, but he's still kind of got to half clear this top floor, and the site's below him.
He's got to half clear the top floor, and I was a bit worried when I saw Kino up there, but Kino's actually hopped back down into pillar and has joined the rest of the team, so this is now going to be fully difficult. All 3 defenders right next to each other. Dark with only 15 seconds remaining. Has 2 Bs, so can maybe log off some angles, give himself better information. Kino, ooh, maybe getting a little too aggressive, but Dark also in a bit of an info gap. A lot of time's been wasted as well. Not the worst in the grand scheme of things, but really be careful. Don't swing here. 2 seconds remaining. Let's not overcomplicate it. Let's just wait and play it normally. DarkZero will do that. Up 6-3 now on Cafe. Los with a hill to climb if they want to stave off an elimination match.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit more likely for Los at this point, isn't it? They've been good for 1 round on this attack so far, and they're going to choose now to take their tactical timeout. Give themselves a little bit of time to stabilize. And they need it. Let's be honest. They've been unsuccessful in every single round so far on the opening engagement. Okay, that hasn't mattered every time. They won round 8 and they'd lost the opening pick. But they're not giving themselves the same advantage that we saw them have when they themselves were on the defense, and they did a brilliant job. 4 out of 6 rounds on that opening engagement, consistently putting DZ down a man, or in some cases even 2, and forcing some big clutch play out of Nuas in particular.
And we really haven't seen that same thing on the side of Los. I mean, we just saw Dark 3K in a round they lost. Flawless from DarkZero to start. It has been pretty non-existent for Los, unfortunately. In both rounds I mean, the 1 round they won, obviously coming down to a 1v1, a very close execute that DarkZero were keeping them competitive in literally the entire time. See how the bans might affect things going forward. Monty ban for DarkZero, I don't think that's a big shock. Nux has ran it every round. Might still bring the Blackbeard if they're so inclined. Doesn't need to. But I think Los banning the Azami, it's an obvious one, but I think it's the necessary one. It's been basically the only consistent operator for all of DarkZero's defenses so far, and has also allowed people to play either more aggressively in Christmas, to make themselves a little bit easier on the 3rd floor. Just, it had to go.
I think Cafe is brutal. I really do. Because you have to get rid of a castle, a mirror, and an Azami. So as the attackers, you know that you're going to be going up against everything else, because they are basic requirements here. And it's, as you say, only when you get to this point that you can actually round out that 3rd ban as well. So it's kind of a pick your poison up until that moment. And again, we're seeing that transition now from DZ, whereas they've been playing a lot of Architect's ability. Now they're going to default back a little bit, I guess, into some more information.
And you can see through not only the operator bans, but all of DZ's strategy, like they really understand what makes Cafe strong for the attack and what you have to do to counter it. Because Cafe, similar to Chalet, a lot of exterior angles. You sit outside the window, you get on a rappel, you can see so much of the third floor specifically. So what do? You bring Castle, you bring Mira, you bring Azami, you bring all these things that make it a lot more difficult for the people to play on rappel and to push forward. NJR, not playing it safe. We'll back off. But what's the next substitute for that? Cade Tuber out that we're seeing. You can't necessarily block off the doorways or bring a mirror window. Fine, you'll just block off the walls and make them basically unbreachable and give you a bit of a safer fortress to play behind on the third floor.
Tub's really popular as well at the minute just because of the DMR and the Zoto canister. It's got a lot of nice interactions with different pieces of kit. The one that we're seeing a lot of at the moment is, of course, the Damoth Deathmark. That gets disabled if you are in your Zoto, so you'll see two brows just thrown at the feet, thrown on the wall, and then as soon as the Deathmark has failed, they will just destroy it and continue life as normal. Dark Eyes, a little bit more conscious of this run-out game that DZ have been a bit more than happy to take part in, let's say. This Cocktail side has seen its fair share of action so far. It was NJR in a previous round. Don't know that it's going to be a consistent theme, but the shackles have definitely been removed from DarkZero as they are playing this defense in the best way that you can play a Cafe defense, and that is be loose, be aggressive, and don't be too afraid to send yourself out there into the fight.
Ooh, Jane, I know, really difficult spot right now. Lit up by the cameras. Ooh, and now Daffo pushing up as well. Really great pinch by Los. Basically every angle being made use of. Hera's finding another. This is what we needed to see coming out of the TAC timeout. A great pinch on the top floor. Another kill on Newers on the opposite side. And Fulps' Maestro has literally dropped down below, maybe trying to play the cams late and go unspotted by the defense, maybe or go by the attack, and maybe going for a rotate as well. Either way, DarkZero now trying to hide.
Two players from DZ with a C4 in the hand for a brief time there. NJR was looking to try and make something happen onto balcony. Kino the same. Kino, unfortunately, now will be down and finish off Daffo on for two. I think NJR is asking for a lot out of this single C4 that he holds, and it's fortunate that Fultz has the Alder because he's definitely going to be taking more than one engagement.
It is good, but I also think some of these players have slipped in through Pillar. I don't know how aware they are of NJR's position. You can see Dark is aware of it, but neither of them are looking. They both line up for the TCSG, but there's no way out for NJR. Back against the wall with the shotgun in hand. He needs to win these engagements. Buck will pick up the diffuser, make his way in. Any impact NJR could have on that player will be completely mitigated, but this is not the site. It's mining and dining that Los have to break through, and they've not made it in just yet. Fultz also has the angle inside of B site, so A's the main option. Direct information as Fultz pushes through, catches him as he walks in. That's diffuser dropped. NJR with a third. Surely not another clutch. Down to a 1v1. Will it all be won by an Evil Eye? With only 6 seconds remaining, Fultz gets on, starts zapping him. It is like it's 2019 all over again as Daffo, with only 1 HP, gets the diffuser down. Backs up down white. But NJR has some information. Fultz, hearing it, will pop the smoke. Hibana waiting on white, just backing up, knows she cannot overplay her hand with no flashes. She has to win the fight or win this on time. Fultz switching to the bailiff, just hears her run down, being tempted. Completely outplayed for the moment, so he'll go for the attempt. Daffo now sprinting up, barely moves the wrong way. Fultz around the corner, can't land the shot. And Los still in the fight.
I don't think Daffo could have played that any better if he had tried. Always difficult, always very techie when the diffuser's down in that 1v1. Fultz had some disadvantages. He's playing Maestro, a little bit slow. He's got the Alder. Great weapon for multiple engagements and a bit of spray transfer, but in the 1v1, he was favouring the bailiff a little bit there, and I think as soon as he starts moving down the stairs, a little bit slow, a little bit noisy, he's just going to give the game away a bit too much. Brilliant plant position by Daffo, and there was so much information available as well. The Maestro camera, it came so close to doing all of the heavy lifting, all of the hard work, but that kill there from Daffo onto NJR, blind spray through the wall. You can see Daffo just getting away with, what, maybe 15 HP, something like that. a shame because both players, both NJR and Fultz, had done so much work. They'd done all of the work to keep his team in it. NJR had no business getting 3 kills from the same spot.
He had no business getting out alive from that spot.
Well, he didn't.
Well, he almost did. For about 0.5 seconds he did.
Yeah.
That was also a wall bang, I think.
Oh, it was.
From
It was
Dapo.
just blind, yeah. I mean, he knew exactly where he was.
Well,
it was just a good spray. But he's still with the bearing. It's still quite impressive.
Nail-biter for Los just to keep themselves competitive at a 4-6. Still got 2 rounds to go, and you can say anything about DarkZero in this matchup. When they are down, you cannot count them out. We've had 3v5 successful and failed, a very nearly successful 2v5 now on the defense. Seems they're better when they're in the disadvantage, and well, I basically heard Callout say the same thing when he was coaching SSG.
It's strange because 3 out of 4 Los rounds have come off the back of clutches. Whether that be 2 versus 1 or 1 versus 1 clutches, they have really had to dig deep for everything here. The same can be said in some ways for DarkZero.
For both of
They've
them.
had some big performances. It's mainly been in the multi-kill department. It's been multi-kills that have defined the game so far for DZ. A little bit less so on the clutches. Nuez, of course, had a great 1 versus 3. But aside from that, it's mainly been about these multi-kills. Opening pick in the last round did go the way of Los, and they were able to convert it. It's been one of those rare occasions where the attacks have gotten that opening pick here. But I think the DZ now need to transition from playing loose and fast to just sort of tightening it up a little bit. Not that it's been a huge problem for them, but they have consistently found themselves down on these defenses and still in positions that have been winnable.
Especially after losing a heartbreaker like that, where you really start to believe towards the end there. It's not going to chalk the mental, but you're definitely going to be quite bummed and disappointed you weren't able to make it. Good impact by Newers. I feel like a classic at this point. If you throw it down and you don't have a lot of pressure on code check, it's just a very logical impact to throw. So Dafo with 1 boogie drone remaining, have to decide do you want to go with the normal line or try to open that one and risk getting it impacted again. A lot of time being stalled, not only with the Vulcan pack that was on top of the hatch, burning 20 seconds, but hunting down this Electro Claw. Just find it now with 1 minute 15 seconds to go. So can opener placed on the hatch, and Los will continue with their vertical clear, but we've already spent 2 minutes. This round has flown by.
Not only that, but you've also got the Zoto canister as well that's just furthering that slowdown of opening up the hatch. So everything over there looking fairly congested right now. We're starting to see a little bit of action happen elsewhere, a little bit of focus over toward White, but the main focus, last time we saw this site defended, was in that freezer area, and still the hatch hasn't been opened. I believe it's just gone off now, but that's 40 seconds left on the clock, so there's not long worrying about, oh, when are they going to drop it, because there's not a lot of time. They're going to be dropping it pretty soon.
And keep in mind, a big part of the reason Los even had a chance was Perez finding a big double as they were moving in with the defuse plant. This time, they fully flood in behind the ROU projectors. Nux going for an even further off spot, planting across from the normal position. DarkZero still anticipates that with the smoke, and while Fultz takes down Newers, it's only a 4v4 because then NJR gets a kill afterwards. But in the post, Los had much better odds than they were on this previous bakery post plant. And now with an advantage, now with a dominant one at that. NJR again with it all to do. It'd have to be one of those rare DZ 1vx's, maybe 15. Peeking out of VIP. NJR could certainly find this, but the odds of him getting the other 2 decreasing drastically as these seconds tick by. Only 5 to go until that diffuser's gone, and it seems even 15 will escape his grasp. Los, when they needed it most, don't have a clutch, don't have a multi-kill, just a good round.
Finally. Not that we've not seen some good rounds up until this point, but that was just some good old-fashioned siege, right? We got the ROU projector being sent in from upstairs. So much pressure and focus. I mean, they couldn't have telegraphed it more as to where they were going to be getting that plant down and what their intentions truly were. Brilliant off-site plant, or off-position plant. The smoke still did its job, but it was just too late. The plant's already gone down at that point. And when you've got Perez as a big unknown factor, hiding in there behind kitchen, nobody knew that he was there. And he gets a kill for free, and that just throws it all for a loop.
I also love that little touch at the end as well with the player hopping across the double window, just waiting in case maybe somebody like runs through and he's not having to do like double duty or caught doing something. He's literally just sitting right there ready for it. Also maybe even just baiting out, putting a body in that position so people might shoot the wrong person. Just some layers for Los's attempt at a plant there and successful one. Forcing a tactical timeout from DarkZero as it seemed round 9 that we were having a very clear game. I mean, almost a flawless round in round 9. It was Dark in a 1v5. And now since then, Los, round 10, putting together a really strong performance A low time, but still very effective freezer drop, just like they did before, with a small adjustment to the plant spot. Now just 1 round away. DarkZero, all they need is 1. We've been saying that for a while now at this point. And at a certain point, that presumption has to be given away. It has to be overcome. Mining will be potentially the final defense of Cafe. One we have seen DarkZero win, but it was all the way back at the beginning of this half. It was a flawless to start, but a lot of siege has happened between round 7 and round 12. We'll see if it's a lot more like that first one, or if it's a lot more like these past few defenses, with Los just having an edge.
Los have switched on in a lot of ways, though. I think they've started playing a much better game. They're really sticking to their playstyle right now. Fultz, he was waiting at the invisible barrier before the clock struck 3 minutes so he could run out and deal with that drone. Looking to starve as much information as possible away from Los right now. The information has been working quite well for them, but I think it's the overall strategy and their overall plan. It's just been, they've not been willing to compromise on it. And sometimes that's what it takes. It takes an uncompromised plan and be like, no, we know that this is good. We know that we can get a plan down and we know that we can work an advantage here. That's what Los have done so far. They haven't been dragged into a lot of these little mini games that DZ are wanting to play. That's the best way to be. You've got to play your own game, not play the game that is put in front of you necessarily. At least over the last couple of rounds, that's the style that Los have gone for. Perez already looking to try and cut off some of these rotations as Gridlock is a firm favourite on this map, and it's joined this time by double flank watch. We've also got the Nomad being brought to play as well by Dark.
Trying to make sure that nobody can slip up through red stairs, slip up through white. Especially with Fultz on the Solus, something you have to worry about. Kino has also been eager to go for that retake, though he's generally been shut down over the course of this series. Be an early duel between the Gridlock and the Aruni. Aruni tries to catch players off guard, but might just be spotted. Perez takes down J9O inside of Freezer. It's still an advantage for DZ, but Perez could equal it right here, but Newers in an important engagement retains it for DarkZero. Dark also such low HP, might have survived. But now Los, with 1:15 seconds to go, need to put their heads together and figure it out.
And it feels very reductive. But what have DarkZero done? They've gone into the DMRs. They've lent into what is most strong right now in the game. And they've gone, yep, we're going to hold some long angles. We are going to take you out as you enter on in. You can set up all your flank watch. You can set up all your protection. But that isn't going to matter because we're just going to dig in deep. And we are just going to hold ourselves back, get a couple of kills, and bam, everyone's dropped off that top floor. Dark still left droning around there to figure out just exactly what's going on. You can see his drone moving up white stairs now, just to further confirm to Nux that he is, in fact, on his own up here. But Dark not really in too much of a position to be taking multiple engagements either. And a severe lack of any sort of soft breach. Not even as much as a breaching charge available for Dark on that Nomad. Instead, it's just going to be a barrel down white.
Use that 1B as much as you can. The 3 guns opposite them will hit like a truck. Kino around the corner as well. Just 1 bullet, all that's necessary would be more than sufficient. But Dark still takes down Newers. It's an immediate trade. Can Nux find it? Gets the pre-fire. NJR with 10 seconds remaining. 15 kills, but if Nux can find it, if he can find it, DarkZero buckle down, lock in for round 12, and after 1 timeout, find themselves in the promotion.
NJR didn't need much of an invitation there to pick up that final kill. It was a mere glimpse that he got, flashing across the monitor, but that's all it took. Newers, of course, the MVP in the series, were kind of overshadowed by NJR's consistent contribution throughout. DZ are going to advance now. We're going to hit a break. We'll be back right after this.
Well, it was a crazy start to Cafe, but by the end of those couple rounds, while Los mounted a good comeback, it was DarkZero winning round 12 with just some pretty normal siege and some pretty normal fodder on Cafe.
It was good though, wasn't it? You know, we saw some really
good.
clutchy rounds. We saw a lot of big multi-kills and some big individual moments on both sides of the coin, whether it was Nuers, whether it was... But ultimately, it came down to what? It just came down to good old-fashioned siege. And Low showed us some of that themselves. They were able to engineer a couple of nice plants on some of their attacking rounds, but the work that DZ had put in at the top of the day was just a little bit too much. We spoke about Nuers at great length. He only ended 13-6. He got 10 kills in the first 3 rounds and then was pretty quiet. It was NJR, the postman. He always delivers.
And talk about somebody who was putting in the work. It was NJR, just consistent 1, 2, 3 kills every now and then over the course of the series. But just as he is quiet, so was his performance, but impactful it was. Really great stuff from DarkZero, and they find themselves in the promotion game. Los now down 1-2, but I believe that, as H-Stream has also ended, that is it for the best of ones, I think, in Salt Lake City. It is only best of 3s from here on out. On this stream, right after this, we have CAG versus 5 Fear, so don't go anywhere. We got that coming right up right after this.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the B Stream. I am Harrison Crowbroder. This is my partner, John Fellow, currently standing on a box, Zutch, so that he appears
Two
taller.
boxes, actually.
Yeah, that's why he's so. That's why he's so massive. Anyway, we get the privilege of kicking off what I personally feel are the most exciting matches. We get the elimination best of threes. We are saying goodbye to 2 teams by the end of today.
Yeah, unfortunately on the A stream, everyone got too tired of seeing JJ lose yesterday, so now we've been moved down to the B stream, but I'm really hopeful for them today. You know, they had some tough competition. It was FaZe, you know, the back-to-back world champions, Virtus.pro, a really solid team with their new additions like Rorik, for example. So now going up against CAG, they might have a better shot because they've also had some major struggles in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, I think the other light at the end of the tunnel that we have to consider for 5 Fears were their opponents, right? FaZe Clan and Virtus.pro for your first 2 international matches ever is kind of crazy. Meanwhile, CAG and 5 Fears did bring those games close, right? 7-5 FaZe overtime against VP. CAG's games not necessarily quite as close, but we can find out what our battlegrounds are going to be for this match. Of course, again, we are moving to best of 3s because both teams are 0-2, and we are on the 3 newest maps in the pool.
I don't think we've gotten the chance of casting Fortress so far in the SLC Major. So I'm really excited to see this for 5 Fears, who are currently flawless on this map. Lair is also a very interesting map as well, very dynamic because of its size. And Labs, isn't that our favorite map still, Harrison?
Labs, I would say it's up there. Labs is pretty solid. I don't the ranked community, some people for some reason don't like Labs, but Labs is an incredibly solid map. And if we want to hone in on map number 1, Fortress, as we load into the game. Like John said, 5 Fears have played this map 3 times. They played it all in kickoff, and they were flawless. They did not lose it once. It is easily their best map. CAG, on the other hand, have not played it yet.
Maybe hiding it for the more important matches. Again, if they lose this series, they're eliminated from the Major. One thing I will say, as I was hyping up 5 Fears quite a lot, the operators that CAG like to bring have been a challenge for 5 Fears when it's brought against them. You know, the Azami is a big example. Virtus.pro brought Azami religiously in that best of 1 game, and it felt like not a single time 5 Fears could clear out those keeper barriers despite having nades, you know, despite having Vert Ops occasionally. So if that isn't banned by 5 Fears, I'd be really concerned for them on this starting attacking half. CAG also love to bring out the Clash. She's a fantastic operator for stopping those heavy execute-focused compositions, really slowing down the final moments of an execute. And 5 Fears are also a very plant-dominant attacking team, so there could be a lot of collision between both CAG and 5 Fears in this best of 3. Starting out with the Blitz and Cade ban, not really, again, not too shocking. Again, I mentioned 5 Fears, very aggressive, very execute-focused, so having him gone makes tons of sense. So with the Blackbeard, and I talked about how problematic Clash could be, I'm also not surprised that it'll be the final ban for 5 Fears after getting rid of the Cade.
And this is also the map that, 5 Fears kind of came to be known for that double shield play on Blitz and Blackbeard with Forrest and JJ, so it makes a ton of sense that CAG do not want to deal with either of those operators. On the other side, of course, 5 Fears. Cade and Clash, like you mentioned, they're really good here on Fortress. They're also 5 Fears' most banned defenders here on Fortress. They ban them instantly in almost every single map they play of Fortress. Also, Anaton on Clash. I don't think you want to deal with that.
No. Just for some preference, too, we had a couple questions about this on the A stream yesterday. Zaka is Kelly, or Arculi, sorry, not Arch. Some people had that question in chat the other day. I figured I'd clarify that before going into the match. And get the mispronunciation out of the way early beforehand. I can't believe I just made that mistake there. But hey, Harrison, lock in. Let's lock in.
My bad.
We've got the starting round here on Bathroom and Offices for CAG. Shurip on the Azami, again, very challenging defender that 5 Fears have struggled with dealing with in the past. They do still have some shield presence, though. Forrest on the Montaigne, kind of being in that shot caller position, can give out a lot of crucial information, maybe setting up players like Snake for a pinch, Fens as well. On the solid Snake, I know we had that issue the other day as well, having both Snake and the operator Snake on the same lineups for them. So tons of information at the disposal of 5 Fears. And I also like the Aurora play. I wonder if we'll see that more towards the later part of the round, maybe just to help establish the execute and deal with some of those longer angles that can be a bit of a problem when trying to go for that play on this site.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see this team without the double shield combo, because most of the time banned against them is stuff like the Glaz and the Snake, maybe one of the shields, but not both at the same time. So A minute in, 5 Fears establishing presence outside of Horse with Fens on the cannon window. JJ and Rival, of course, on that roof just outside the Horse doorway. Snake clearing in down below on the Deimos. Again, going to have to keep track of who's actually on the Snake. Monty jumping in. Forrest running right past the stairwell, trying to pressure out Zaka in Horse. The Fenrir mine blinding the Monty momentarily before Forrest starts to back up. Zaka, of course, very aware of this player on his doorway. I believe that's the Aurora of Rival. Cutting off his bathroom door, isolating the Fenrir. He knows he's got to get back, but he's getting cut off by the window here. Fens is going to have to be careful as there's multiple defenders swinging him. He allows them past. Oh, he shoots the C4. Wow. I was about to say he's about to lose his life, but no. The player on the cutoff persists.
Taking a lot of space here with the help of this Montaigne and the cutoff by Fens. Not netting a kill just yet, but at least it brings 5 Fears closer to the bomb site, and a lot of valuable information still gathered here from Forrest. They now have Horse control, and again, the Aurora could be coming into play in the next 50 seconds of this round, blocking off some of those doorways towards bathroom, maybe allowing for a plant. Unfortunately, the Fenrir Dread Mine blinding Forrest, not giving as much information, and Shoe Reap with that first entry could still keep CAG in this fight, Harrison.
And Snake was on the main stairs flank watch, so that means they're going to have to worry about Shoe Reap potentially coming up for a flank downstairs. Fens also falls on the cannon window, so while you do have Horse control, you have to worry about the flank, and you no longer have that cutoff on cannon, allowing the defenders a lot more room to rotate. Off of that, 5 Fears are just going to try and push deep into Commanders. Forrest is good for one, but he's surrounded on all sides, and CAG take a confident round number 1.
I think that's the best word to describe that round, Harrison. Just confident. Despite the Montaigne, despite the nade spam, despite the cutoff from Fens, CAG are still able to fall back safely into sight. And they don't get tunnel vision on the Montaigne. They don't get tunnel vision on that Horse execute. They still have someone watching for that flank. Snake, being the first one to die on that entry is massive. He's been such a competent fragger throughout this event, getting rid of him first and foremost to allow the rest of your team to focus on the execute, to set up those crossfires, and to still have all your utility like those Toxic Babes and those long horizontal lines of sight was pivotal to win that first round. A fantastic start for CAG. We now going on to the second top floor bomb site of dorms and games with a lot more stall utility, I'd say, especially with the Goyo in play now for Chibisu. 5 Fears, you know, we talk about their executes quite a lot. One thing I'd like to see for them is probably more of an emphasis on the Ying, especially if you want to try to get that plant down. That could create a lot of space, and you know, we still have a couple seconds, Harrison. JJ is highlighting or hovering over that operator, but DD is on the Warden, so be interested to see how much value 5 Fears could actually get now that they've secured this operator in their roster.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Maybe looking to either isolate or find out where DD is playing. You can always go to the other side with the Ying to try and make sure that the Warden is not going to have too much value. The 5 Fears still going to be rocking the shield. I imagine this Monty will be in play every single round of the half, at least until, unless CAG decide to ban it after round 3. DD setting up for maybe a spawn peek C4 as he hears players rappelling up the building, but Rival gets the roof safely, so there's no more opportunity here for DD. 5 Fears after that first round, I hope, going to be aware that the fact that CAG are, I almost called them swingers. But CAG like to swing, right? There was Shoe Reap with that flank with basically no help. He just isolated Snake and 1v1'd him. Fens got 1v1'd on the window. I don't know if maybe 5 Fears weren't expecting CAG to fight back like that, but you have to be ready for this Japanese team to make a play at basically any point in the round.
Razorbloom not entirely dodged by Force. He'll still be at least slowed down by the after effect, but JJ and Snake getting 1-for-1s of their own, bringing the man count 5-3 for 5 Fears. There's still plenty of Candelas in the pocket of JJ as well, making the potential for an execute very seamless, having such a strong man advantage. Force could, you know, hit the reset button here, just take his time to gather info while his shield is fully extended and just hunt down anyone who's still lingering on the roam, like Chibisu, for example. He's currently by himself over in bathroom, and they're aware about this player, Harrison. This could be a huge fight to win, and it goes the way of 5 Fears in a 5 versus 1 now.
Forrest deals with him easily. DD finds himself in an ace clutch situation, and he'll lose the first fight he takes. A flawless for 5 Fears, a much, much better round than what we saw in round number 1. They stayed close, they stayed together, and made sure that all those players clearing every single person had help.
Since their Virtus.pro Best of 1, Harrison, 5 Fears have done a significantly better job at working off of each other, especially in that info game. We saw the glimpses of that in round number 1 with Force on the Montaigne. He brings out that exact same operator, and he has help with someone to push up that lobby staircase. The Razor Bloom gives the information for KAG to try and go for a swing, but it's against a fully extended Montaigne shield. They end up losing their life in that 1 versus 1. And Snake on the lurk, I believe, getting a pick as well. It just kind of forms that catalyst for 5 Fears. You've got a minute 40 on the clock. You've got Force, who's basically on full HP. Just take your time and look for anyone who's still alive on that roam to shut them down. You've now got a 5 versus 2, and the round was basically over and done with at that point. Great recovery round for 5 Fears, as we'll now see Infirmary in play for KAG. And this is honestly one of my favorite bomb sites to see on Fortress because of how chaotic it can be with there being an open window leading directly to site. See a lot of people doing those blitz rushes, which obviously we won't see as he's banned. So maybe it'll be a slower approach with 5 Fears. Once again, Montaigne being picked for them now a 3rd time in a row. So maybe he gets banned. Seeing all 3 shield picks off the board would be really funny to see in this matchup. But again, you've got the slow Montaigne to gather info and Rival on the Ram, so this definitely looks to be more of a top-to-bottom style clear.
Yeah, which can still get very chaotic because of that hatch in the middle of waiting room that teams love to drop after setting up with stuff like the Sens and the Smoke. Of course, no sense in play right now, but you do have that big shield, so once you take medic control, you can drop in with the Monty, and he's only got to worry about covering one direction. C4 goes out from Anaton. It tickles JJ a little bit, and now he spots the mute. He's going to go out for a swing and get meleeed very quickly by the Monty. Excellent bait and switch from JJ and Fens. A lot of punishment is done to the Ash, but 5 Fears come away with the opening pick.
And I thought it would be more of a top-to-bottom clear, but 5 Fears committing 4 people to getting rid of the Hammam extension and working an entry off of that. JJ forcing Anaton to try to fight him after baiting out that Nitro Cell, gets a second bait. Fens is there to assist to secure that entry. You've lost a bit of HP on the Ash, but you've cleared out a good chunk of this first floor. And again, still having the Montaigne to gather more information. Finally, that kill is picked up on defense, so we'll tie up the man count, but you still have all your utility to set up for the execute. The Capitao to create space with those Firebolts, the Smoke Bolts as well, with there being no Warden. That could allow for a safe haven if someone were to try to get that diffuser down. And now bring out the Ram in the final couple seconds here. Rival up in the games room could be a major distraction to keep some members of KAG off this site.
Players downstairs, though, are isolated. Just as I say that, I was going to say, the lurk from Snake, I'm pretty sure they know exactly where he's coming from, and Shureep easily deals with him outside the sitting room breach. JJ tries to take a fight, gets incredibly lit up, is now just going to attempt to go for the plant, but DD is right there to stop it, and there's no coverage from the rest of the team. 5 Fears far too late, way too far away to help. Zaka has reclaimed control of medic. DD can sit here and watch that doorway into B site and wait for 5 Fears to try and recover that case. Rival has gone back upstairs to maybe attempt to play with the Vert, leaving Forrest all alone down here. And KAG only have to delay another 45 seconds. 5 Fears really have no way into the bomb site, especially as Rival now dies. Forrest is all alone. Case control in the hand of KAG, upstairs control in the hands of KAG. That's Shureep on the Goyo, who gets a 3rd kill, and they retake the lead.
And it was initially a good start from 5 Fears, getting that initial entry. They had Hammam room and were just outside of the objective, but I believe there was info from Shureep to realize that everyone basically backed off of Hammam besides Snake on the lurk, takes that 1-for-1 fight, winning it. Now you've lost your backstab player. Again, Snake is a very individual player. He's usually the person to go for those lurks. He's usually the person to flank while on defense. Not having him on the board anymore made that execute a lot more linear. And with Rival not getting as much vert pressure as they would have wanted, 5 Fears thought they had spotted a gap into sight, and it totally backfired. KAG just pushed the envelope, isolating that Montaigne, getting rid of the diffuser control that 5 Fears had, and that was their win con down the drain.
Yeah, it's I feel like it's starting to get predictable for 5 Fears, right? The guy who's always going to be going for the backstab is Snake, whether he's on Deimos or on the Snake itself. If there is a backstab 9 times out of 10, it's going to be Snake. So KAG reading into the fact that, okay, 5 Fears, they're ramming above the site. They've got a lot of presence by Laundry. We know there's people upstairs, and yet they've opened the sitting room breach. Someone's probably going to try and hit that late round, and it's probably going to be Snake. So I think 5 Fears didn't really need the backstab to begin with, as long as they just played the Vert and around the Monty, because in doing so, 2 people upstairs, 1 lurk. JJ's alone as Monty. And you could see, the players rushing to try and cover him, but by then it was too late. The bans coming in, CAG take away the Snake, so that's a lot of information that 5 Fears like to play with now off the board. But they do leave up the Monty, so again, probably going to see him for the remainder of this attacking half. 5 Fears take away the Azami, someone that we've highlighted they've struggled with all tournament so far.
I don't think she's been that problematic this first half, but she has still played quite often, so it's just one less thing to worry about. Good initial intel here that Fence has gathered on the Goyo, and it's an easy entry onto Shu Reap, who's been very problematic. But again, dealing with that lurk presence, especially onto Snake. He actually might be on a more supportive role this round. He's rocking the Rotero drones on Flores. Maybe going to get rid of a lot of that barbed wire, allowing Forrest to walk in much easier with that fully extended shield. And the Dread Mines, which have denied some of that info presence and have slowed down 5 Fears overall in this first half. Minute burned away, you've got that entry, you've got some cutoff angles established as well for 5 Fears. This is a much better start for them compared to the first time when they attacked Bathroom, and they barely had horse control at this minute marker.
You say Snake on a more supportive role, but he's about to use his last Rotero with more than half the round remaining. So now
he's gonna drop tower?
Oh wait, no, he was using his second to last. I mean, oh no, up through the hatch.
That's unlucky.
GBC has no idea Fens was downstairs lurking with the Snake. Or sorry, not with the Snake, with the Deimos. Snake is banned. JJ with the kill on Zaka, trying to make something happen outside the horse door. CAG just trying to work a pick back, but it's expected by 5 Fears. Now 5 Fears have a 5-2 lead with Forrest continuing to clear through the building in through Briefing as the wall falls right in front of Aniton's face. He's going to be forced to back up by the hallway, by Bathroom, consolidate with his teammate. But again, here comes the Monty with all that information. Down goes DD to the lurk of Snake by Courtyard, and now Aniton is fully blind. 2 for the Flores, and a tie game once again.
I like the adjustment made by 5 Fears as well. They really struggled with that first attack on Bathroom where they just went directly from Horse from the outside part of the map on that main balcony. They had to deal with a lot of Dread Mines. Their cutoff player, Offends, wasn't able to find any kills on the fallback done by the defensive CAG. This time, they come in from Old Tower. They get that initial pick on a Shrew Reap, who's been really problematic in the mid to late round with killing people like Snake. And although Snake still went on the lurk, it took him much longer to set that up because he was taking time to get rid of that utility that provides info, like the Dread Mines, like the barbed wire that CAG brought so many pieces of in the round. And again, it was another instance where 5 Fears won 2 entry picks with no response of a trade because CAG have been playing very separate on these roams. So keeping that Montaigne alive in a 5 versus 3 is just, it's just so shrimple. I don't know how else to say it, Harrison.
Oh, yeah?
It just, yeah. It's just that simple.
CAG are swapping up a little bit. They're bringing the Bandit now on Aniton, maybe to looking to lock down those briefing wall breaches that 5 Fears kind of mounted that main push from once they had the 5v2. Yeah, looks like Aniton's going to be placing those there, maybe looking to Bandit trick. 5 Fears for the first time, bringing out the Glass, which is another operator that they love on Fortress. I imagine, again, judging by the spawns, this is going to be mainly like a Reno and a Spiral take into Eagle, get control of Desk, open the wall. If it ends up being reinforced again, otherwise you got that free rotate, smoke out sight, and use Rival how you use Glass.
Yeah, no pick by Warden as well. These smoke grenades going to be really essential. Maybe giving Rival a cheeky kill if they aren't aware of the Glass in play. I believe they heard the sniper opening up that barricade, so CAG might have an inkling about this pick in round number 5. Also like the emphasis of grenades as well, just helping deal with that outside utility. No Twitch, though, for Shurip on the Goyo, but I'm sure, again, the nade spam will be just enough to deal with that. A bit of a slower start for 5 Fears. They've got more of the map to clear out starting from lobby, and not too sure if they have info about this roam presence, the extension on the first floor. But again, having Forrest still rocking this Montaigne for now 5 rounds in a row, I believe. Doesn't know, JJ played him on 1 round, but having Forrest for a majority of these rounds on the Montaigne has given a lot more wiggle room for them in that first minute marker. It will be a trade established as JJ goes 1 for 1, killing DD, and then is traded out by Aniton. At least the smoke is gone, though. That's a lot of active utility now off the board.
And with all of these walls like Desk and Reno being opened up, you don't necessarily need the ace. So just getting that position is crucial. Now Fens can play top main stairs, lock down the hallway, Force getting the plant through the smoke. It's up to Rival to cover on that Glass. Aniton getting tracked by the Deimos from below, so he can't sit safely, deny that plant with the C4. Plant goes down. Fens good for 1. There's fight back from CAG. CAG as they even the odds, though. Forrest now with the shield trying to hold on against this Goyo, tries to ADS him and dies, and leaves Rival alone, but he's dusted by Shoe Reap, who goes huge in the post plant.
What a recovery there from CAG. I honestly thought in that round for 5 years they had spotted a gap to allow them to get that plant down, but the lack of a real flank watcher info about where exactly the rest of CAG were coming back from on the retake, it just left them sitting ducks. It felt like CAG basically just sandwiched 5 years and almost wanted them to go for that plant, leaving them trapped over by the Reno side of the map. The lack of map control 5 years had there kind of bit them in the end because, they thought they had spotted a gap from Reno, getting that first entry with JJ onto DD. They now have a chance of pushing into site early to go for that plant, but luckily CAG had an escape route. They had the ability to come back upstairs, win those crucial gunfights, and unfortunately for 5 years, they're now at the deficit 3-2 on a map they've so far been flawless on in this first stage.
You know what stops that?
What?
If they have a guy courtyard. Just sitting on that doorway, cutting off the rotate into Reno, which is where CAG got a couple of those crucial kills. Maybe 5 Fears, like you said, spotted a gap and got a little bit ahead of themselves. And I think that's also kind of what helped FaZe Clan and Virtus.pro punish 5 Fears too. Is you heard 5 Fears, you heard JJ talking about how, okay, confidence is at an all-time high. We have to be confident heading into these games. If we show too much respect, we're going to get rolled. The coach has been like, don't play like scaredy cats. And I'm wondering if in doing so, 5 Fears are kind of skipping steps in order to keep their feet on the gas. But we'll have to see if 5 Fears are able to tie the score here. On Fortress, out of their 3 plays, they have just over a 50% win rate on the attack. So seeing them take this round, it'd be a pretty standard split for them.
Nothing too shocking here on CAG's lineup again, emphasizing the Goyo, emphasizing the Ela and Smoke just to slow down 5 Fears, who have not really been that successful during the post plant. They've gotten 1 plant down this entire half, and we saw how beautiful of a retake CAG performed in that last round. So it's mostly been the early game that's been positively affecting 5 Fears on these rounds. If they don't get a 2-for-1 conversion on the entry, they have just looked very disjointed when trying to push in towards the bomb site. I think CAG now realizing that they are still, of course, on the rum extension, but they're kind of waiting on 5 Fears to make that initial jump into the building, playing a little bit more passive, not going for those cheeky spawn peeks. We've got 1 Lion scan going out, detecting 2 different members. I think Chibisu forgetting about the new delayed time on the Lion scan and getting caught at the very end, but it's not a big deal. They're all comfortably falling back into the bomb site for the most part, and yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. They're now bunkered up, realizing that if 5 Fears don't get those initial entries, their executes have not been that effective.
And the only hard reach they have is Rival. He's going to use 2 Selmas on the briefing wall, which means if they want to end up opening Hammam for a take later, try to get this Ying in to flash the middle of the bomb site, they're going to have him rotate over. Probably not going to be able to, though, because of that Bandit. JJ going to Ying in, quickly hop out, just trying to bait out some more utility from DD, who only has 1 gas canister left. Smoke grenade comes out from JJ, maybe trying to prompt the last gas canister. And this guy is just chilling in the hallway. What? Did DD not see the mountainous man at the end of the hall on the big shield? He just gives his life to Forrest, basically for free. Oh. And now Chibisu and Zach are both dead to Rival, who's still over towards briefing, looking through that breach. Give him a third. It's a buddy ace between the ace and the Monty of all operators to allow 5 Fears to tie the game flawlessly.
And luckily for 5 Fears, oh wait, we still have the intermission timeout. I forgot about that, Harrison. I was going to say, that was a great gap spotted there from Forrest and Rival getting that triple kill, but let's see what both coaches have to say after this first half.
こんにちは。こんにちは皆さん。こんにちは。スパーキーはチルしてる。こいつは何？フォーカスだって、フォーカスだって。フォーカス？フォーカスタイム。まあまあ。さっき言ってた通りやるか。まあさっき言った通りやるか。まずガジェット壊し意識と2分半は狙えたらでいいけど、2分ぐらいからアクションしたいな、ベストは。OK？ うん。で、まあドッキリライオン入れれたら入れる。まあいつ縦さ、もしめっちゃ対策されてたらやめてもいいよ。クラッシャーいいんだけど。OK？ OK。うん。で、めっちゃカバーさ、寄ってくる可能性あるから、シュウマジ狙いやすいったら逆、現地狙っていってよ。
オッケーオッケー、狙うわ。
間も。うん。で、罠多かったらマジチビが全部壊すしかないな。
OK。
クリアがあったら肌売りね。うん。まあ、コミュニケーション大事。
It's gonna be a dogfight. These guys aren't just gonna give us the win, no matter how good or bad they are. Okay, they're gonna make us fight for every fucking inch that we're gonna get. Okay, stay locked, stay composed, listen to our IGLs. If shit starts getting a little hectic, JJ, Forrest, calm them down. Okay.
All right, boys. On defense. All right, so they're like they don't know how to fucking attack. We know that they're fucking CAG, right? They have no clue what they're doing. Like at the end of the day, though, keep to our philosophy. Make them earn every inch of the map control. Okay, press them, make their life a living hell. Okay, and keep our foot on the neck where we can. We've had a very bad job this so far this event of converting man advantage. Okay, at this bro, you have the green light to fucking keep swinging. Okay, heard, Nikki, Rocks, everything. When we have numbers, pile it on if you feel you can. Okay, keep your foot on the neck.
Let's talk about this right now. So guys, if I'm playing the Clash now, like Mason, like I can't make any of the rotations.
I'll run the mirror.
help with walls. No, I can get walls. I'm just wondering that you guys want to hide Clash.
Off his default.
Yeah, you can have the Clash. You can have the
I'll
Clash.
run. I can run the mirror.
Okay, then we got help with walls and help with the rotates then.
You don't make any.
I like that call. We've done a bad job converting man count. At this point, if you get the first pick, you got the green light. Keep swinging. That's funny. I mean, hey, they're right? CAG have always, not just this event, CAG have always, forever struggled on the attack. This is a map that 5 Fears win on average 4-2 split. That is their average, and that's all they need to win. The Clash, though, that they were just talking about in the timeout as well, is banned away from them. They take away the Monty and the Glaz from CAG, which, again, are 2 of their most banned operators here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like a Blitz later on. However, they do allow, and we're going to keep talking about this, they do allow Anaton to play a shield.
I would assume he'll keep that locked in.
Probably the whole half. Like the Monty we saw from 5 Fears every round. I think we're going to see a CAG Blackbeard every round.
Like you'd mentioned, though, Clash being banned, they do still have the Mira that 5 Fears we're discussing, and a lot of trap operators as well. You've got the Denari and the Snake, or not the Snake. Oh my gosh, bro. I knew it was going to happen at some point. Not even on the right half either. The Thorn played by Snake. So that'll be great at trying to slow down those shields at the very least. And a pick we don't see very often anymore because Grim has one of the highest ban rates in this season. Zaka's actually rocking that operator, so a lot of valuable info could be gathered by CAG during this round. I like the DMR as well picked here for Forrest on Rooney. Again, more extra barbed wire, some of those long-range gunfights you can take. Fortress is a very large map, so having someone who can dedicate their position to just being only long-range is very helpful for setting up crossfires and making it more challenging
how did that
for
happen?
CAG in the initial round. But JJ went for a front door spawn peek.
That's awesome.
With smoke and got a kill on Shoe Reap. That is...
Yep.
Hey, he said it himself. Just keep swinging. We've got the green light.
Yeah, and that's the only player on CAG currently positive. Shoe Reap almost single-handedly won 2 different rounds for CAG, and they're going to lose the Dokkaebi when on these extensions, these long, full map extensions that 5 Fears are trying to play with, the Dokkaebi can be so useful for calling out positions, denying 5 Fears information. And look at 5 Fears lineup, too. You know, you were mentioning the Aruni, the Mira. What do they all have in common? This is all meant to slow CAG down as much as possible. When you see that team struggles on the attack, struggles with even just getting to that proper execute phase, if you just layer traps upon Miras, upon Arunis, it's going to force CAG to have to clear basically every single doorway that they want to walk into. And Anaton already taking a ton of damage from that Thorn. Zaka, though, on the other side of the map, kills Snake. Rival now getting bared down upon by 2 different players. Anaton, though, gets cut off by Forrest. Rival kills Chibisu, attempting to back up his Blackbeard before he fell right in front of him. That's also Case now dropped. DD will have to recover, and 5 Fears extension works for them beautifully.
Great crossfire there from 5 Fears, and again, the long range, although Anaton was facing the guy Dorms, they had no solution for Forrest sitting all the way in the back by Desk, getting him an easy pickup and allowing the rest of 5 Fears to collapse on that roam clear. Although Snake did lose his life to make it a 4 versus 4, he dealt a ton of damage as well, making Zaka very vulnerable to that one-shot DMR potential at this point. DD as well, forced to guard off on a potential flank, but Doesn't seem like 5 Fears are really going for that. They've got the man advantage. They've got a lot of good positions to hold off in sight. I think they're just going to burn out the clock here, Harrison, and just wait for CAG to try to push into one of these two objectives. Without that shield, it'll be near impossible. Beautiful shot landed by Rival, putting us into 1 versus 4 with DD last alive.
Look at that. There's that keep swinging mentality. Rival looking for the next pick. DD not quite there yet. Misses his opportunity to kill Rival through the drone hole. And now smoke starting to come out from JJ. That was his last one. C4 still in pocket from Fens. 20 seconds remaining. DD still has to contest with a mirror window, and he has no idea if someone's playing behind it or not. There is a Denari trip right next to him, so there's really only one option. Walks through the doorway, gets domed by Forest, and 5 Fears retake the lead.
It was a solid entry from JJ Shoereap, clearly not expecting that, and you know, with the meta right now being as attacker-sided as it's been in quite some time, I would say, it's great as a defender to force your opponents to start on the back foot. You get that initial entry on one of the best info ops CAG had in their composition. No more Logi bombs, so people like Snake can have an easier job at ratting. You can play or on the roam for a much longer period of time. And as I mentioned, although Snake died in that round, he gave away tons of info as to where that main push was coming from by CAG, allowing for 5 Fears to adjust their positions and set up a crossfire to deal with Anaton on the Blackbeard before he could make space to work a pick for his team. Fantastic start on the second half for 5 Fears. Now they'll be defending up top in Games Room with a fairly similar lineup, except now instead of the Thorn, you've got Snake on Ella, and Fens maybe worry about a potential smoke rusher or Ying is now on the Warden.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, I mean, the point you made, right? It's been said about Siege for, what year is it? 2026 for the last 11 years. Opening picks onto an attacker are always going to be infinitely more devastating than an opening pick on the defense, because every single bit of utility on the attack you have to be alive to use, whereas on the, on the defense you got Goyo, you got Jaeger, you got Umai, you got people who just Thorn, Ella, people who just put their stuff down and then they can do whatever the hell they want. 5 Fears continue to dominate the opening picks. They are now 6-1. Like JJ said, though, they've been struggling a little bit to convert. They've lost 2 of those rounds, but still a pretty good record heading into now round number 8. It's going to be a Dorms Games defense for 5 Fears. They're still bringing tons of utility to try and delay this CAG push. They've got the Ella, who's going to help in assist in trying to counter this Blackbeard. He's also got one in his pocket, maybe for plant denial like we've seen with Ella and Thorn this event. We see people just chucking their utility where they think the planter is to try and get them off of it. Fens also, as you mentioned, I don't think going to be as crucial this round because there's no Ying or Glaz or anything being played like 5 Fears maybe assumed CAG would, though there are smokes in the back pocket of Chibisu, and there's information on Shoereap thanks to the Elamine. He gets one, but is very quickly felled and traded off, and since 5 Fears once again got the opening pick onto Zaka, it is a man lead heading into the last couple minutes.
Still have those mirrors intact, still having the Toxic Babes. A lot of utility that CAG are going to have to spend this next minute 40 trying to deal with before they even have a glimpse of hope of securing this plant down at a man disadvantage. I loved how well 5 Fears were playing off of each other in that initial roam. You had Snake, again, gathering tons of info by himself. He falls back and is kind of that sacrificial lamb. Fens gets the first entry, and Snake is traded, but it's immediate bounce back by 5 Fears, doing such a good job of working off each other's contact. And now they've got those 2 kills. They fall back into sight, play off of their utility, and force CAG just to waste a lot of their own time. And they're still worried about a flank that is yet to happen in this second half, Harrison.
CAG operating with what we can only assume to be not a whole lot of info. As Chibisu maybe looks to rotate up tower stairs. DD pushing in from bathroom. Anaton also rotating, I think, over towards old tower. There's a big split from CAG going for a Hail Mary. Chibisu and Anaton can try and pitch from tower side. DD already opened the briefing wall. Is going to be looking for the backstab. JJ, though, holding his doorway. Rival and Fens both duoing here as Forrest gets the kill on Chibisu. There's DD's backstab getting felled, and 5 Fears looking confident through the first 2 rounds of the new half.
And you mentioned it too, Harrison, during that round, that you could only imagine CAG aren't working off a lot of info there. Not only were their first 2 ops that died that round were their only 2 info ops, Snake being one of them, but they also had 1 drone left in that round. Their drone economy was terrible I think a lot of that had to do with, of course, 5 Fears still keeping Snake on the initial roam, breaking a lot of those drones from the get-go, and he was able to fall back for a little bit and wasted some more time before dying, but after 5 Fears worked those 2 picks in their favor, they also spent more time breaking some drones before falling back as well. So CAG, despite having over, a minute 10 left in the round, they didn't have Grim canisters, they didn't have the solid Snake scanner to figure out where exactly 5 Fears were holding these anchored positions. So it made it such a nightmare for them to try to push at that man's advantage. 5 Fears making quick work of them with, again, the DMR and JJ on the coveted smoke. Now going down into the first floor for 5 Fears on their 3rd defense with, again, a fairly similar lineup. Again, not a lot has changed. I honestly wonder, after this round, what would CAG even want to ban in this comp? I feel like we would not see the Aruni ban, although Forrest is currently 8-4. He's having an incredible game so far.
I feel like you've got to take away, maybe Denari could be a good ban. At this point, Thorn could be a good ban because it's, you got to take away one of the trap operators. I mean, in round 7, right, the whole reason why Anatom was so slow to clear is because Thorn took away 80% of his HP and you got the movement debuff.
That's true.
We'll see what CAG decide to do. Of course, we got to get through this first. 5 Fears on waiting in cafeteria. They've got that horizontal extension with Thorn, Snake playing all the way in Hammam, supported by Forrest and Rival. CAG beginning their clear from Laundry. DD sending in some of those Flores drones to clear up any barbed wire and other utility fens. Has an Azami set up in Medic, so he'll likely be pretty difficult to try and dislodge. Shurip on the Snake Scanner very slowly seeing that there are no roamers upstairs, so at least CAG have that working for them. They have the full top floor to do whatever they want with, and they've got Chibisu on the buck to work Vert.
As a worst-case scenario, if Chibisu were to die, you could, of course, see Zaka with that secondary shotgun to assist, although it would take a very long time to do that. CAG have been struggling with their time management, so to speak. That's mostly been off the fact they've lost a lot of those initial gunfights against 5 Fears. This Vert could definitely create a lot of pressure to force 5 Fears back. Those anchors that have been really effective against CAG's executes could be less of an issue, but it seems like 5 Fears seem undeterred by the Skeleton Key as of right now. Rival maybe looking to get aggressive on this first floor, spotting someone close from Courtyard. The Kiba maybe acting as a way just to fall back. Chibisu off that Vert gets rid of JJ. That's a nice pick. No Toxic Babes utilized, so a lot less utility to deny and execute. And it looks like CAG will try to slowly pincer their way onto these zombies stuck in Infirmary.
Oh, great pick from Zaka. This is also the first round that CAG have had the opening kill since round number 1, and they are eagerly looking to convert it as Rival dies down the hallway, trying to hold on to court. Shurip, another kill on Snake. It's all down to Forrest. He's 8-4, but he'll need 5 kills if he wants to bring 5 Fears to map point. And he's staring down a Blackbeard. There's a nade at his feet. Another as he has to push up. Loses the fight to Shurip, who comes in from behind. And it's a flawless round to put CAG back in the win column.
That's the kind of round when you need to end out round number 9 flawlessly after 2 brutal rounds back-to-back from 5 Fears' initial roam, winning 2 entries back-to-back, and keeping a consistent anchor. Totally different showing from CAG. You've got Chibisu with no contact from the defense, so he starts applying pressure on that Vert as early as he can. It nets him an entry against JJ, and what do CAG spot? They spot an isolated defender who's trapped in Infirmary because they have bottom Courtyard control. They hunt him down like a dog. They get the 5 versus 3, and after winning that round, Harrison, they go for attack timeout. I kind of mess with this.
These timeout, apparently they wanted it at the end of round 8. I believe didn't get it, so they're going to take it now.
Okay.
CAG, I mean, even then, I think this is still a good timeout because you banned the Mira. Mira was really important for 5 Fears, again, especially in rounds 7 and 8. It did a lot to prevent CAG from any early map control, like inside briefing and such. In banning the Ace, now CAG are forced to make a decision, right? You can play Maverick. If you're going to play Maverick, you can't necessarily bank on those walls being completely open. You can play Thermite. If you do, if the defense is playing really aggressively around those reinforcements, you're not really going to be able to do a whole lot with Thermite. So I think it's a smart timeout still to figure out how CAG want to play this. Maybe just bringing can openers right now with their initial attacking picks with the Ying and the Grim. Five Fears, though, going back to Bathroom Commanders. They won both the primary sites, so it makes sense they're going back here, and they're still bringing tons of delay. Denari and Ella, Azami to help hold Horse, so Fens is probably going to be playing that position, along with the shield from Rival. And I think maybe, again, Five Fears, reading into the fact that CAG have been a little bit intel-starved, they're going to bring the Mute to try and make that problem worse.
It'll definitely assist as well with a roam extension. You know, you've got some very roam-heavy ops in this composition by Five Fears. You've now lost the Mira, which was one of the more impactful anchor picks by Five Fears. Now that she's gone, I feel like it's kind of a requirement just to force CAG to waste more time initially. Even with having so many info operators, they have been the first couple to die, even to rat corners played by Five Fears. So just starting off on the right foot while defending, maybe securing that first entry, forcing CAG to slow down yet again on their weaker side, statistically speaking, could be a massive boon for them. And the Mute Jammers as well also could do a great job at denying the Lion Scan and the Grim, which are the two primary info ops that CAG are bringing this round.
Of course, again, we have this long extension from Five Fears in dorms and games. Snake and Rival going to be holding it. Fens, just like I said, going to be playing Horse with the Azami. CAG look interested to directly push this off-site presence. They do end up picking the Maverick as their primary hard breacher. First couple pieces of utility come out. Zaka grimming over towards Snake's position. Sorry, actually in the corner to make sure there's no one ratting. This is a dangerous play from Forrest. He's right next to a soft wall. If this C4 doesn't land, CAG could react quickly enough to clean him up, but he's just waiting for the call from Snake that someone drops. Anaton being very hesitant about this. He doesn't really have a whole lot of help. They're going to smoke off the hallway to allow the Blackbeard maybe to push up towards this soft wall. C4 goes out, and it misses, and Shuri gets the opening pick.
Now forcing to fall off here. Five Fears losing the entry. Actually won't completely back away just yet. Snake and Forrest still playing quite close to each other from games. Seems like CAG maybe instead opting to rotate around. They win that initial fight. They realize how much presence is over by games and instead play by the main balcony looking for Horses. Off this Twitch drone, they've noticed that no one's playing off of that shield. This could be a huge gap spotted here by CAG, and they've got pressure from the courtyard being slowly set up with Anaton leading the charge as Blackbeard. I'm not too certain if Five Fears are aware of this just yet, Harrison.
Yeah, they see no one was playing behind the shield before Forrest repositioned because that was Fens' job, but he ended up being the opening kill, and now you don't have those Kivas to play around that make Horse way more defensible. Anaton tries to ADS Rival, but he ends up dying. Snake traded off screen as CAG try to full force barrel their way into Horse. They get a couple kills. Forrest fights back, but there's still 3 more to find as CAG basically get free control of outside of B with Chibisu now tucked, trying to get this plant down. Forrest knows he's got to make the move, trying to prone peek against Shurip, loses the fight, and CAG string together 2 rounds in a row.
And sometimes that's the best option there, taking the path of least resistance. Obviously, CAG starting that attack, they wanted to clear games, they wanted to set up some entry picks towards that side of the map. They only get one with Shurip getting rid of Fens, but they realized how much of an emphasis Five Fears had on the game extension. You had Forrest utilizing that C4 early round, not netting anything. Elo at Gersmont from that position, trying to hard counter the shield. They realized the lack of a site presence Five Fears had in round number 10, so they go for a full rotation. They gather tons of info with Chibisu on the Twitch drone and a ton on the Blackbeard, and just start the rally cry, basically, with Shuri popping off that Lion Scan, working a couple of picks, and still having that man advantage. They can trickle their way into sight for a post plant that Five Fears had no response to, because again, Mira got banned, so they immediately changed up their style of play to more of a roam-focused composition. That backfired because they lost the entry and couldn't rotate back in time to deal with the execute.
And honestly, I think if they lost anyone except Fens, that round becomes a lot more winnable. You lose the Azami. Yeah, his whole job was to just sit in Horse and stop them from taking it for free. And without the Azami, they just walked in and then they killed that guy Bathroom. They got full side control. And the round ends. Five Fears now going towards dorms and games. They're still sticking that Azami. We've got a Jaeger from Snake. Maybe, again, reading into the fact that Grim, Ying, Capitao, stuff like that might be played. So hopefully CAG do their due diligence and clear out that utility before they try and send in their crucial throwables. We've also got JJ on the Tachanka as the main source of plant denial. Maybe banking on the fact that CAG are going to try and come in through that Hammam breach. That's typically where we see that Tachanka like perfectly arc his Shumika launcher to deny. Akag, so far, just droning out the opposite side of the map. We might see a full map clear here. You can see 3 members on the roof, Shurib just outside courtyard, and Five Fears have a fairly light roam. Really the only offside presence they have now is Fenz, and as soon as those drones start to come in, they're just going to fall back and reinforce off briefing.
It's basically what they did last time, except no initial roam from Snake. He was also playing a different operator. That was on Ella. Now on a more supportive role of Jaeger, which I think would be a good addition to have, especially against the Ying, especially against the Grim. A lot of utility dump in this composition from Kag. Rival now on the Azami as well, trying to just burn away the nade spam of Kag. Some more info provided as well. I don't think there's a lot of vert you can gather on dorms, but maybe rotating through games could be really helpful for Zaka as he's now going downstairs in the main hallway. I think a couple of drones have gathered information here, and the bandit trick unsuccessful, but Forrest off the opening breach still gets rid of Shurip, who's been the most impactful fragger for Kag.
He has been taking over this game. He's been a crucial part of the last couple round wins. And we saw just before that Zaka trying to nade off both the Kiva and the Signal Jammer, stopping his drone from moving in. The nade got sucked up by an ADS. And now he's not going to have nearly as much information should he want to backstab here while the rest of the main attacking force is over towards briefing and now even Old Tower. Forrest, though, with the shotgun just walks up, one pumps Zaka and leaves. And now Five Fears find themselves with a 2-man lead. Anaton yinging down to make space for himself. Snake, though, right in the corner. He knows about him, but he doesn't know about the assistance. Chibisu looking to backstab, gets quickly felled after killing JJ and Didi. Has no way into the building. Five Fears now on map point.
And you know, the saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, Harrison. One of the strongest aspects of the Dorm's defense from Five Fears was their anchor. They had so much utility to shut out Kag. The Jaeger ADSs, the Azami Kibas used in sync to burn all the grenades that Kag brought for their attacking lineup. On top of that, too, again, the team play aspect, Five Fears have continued to improve at the SLC Major with their team play. Baiting Snake there, having JJ hold his cover, so even if he dies in that rat spot, it's an immediate trade. I don't even think, yeah, Snake didn't even die in that position. Instead, Chibisu hit the lurk to kill the Choco, but was far too late. You know, Five Fears, sure, they gave away some map control for Kag early, right? It still took them over a minute to get towards the bomb site, but because they had so much utility and Kag couldn't set up anything down below to create vert pressure onto the bomb site or work any initial entries, they were just kind of on the outside looking in while Five Fears still had all this utility, all these crossfires that Kag couldn't challenge effectively with the help of that Ying.
And that good coordination, that good team play from Five Fears is what helps shut down things like a backstab or a split push. Had Zaka or Chibisu found success either by mattress or in briefing, that could have been a completely different round, but Five Fears were on top of it. They double-teamed the Deimos. They instantly traded out JJ, and now they find themselves 1 round away from their first ever international map win, but they've got to get through Bathroom Commanders, or Kag, the most recent attempt, they were successful.
Again, a lot of that had to do with what you commented on, Harrison. The fact that Fenz, being one of the best operators to stop a Blackbeard rush into sight, was the first one dead in that round. And having 2 defenders still playing off of sight, it gave a huge opening for Kag to rush their way in and secure that post plant with a man advantage. This time, though, there'll be a slower approach for Kag. Maybe the Reno drop could actually happen with Flores or tearing off that soft wall, making it an enterable breach. Didi now maybe looking to Maverick open this wall, having some coverage from Zaka as well. If Five Fears try to overextend, that could be a deadly kill, but seems like Five Fears aren't really reacting to it as of right now. You've got the Old Tower drop as well from Kag. Five Fears once again on this roam extension, almost identical to what we saw, except now they have the Bandit to keep this wall reinforced, forcing them to funnel in through the back hallway.
And Anaton takes yet even more damage from Thorn Trap set up by Snake. And as soon as that gets hit, of course, Forrest was also removed from the Hammam wall thanks to that Maverick. Everybody from Five Fears is saying, you know what? We wasted about half the round. Let's fall back on our strong anchor game that we just had in the previous round. Don't give away any free picks. Fens play more passive and horse, set up those Kivas, and you see everybody from Five Fears now consolidating around the bomb site with the exception of Rival and Snake, just holding onto 90, making sure CAG aren't going to have full control or free control of that hallway in order to mount the push from briefing into bathroom. 3 members from CAG now working towards Mattress, looking to take Horse. I believe that's going to be their next objective. And Fens looking to hold on with some support from Forest.
They've only got 1 nade left to clear the shield. It'll have to be thrown perfectly if they want to get rid of Fens, and he still has a Kiba in his back pocket, so he could waste another 10 to 20 seconds if he doesn't die to this Blackbeard, and that would be huge for 5 years, but nope, he's immediately shut down by Chibisu to get the first entry.
And Didi with a follow-up onto Forest. That was the player in bathroom. I think Didi may be killing him from Mav holes in the briefing wall. Shoereap ended up going 1-for-1, giving his team a 4-2 man count, but the Blackbeard almost caught off guard by JJ, and now the frag attempt on the Twitch, it works out. Anaton maybe stuck now, unable to refrag his teammate. Zaka, though, kills Snake off screen. JJ stuck in the corner, and CAG push us to overtime.
Still having enough time there, getting themselves towards Horse and winning 2 picks off of that nade thrown by Blackbeard. Unfortunately, 5 Fears were unable to fall back into sight in a timely manner, giving CAG 2 crucial picks and making enough space off that Blackbeard shield to get into bathroom, despite JJ sneaking in 2 picks towards the end of that round. The trade game, once again, top notch for CAG when they get the opportunity to push themselves into sight. We go into overtime. I have to say, for a team that's basically not played Fortress all season so far, Harrison, CAG have been doing a fantastic job matching the tempo against 5 Fears.
Yeah, they don't have a single Fortress play, so unless it was played in scrims, they have 0 experience on this. I have to say, I think the biggest kill of that round, sure, you could point towards Fens dying in Horse. I think he was going to be a dead man eventually anyway. He was just looking to take out someone with him. Was DD in briefing using the Horse push as a distraction in order to kill Forest in bathroom. And in conjunction with Fens being dead Horse, that's what gave CAG full control to just work their way into bathroom and mount that execute. So shout out for GG to DD for getting a very sneaky pick there. CAG back on bathroom. They were 2-1 on this bomb site in the first half. 5 Fears bringing that Raoro once again. Last time they did it, they tried to push in through Horse, lock down bathroom, but then got kind of stunted by that cannon hallway.
CAG now for one of the first times ever, I think, bringing the Mira as well. Not any utility that 5 Fears really have to counter her, so this could be a very problematic composition that CAG are bringing for the first round of overtime. Once again, Snake starting his clear from Reno, getting rid of the barbed wire down from the staircase. Forced as well, setting up outside of Shisha to get at least the back wall opened up, so they could lurk a little bit closer towards the game side of the map. In the meantime, though, 5 Fears, they've been, again, going for a lot of lurk plays. That could definitely be assisted with the help of all this information that they have, the Lion, Grim, and Dokkaebi in their composition. But CAG, you know, they have an initial extension, but all this utility they have could easily be put into sight to stop and execute. 5 Fears have only gotten, what, 1 plant off in their attacking split? A team that's usually so reliant on their executes working, they've been countered quite dominantly from CAG.
Forrest trying to push his way up towards Horse, unsuccessful so far. He's got to also worry about Shoereap, who's lurking just underneath his stairs. Forrest and JJ trying to duo onto Zaka, but of course he's got help from Anaton. Forrest now working his way downstairs. Shoereap just around the corner, and there's the opening kill. Easy for the Goyo. A follow-up from Chibisu onto Rival before he's quickly refragged by Snake trying to push by Courtyard. And now a man advantage as Fens goes huge with 2, dropping for the renovation lurk. Now DD half HP, stuck in cannon hallway. Shoereap, though, coming up from the flank, killing Snake in bathroom will even the odds. JJ and Fens have to try and isolate this smoke. Finally, he goes down. And Shoereap, the man of the hour for CAG, stuck in the 1v2, but Fens with a crucial 3K puts 5 Fears back on top.
The same gap they spotted the last time they attacked Bathroom Harrison, it's spotted once again by Fens. Massive opportunity for 5 Fears to come back after losing those first initial kills. You know, you have Shoereap on the roam once again, spotting Forrest isolated, trying to get Vert on the Grim. It's unsuccessful, but still, everybody on CAG was so focused on dealing with the lurkers down below and also trying to stop the initial push towards Horse that it left a massive opening by Reno, giving the chance for 5 Fears to bounce back. I love the team play at the very end too, isolating that player near the cannon hallway, I believe it was. An attack timeout now called from 5 Fears. They get back the advantage in overtime and immediately want to slow down that tempo from CAG.
And this is a timeout heading into their defense. I think this is a really smart play from 5 Fears. The bathroom, if they go back, they were 2-1 on this site. I think, or sorry, they were 1-1 on this site. I think maybe Dorms is a safer pick because they took both rounds so dominantly. We'll have to see. We got 2 seconds to go. Probably talking again about just this one round is really all that matters for them. And they end up choosing bathroom. So they go for the site that they're not necessarily perfect on, which is really interesting. They're also going to be playing the castle, which I think they brought on one of their previous bathroom defenses. No, they haven't. This is going to be a new operator for them. They played it round 9, but that was for waiting room. So this is going to be the first time that CAG are seeing 5 Fears playing a castle setup here. I imagine the castle is going to be set up to assist the roam. Probably trying to funnel CAG right into where they want them to be. CAG, though, hovering the sends. This could be a quick horse take. Or quick reno.
Yeah, that has been 5 Fears' biggest issue, is not securing an entry for their roam extension. Yes, it's wasted a lot of time, but because, you know, you have the Blackbeard and so much info to spot, you know, people by horse who are isolated, to spot weak points in the anchor from 5 Fears. CAG have been doing a great job executing against Bathroom. It's been the most played objective by 5 Fears, yet they're 1-2 on it. You know, their most successful round is when they had Amira. Since she's been banned, they've not been successful defending this bomb site, but it is a brand new lineup, like you had mentioned. And it seems like for now, it's a similar clear. I believe that's not the Reno hatch, right? Or not the Reno tower, right? That Anaton was playing above?
No, Anaton's above Old Tower.
Yeah, I thought so. They've been doing the same Old Tower clear every single round, I think.
Also, I mentioned the sends. Got removed immediately. Don't know why I did that.
Yeah, come on, bro.
Shouldn't have talked about it. It's my bad. It is another roam extension, of course. Snake, Rival, and Forest here with Fens holding on the horse. Although this time he's not the Azami. He's on the Thorn. So he's going to have less utility to bolster his position and more just the Thorns to both provide information and also slow down CAG's walkthrough and maybe allow him space to fall back because he's died in that horse position every single round. Instead, Fens finds himself kind of where JJ's playing, towards top spiral and cannon. CAG, though, moving through downstairs. Anaton making his way through medic. I think just making sure that there's no one in the base, or sorry, on the first floor. Also probably rotating over towards spiral. I think CAG, seeing the roam again, seeing that they haven't really had a terribly successful roam clear either of these rounds, just want to rotate their Blackbeard towards tower. And yeah, it's going to be him and Chibisu.
They've already burned the Vulcan as well. They might have to worry about a Razor Bloom trap on this staircase. If Fens hears it go off, that could be the catalyst for him just to get aggressive and try to fight Anaton, who's already low on HP. That would be a massive kill for 5 Fears on match point. Here comes the nade to try to force him back, but again, you still have a Razor Bloom to worry about. No, there's no utility left, but Forrest with the C4 saving his teammate and potentially saving the round for 5 Fears.
The rotation from CAG read like a book by JJ and co. Forrest with 3 huge kills protecting his Thorn on Spiral. And 5 Fears have their first ever international map win. They win their map pick, and they're just 1 away from surviving.
And 3, if not 4, flawless rounds found on Fortress, now increasing their scoreline to this map pick of their favorite being 4-0. We might just see this map permaban from them, I'm going to be honest. But before we hop into map number 2, before we have more to discuss in this best 3 series, we're going to hop into a short break and come back in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. If you missed map 1 of this elimination series, CAG just took 5 Fears to overtime on 5 Fears' arguably best map in the pool.
But unfortunately, we're still unable to win that game. It was at the very end that 5 Fears took the map 8-6. And shockingly, their worst performer was Snake in this game. But to the rest of 5 Fears' credit, everyone else did phenomenal. And it wasn't necessarily a game that was dictated off of only the roam or the lurks that Snake is most well known for. It was a lot of the anchor presence from 5 Fears that kept them in the driver's seat through a majority of that map.
Yeah, I think it's a really good sign for 5 Fears that when their only positive player throughout their first 2 games goes negative, everyone else can step up. So hopefully we're starting to see a stronger 5 Fears. Now taking a look at where our next map is taking us, it is, of course, Lair, the second newest map to the pool. This is a map that both teams do play. As of recent, I believe CAG played it in the kickoff. They played it against Kinotrope and won it 7-3. They're 2-0 here. 5 Fears played it a couple times, or they played it once in kickoff, and most recently we just saw them lose to Virtus.pro after being up 6-5.
Yeah, it wasn't their best performance that they've had in recent times on Lair. I'm interested in seeing what the prediction is. Okay, it's still favoring 5 Fears for the most part, but CAG still have their favor. We love the CAG crew. Shurip had an incredible game as well back in map number 1, dropping double digits, almost having the most kills, I believe, in that. No, he did have the most kills because Forrest had 14, Shurip with 15. He did a great job again in the mid-round, shutting down a lot of those lurks. He killed Forrest as well off the vert a handful of times, so hoping he has a great performance and the rest of CAG can follow suit with him. I'm interested in seeing if we're going to have a double shield ban again by CAG, and if it might be a Montaigne instead on Lair because of how much info 5 Fears are able to get. Yeah, I'm color me shocked, Harrison. The one op for shields that 5 Fears played every single round is now banned first on Lair.
Yeah, not surprising at all. Monty also banned against them pretty consistently on this map. CAG, their most banned operators here on Lab are Monty and Ying. Ying, another operator that 5 Fears likes, so I assume this will be the Ying. No, it's the Blitz. So CAG, again, really leaning into the fact that they do not want 5 Fears to be able to play double shield Blitz Blackbeard, but of course, with only 2 bans, you need to leave 1 up. I imagine we'll see a lot of Blackbeard from 5 Fears, maybe not right now, but eventually. For CAG, though, they no longer have the availability of Cade and Mira, though Bandit Tricking can still be very strong on this map, and Anaton will bring him immediately. Also, we literally made the point that one of the biggest weaknesses from 5 Fears and one of the biggest reasons they ended up losing to VP was because they couldn't clear the Azami on desk. And
look what CAG brought.
Zaka is going to be Azami behind the desk.
I'm hopeful that 5 Fears, after that loss, took some time to VOD review a little bit, and they're like, guys, why did we not clear this guy desk?
And now they're like, no, we got it.
Yeah.
Oh, so now you have it.
I'm gonna wait 10 seconds before I make a comment about 5 Fears' lineup. Although they have not really made any major any changes just yet off their initial decision. CAG's lineup makes tons of sense for this top floor bomb site of offices. Again, the Azami for desk, the Azami maybe to stall early by operation. You can cut off that window repel cut with your keep barrier and just in general make this extension last significantly longer with her gadget and a ton as well for the Bandit, trying to keep those office walls closed off for a pivotal amount of time. And 5 Fears not really changing their lineup at all. You've got Fens on the striker, Capital from Forest. I, again, like the Grim since he hasn't been banned throughout this series, and Snake on Deimos. One of the things that 5 Fears really lacked was a vert presence. You know, you saw 5 Fears occasionally running up main stairs from the first floor, but they never sent Snake down below to get info with his Deathmark trackers to assist when dealing with the Azami behind desk. So maybe now Snake is put on a slightly different style of play off of this info operator, and that could be used to help deal with power positions, because most of office in our 6th room is strictly vert.
Oh, Zaka, though, almost dying before he can even get behind the desk. But he ends up living with just a sliver of HP and forfeiting ops control over to the attack. Snake positioned downstairs. I imagine eventually we'll see Snake Deimos track the Bandit. Instead, Rival tries to breach the mask wall, and Anaton just Bandit tricks it for free.
Well, you still have a lot of other heart breach. Only time will tell if 5 Fears continue to struggle dealing with Anaton here. A lot of damage dealt on the Izami, like you mentioned, off that cutoff. Here comes the nade. It'll be dodged by Shuri, but at least the Grim Canister gives away his position, and JJ just runs upstairs without any help from his team. That was a bit questionable, but it's still the entry kill for Kag. Now Snake will try to recover this position, getting the Deathmark track off on a Shoe Reap, and finally secures that trade, but you've lost out on the rest of your Grim Canisters this round, Harrison.
Yeah, confusing play by JJ. I wonder if he just got super baited by Shoe Reap running up the stairs. The Grim track, I think, faded, and then he went back down. Thorn not going to deal any damage to Fen. Snake kills Anaton, so there finally we get that verticality onto the Bandit that we were looking for. I think Snake is now looking to just try and get these batteries from below. He's successful on the primary wall that you want to open in the mass to get that plant down. Zaka also, I think because he used so many Kivas trying to bolster his position in ops, only has the one left to cover him on the office desk. Forrest, of course, as the Capital, could potentially flame him out. Or sorry, no, I lied. He's out of flames. They also don't have any nades. So once again, they don't have any utility to deal with Zaka, but now he's going to get aggressive on the Mask Breach and just gets downed by his own teammate's fire because DD wants to try and deny the plant. A misplay from Zaka gives 5 Fears a 2-man lead. It's made worse as Forrest picks off Chibisu, and DD is completely surrounded.
An unfortunate team kill there by DD. However, it might have just not have mattered all too much. Again, a lot of health was lost initially by Izami, playing out from operation. The Kiva wasn't placed to stop that cutoff, so JJ was able to deal tons of damage before the Izami gave up operation. And like you mentioned, a majority of those Kivas used for the extension. It made defending the bomb site significantly more challenging. Also really got to commend Snake in that round too. We mentioned it from their last game, Virtus.pro. He wasn't playing underneath a lot when they were attacking office, but instead he's able to play downstairs, not only trading the IGL of JJ, but also getting that vert kill onto Anatum, which allowed for the main breach to be opened up by 5 Fears. Now they can start throwing in those smoke bolts for the plant. Now they can start hitting the lurk from Forrest. Since he's used all of his utility, he can just be another body with a gun, since he just dropped 14 last game, so he's shooting quite hot today. So great recovery from 5 Fears despite a little bit of silliness with that run-up from JJ.
And another 3K from Snake, getting really important kills, right? Trading back JJ, the guy main stairs, working the vert to kill the Bandit mass to allow Rival to get that plant, to get that wall open, because without that, then, the Izami wouldn't have tried to run in, and what have you. The dominoes fell. Now on basement, we've got the Clash for the first round from Kag. It was banned last map. Now it's available. Anaton will play her, likely in a very forward position. Now the only thing that I'm a little bit concerned about is last time we saw Kag consistently playing the Clash. It was in that border game against, I think it was Los. And Anaton was pretty alone when he was on that Clash. Like, he was trying to support the guy's CC, but he was really the only thing there to stop them from just walking in. And really, the attack just kept walking past him. I'm hoping that now that it's a basement site, he's going to be a lot closer to the chest, and he's going to have a lot more support.
Kag already falling off the top floor roam. They do still have 3 members, at least on the middle floor for right now. Shuri probably not wanting just to lose his life, expecting a shield in play from 5 Fears. They spot that shield player of JJ across the blue hallway, trading in some, or not trading any damage, but losing a bit of HP. 5 Fears, they do have vert as well, so Fens can create a lot of pressure when the roamers begin to fall back and try to hold anchor positions towards site. They also have a lot of info again with Snake being played from Forest, and Deimos in play from Snake once again. Didn't mess it up that time. So overall, good tempo so far from 5 Fears. You had 4 roamers to contest with, and almost all of them have now fallen back, besides Anaton, who is just now beginning to back away. I think only lingering by Filter because he has that assist from DD. But again, if Anaton were to lose his life early, that's the Clash shield gone. That'd be a huge pick for 5 Fears, especially since they've struggled with the execute on this bomb site in particular.
You also see 5 Fears full rotating over towards Barrel and Warehouse, but Chibisu about to catch JJ off guard. 5 Fears have absolutely no information on the site, maybe using most of their drones towards that blue side before deciding that they wanted to full rotate. Now there's no trade on Chibisu. He's still playing in lockers. He's able to get all the way back to site, although the Vert will cut him off. So Fens does even the man count now, but there's only 50 seconds remaining. This is a 1v1 against the shotgun, and of course, Forrest is going to lose that. DD deals with him incredibly easily. He was the only player trying to hit by blue. Fens, sure, he's got a ton of verticality to work with, but Rival and Snake are going to be alone trying to push onto the bomb site completely from lockers. No one exposing themselves to the player upstairs, at least just yet. Rival maybe knows about this player missile. There goes the flashbang and the peek. Easily Prey fires down Shoe Reap. So back to even now. Anaton, though, could pose a massive issue against any plant attempt, especially, again, because this verticality from Fens has not found anything beyond that trade on a Chibisu. But just as I say that, Anaton goes down. The attacker's trying to rush in through Toxin. They've got the ping on one player. He gets the kill, quickly traded back. 5 seconds on the board. Rival needs to start sticking this case. DD inside split. Fens knows exactly where he is, trying to duck and dodge around the wall, but Fens is better, and 5 Fears go up 2-0.
And that lurk, or that not that lurk pressure, but the vert pressure, saving 5 Fears. They lost Forrest early because DD was still covering that lurk, but they're able to equalize the man count, and it did limit where CAG could actually play safely. That clash very disjointed from the rest of her team. Anita not able to really feed off a lot of information to allow for those swings because they were so focused on trying to avoid Fens. It was still a great start, don't get me wrong, for CAG, utilizing the fact that 5 Fears were a little low on time, so they didn't do a great job of gathering info, but a reset being made from 5 Fears, giving them some of those crucial picks to stabilize. They're now up 2-0 on lair attack. The usual default for this map, I believe, is still a 4-2 split favoring the defense. This is exactly what 5 Fears needed after coming off a map victory on their pick of Fortress. This is fantastic for them.
Yeah, right now, I believe the only 2 attacker-sided games, maps in the event are Bank and, strangely enough, Clubhouse, I think.
10 seconds to go.
So Lair still leaning a little bit defender-sided.
5 seconds remaining.
5 Fears with back-to-back round-winning 3Ks. The first thanks to Snake, the second thanks to Fens, who is now 3-0. Him and Rival yet to die through the first couple rounds. Bunk's briefing now the site for CAG, and they are bringing your typical lineup. They've got the Tachanka for Plant Denial. They've got Chibisu upstairs on the Solus. Really the only thing that they're missing that you typically see here is maybe swapping out the Mute or the Ella for a Warden, just in case 5 Fears go for a Smoke Plant or something like that. But again, with the Solus, it's up to you whether or not you want that redundancy. 5 Fears don't have a Thatcher, so we won't see that cool play that we saw yesterday where they Thatchered the Solus in order to get that plant down. And 5 Fears likely going to have to full clear this top floor.
I'm hoping CAG, obviously you're going to commit a lot more because if you give up that vert from above, that's really your only chance of denying a plant. But I'm hoping in general for CAG, they try to keep their roam alive longer than what we saw in round number 2. Having everyone fall back at that minute 40 mark, sure, doesn't seem like a terrible idea because you've got the Goyo, you've got the Clash, but that did allow 5 Fears to get vert basically for free, which ended up saving them from that 5 versus 3 deficit they were at moments ago. Here comes Shuri, trying to go for a flank maybe up main stairs. Do they drone him out? Yes. They did detect him, so he'll most likely have to fall back, and it looks like 5 Fears are trying to sandwich him from lobby as well.
I think Shuri had initially intended to go downstairs for a C4, potentially on the JJ because of the call from Zaka that they were pushing from ops, but then of course Snake opening that barricade forces Shoe Reap back. Halfway through the round now, and 5 Fears are taking this pretty slowly. Rival and JJ still have not moved past ops. They will, just as I say that, Fence has finally jumped into bathroom, and now with just over a minute left, the pinch begins for 5 Fears. Fens moving in through display. The ace falling on the half wall. JJ just kind of being stuck behind this fire right now. They also know about this Deimos' position. Fens really wanting to just walk his way through, and he catches Chibisu completely unaware, almost lines up a second, but DD escapes down the hatch with his life. And now 5 Fears have control of our 6 room. Everybody from CAG is back on the site, and JJ good for 2. DD and Shureep fall. Now it's all up to Anaton off-site. 1 versus 5 after a flawless clear.
5 Fears, it looked a little bit concerning with how long it took for them to set up that roam clear, but it still worked out beautifully for them. They burned so much utility off the rip, those Tachanka Shamika launchers, the Ela Gersmots. Honestly, the Deimos distracting a large majority of that roam extension, allowing for Fens to spot a gap and work a massive pick. You've now got the rest of the roam from CAG making that 50-50 choice of, do we fall back closer to site and risk dying to these angles on the vert that are so powerful into the bomb site, or we just try to double down and work for any kind of trades we can find. And, because Blackbeard was still in such a dominant position upstairs, because he had full HP avoiding a majority of those traps, JJ made quick work of them upstairs. Fantastic sandwich by 5 Fears. They are now flawless in the first quarter, and a timeout now being called from CAG here, hoping to find some semblance of hope on their defense.
Yeah, good timeout from CAG, considering that defense through their couple plays of this map is by far and away a dominant side. They have an 80% win rate on the defense here on Lair, and JJ and co, 5 Fears, are just running through them. 5 Fears actually have a 66% win rate, so averaging 4-2 on the attack of Lair throughout this event so far. It's been almost exactly 50-50, and 5 Fears have already met that.
I believe we're going back into the top floor for CAG. I'm interested in seeing if they're going to prioritize that extension from operation as much as they did last time, because it kind of backfired. 5 Fears committed 1 Grim canister and burned away 2 Azami Kibas and almost killed Zaka outright from that position. So it'll be interesting to see if CAGs instead want to play a little bit closer towards mezzanine if they want to hold for operation, maybe have some backup on those longer angles near the lobby staircase. Snake as well, doing a lot to really not confuse CAG, but just make a lot of space for his team. Again, killing Anaton on the Bandit trick. There's now no wall denial because 5 Fears for their last ban end up getting rid of Bandit. So they'll have a much easier time opening up those breaches towards site. Snake as well also on the sledge, funny enough.
He's got sledge shotgun.
Yeah, he might just be going for a rush up a lobby staircase. That would not shock me, because you've got, or even through bathroom, just trying to barrel your way in. Maybe have JJ go up from lobby instead. Just sledgehammer that bathroom window and just barge your way in. Still having 2 sets of nades like a Deimos.
Interesting that there's actually nobody on main stairs right now, because Shureep, who was playing it last time, is all the way down in the basement playing the Solus. We'll see where 5 Fears start to set up. It's JJ and Fens walking towards Skybridge. So this might end up being a storage side push from 5 Fears. We saw them on double hard breach before, thinking that, okay, maybe they're going to completely open Mask and go for that execute. But no, they've got 1 wall on Mask, or 1 ace charge on Mask already open. Here's the pressure from Skybridge coming to meet Anaton. He sends 1 impact out, does a little bit of damage to JJ, and is soon probably just going to shoot this gas pipe and leave, although it's blown up by JJ's nade for him. And there it goes. He does fully fall back towards storage. So JJ, full Skybridge control. Forest just outside. Fens on the staircase. And this is going to be a full frontal assault on storage from 5 Fears, I think. They have to worry about Shureep.
Potential of a flank could be possible. They've got no utility to slow down Shureep here. Shotgun close quarters. Massive kill on defense. Looking for the Blackbeard. Anaton with the assist. Beautiful aggression from CAG. 2 massive frags for the defense. And 5 Fears forced on the back foot for one of the first times in this initial half. Some info spotted onto Snake. The Soul is still trying to buy a lot of time, but forced through the wall. Shuts him down. Nice shot landed there by the Grim. And although you've lost your spearhead of that Blackbeard, there is still a chance with the operation wall opened up that you could maybe try to deal some damage in towards the site. Are 5 Fears aware that Zaka's playing close, or do they think he's fallen back towards the shield by Master Desk?
Their rival was just taking the fight with him. Snake has also made his way up main stairs. Forrest is rotating all the way around to try and join his team. They do know about the Azami, but rival loses the fight. The trade attempt from Snake, unable to be found so far. Goyo fire right in front of him, stopping from peeking, but from way downtown, one pump Zaka behind the desk. It'll be irrecoverable. It's a 2v3 for 5 Fears. Snake and Forrest attempting to pinch here. Forrest outside the other side of the mask breach. If Snake can just get in a position, or sorry, if Forrest can just get into a position to plant, this round becomes winnable, but he's got to make it past these long angles set up by Kag. As he vaults in, the sound call is made by Kag. Down he goes, and Snake is all alone with only 7 seconds left. There's no way he's going to be able to win this. He gets 1 kill for his troubles, but now Kag just separate, knowing he can't possibly kill them both. Kag on the board.
A well-needed round after that timeout for Kag. I love the aggression there from both Shureep and Anaton. They spot the lack of flank watch that 5 Fears had in their composition. Tons of information gathered from the Lion scan, I believe, by Fens, maybe seeing his scanner on the body there, getting the initial entry, and then they realized that the Blackbeard was isolated, so Anaton and Shureep just double down to kill this threat. You've now got 2 picks, still the Roam alive, wasting more time for 5 Fears, and like you said, although they had information about the Azami, it's a 1-for-1 fight. Zaka wins that swiftly, not giving 5 Fears a lot of options to really trade each other out without just losing too many bodies. It was a 2 versus 4. Kag had a lot of their longer horizontal angles to stop and execute from the office side of the map, so great recovery there from Kag. They'll go back downstairs with maybe a more roam-focused composition. They did roam, but because they had Clash, because they had Goyo and a lot of utility focus towards the site, they kind of gave up that roam early. Now having the Mute and Solus combination, I imagine they play upstairs for a lot longer, which could maybe put some extra struggle here for 5 Fears.
Especially with the having like the Thorn and the Goyo to fall back on site and waste even more time. I do agree. I think that's probably going to be the move for Kag. You have Chibisu all the way upstairs, Shureep and Zaka playing on the middle floor around medic and weapons. 5 Fears still bringing the Ram. They've got the Snake too instead of the Deimos because he's been banned out. Snake back on the Dokkaebi that we saw him play a couple rounds prior to. Blackbeard, of course, still being played as it wasn't banned. We will probably see him both this round and, well, we'll definitely see him this round. We'll probably see him the next 2. That'll give him a 100%. Or sorry, not 100. I forgot they didn't play him round 1. So not 100% hit rate. I lied. 5 Fears starting their upstairs clear. Really the only target. Oh, no. Okay. Shureep has since rotated up 2 to join Chibisu, although they are very far apart. Basically no tradability between either of them. If 5 Fears clue into this, they could probably isolate them pretty easily. Fens has information on Chibisu. There is a kill attempt from Forrest in bunks, but Chibisu able to get away. Shureep, though, has since rotated downstairs, now coming back up. I was going to say maybe Chibisu, again, could still be isolated, but he and the Solus are wasting so much time.
Yeah, interestingly enough, 5 Fears don't go for the same top-to-bottom clear they had last time when they attacked the basement floor, putting more emphasis on just getting into security to get that vert down, avoiding that roam presence, but with Kag still playing on the top floor, they could easily flank. If Rival's distracted looking through that vert, it could be an easy entry for Kag. And it seems like that will happen, but instead it'll be Chibisu upstairs to get rid of Snake. The Dokkaebi calls no longer in effect as she's been eliminated first in this round. A minute left to go, and the roam is still thriving here for Kag, and I don't think 5 Fears are aware of this.
There is someone just waiting here in Pillar. Shureep, I think, has just heard Rival. The loud 3 armor. And now it's a standoff. I think Shureep is calling in for Chibisu to support with that vert. Does it distract him enough? Yes, it does. Shureep coming in for the easy kill. DD dies on sight. So does Anaton, but all this verticality is now in the hands of Kag. Forrest and JJ, the 2 support players, the last alive. JJ able to get a kill. Maybe knows about the player in the corner. He does. Sight control in the hands of 5 Fears. How much can Shureep and Chibisu do with Shureep upstairs with the Solus scanner? Chibisu has since rotated down towards Missile. The plant is going down from Forrest, but nobody on Kag can deny. He and JJ can now back off towards post-plant positions. just wait for Chibisu and Shureep to be forced to run into their guns. Chibisu, though, coming in from Toxin. I don't think JJ knows the pre-fire, though. Will clue him into his position as there's a 2v1 being taken on the Blackbeard. Now it's just JJ, almost out-dueled by Shureep, and he can just long arm. He's got cover. JJ, can he see the knee? He can! And now he's just got to worry about Chibisu, but he comes in perfectly for the refrag, and Kag with another round.
And unlike last round, we had a roam being fully committed there from Kag, and that was their saving grace. 2 massive kills worked up above, because again, what was the saving grace of 5 Fears in round number 2? It was the Vert held by Fens upstairs, working 1, if not 2 picks on the Ram to stabilize that execute. And although the rest of 5 Fears gave up on the roam clear and instead barged their way into sight, playing for the numbers game, that gave enough time for Kag, both Chibisu and Shureep upstairs, to play off of each other and isolate both attackers left from 5 Fears, lowering JJ. So even though he saw the feat of Shureep on that defuse, I mean, the Mute just had a way better gun and more health to take that engagement, shutting down JJ and having plenty of time to disable that diffuser. Great adaptation from Kag, and now we're just 1 round away from tying the half after Kag's tack timeout.
Yeah, which would be a typical split for this map, this event. Obviously, 5 Fears looking to stop that from happening on a Bunks attack where they were they were, in fact, flawless last time. Kag's roam very quickly fell by the wayside after the opening pick from Fens onto Chibisu, and then JJ rushing in with the Blackbeard, good for 2 on the bomb site. Kag this time doubling up on the Warden and the Solus for this upstairs hold, and unless 5 Fears clear it, they're leaning really heavily into the smokes. Unless they get rid of these operators, it could certainly punish them. Actually, Shureep not even upstairs. He's ratting in weapon right now.
I wonder if JJ is running the Fuse Shield. Maybe he'll just try to turtle a plant here, because he's going with Diffuser. And although you've got 2 smokes, you know, the Capitao Smoke Bolts and Snake. Oh, never mind, he's not running smokes, it's JJ instead. My mistake. You've got nades for Snake instead. Although you have smokes to try to go for a safer plant, again, Shureep is on Warden. If Chibisu is able to gather info with that Solar Scanner as to where exactly that plant is going down, he could obviously try to deny it, or Shureep could throw out a Nitro Cell off that info to stop a plant, which might be the win condition of 5 Fears in round number 6. We'll have to wait and see if 5 Fears end up putting all their eggs into the one basket of a site execute, or if they try to put some pressure upstairs. In the meantime, JJ will try to make some space over by the storage hallway, gets rid of that barbed wire, and now he'll work his way back downstairs as the Selma charges go off behind the pillar wall. Although it's soft, the Vert is able to shoot some of it open, or shoot some of it off, but not completely, so it's still an angle to be held from 5 Fears, and now the plan is going down. Can they stop this, Harrison?
JJ's already more than halfway through. The C4 kills Snake, but not JJ. Plant complete. Nobody upstairs able to deny, and you can see all of 5 Fears start to back the hell off. Fens upstairs on this crucial cutoff position. Rival kills Shureep. The C4 misses, and the bait using the air jab allows DD to kill Fens. That's the only player from 5 Fears who is upstairs. Maybe someone rotates later in the round to work the Vert, but for now, JJ on the site with support from Forrest, who kills both players, downing the hatch. JJ attempted an ADS, dies, but then Rival kills another 2 from Pillar, and 5 Fears confirm a 4-2 advantage.
And a great rotate there from JJ to get that plant down, noticing that almost all of Kag were focused on the pillar plant attempt. Instead, that bait, allowing for the plant to go down, worked out perfectly. But as the half is eclipsed, we'll go in for a little pause of this halftime split and hear what the coaches have to say.
I think we carry this more aggression into the attack as well. Like, I want to see more aggression. Like, I want to see some random backstabs. I want to see some random shit, bro. I think it's working. Yeah, I think I think they have a very precise game plan, more or less, and just do what they're not gonna think you're gonna do. Okay, do unexpected shit. It's probably gonna work better than anything else that makes sense that we could do. Just do unexpected shit. Do what we know, but do it aggressively. Do it like we know how to do it. Okay.
Okay.
Don't hold back. Don't be scared. We don't give a fuck, bro. We have nothing to lose.
ズボン抜けていいんじゃん。なんで？一人ちょっとズボン抜けていいんじゃん。俺らは普通やって。 オッケーオッケー。週だけマジで暴れさす？
オッケーオッケー。線狙ってくわ、じゃあ。
オッケー。よろしく。
首とかでやるわ。
オッケー。
割り食使うか。割り食
We go with that, guys? We'll go with that?
Yeah, that works.
Okay, now, guys, when we do our engine defense, let's remind it now, right? Snake, fuck the cheese. You can cheese early, but let's play for the run out. Let's play to win the strat, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, guys, we got this. Heard? Guys, dual calm and collected. Like these late rounds, like JJ said, no UAV comms, come up with a plan, and we commit. When we see them flip, do not shit pants, play in a strong power spot. Like, for example, if it's the tank flip, okay, maintain a tank call, maintain Biden, and we gotta fight Pebbles hard, right?
Yep.
But don't peek deep.
I got him, bro. Let's 7-2. I got him.
7-2, bro. We can win literally 3
got
rounds
him.
right in the game, dude.
When does lunch close, bro? I hope we don't miss lunch. We might have missed lunch.
Hey, listen, the check is if we miss lunch, we get something, we miss lunch, and then they'll give us food.
Sam, who order food?
No, Ubi will give us food if we tell them we missed lunch.
Why are you winking at me?
Yeah, we were gaming during lunch, bro. That's a fucked up.
I'm sorry, we cannot keep our composure, guys. We might miss lunch. That's their biggest concern right now.
I gotta know, where is Biden? What call out is Biden? I'm gonna have to ask Roman or JJ after this game or something. Where the hell is Biden? I love the call from CAG too. You know what, guys? Just do random stuff. Just do stuff. Do stuff they're not gonna expect. It is that easy. 5 Fears heading into their defense now. Now, curiously enough, this is their weaker side. This is their much, much weaker side on where. So, for example, right? Attack and win rate, their average is 4-2. They win 2/3 of their rounds. On defense, out of 13 rounds played, they have won 5. So if there is anywhere CAG are about to storm back on this map, it is right here, right now. Master Office is our first play. We know 5 Fears like to play that clash. Forrest is going to don that operator immediately. CAG don't want to deal with the Bandit, so 5 Fears maybe eventually we'll see something like a Cade. 5 Fears don't want to deal with the Glaz or the Monty either, but again, in banning those 2 operators, you allow Anton stuff like the Blackbeard, like the Ying. Shu Reap is going to be on these lurk operators like the Dokkaebi, the Deimos, probably the Snake too later in this half. 5 Fears, I like the clash coming out early because, again, if they can win these 3 defenses, they win the map before the second bans even come out.
I'm a little surprised that we have Zaka now on the ace. They might want to focus a little more towards operation so that range hard breach could be helpful in getting the double wall opened up, clearing Mez a little more efficiently. I was going to say, having the Bandit off the board in those initial bans can allow for more utility-focused operators that aren't just for the breach, like Capitao, which would have been a great asset for dealing with Desk, for dealing with Forrest on the clash, forcing her to back up, and providing space to go for a plant. But you do still have the Ying, which makes a ton of space. There's no Warden, so she's in a prime position to make impact in this round. And Didi is on the Grim. So maybe they didn't need the redundancy of that Capitao for this round. And of course, Zaka is going to alleviate a lot of that pressure off the shoulders of Anaton being that potential only hard breach in this round. Minute burned away, and Rival has just now been detected by Operation, doing a similar to extension to what CAG had playing by Operation, but not as much pressure put onto him so far.
Still using quite a lot of Kibas, though, even dedicating one to blocking off the drone hole. Anaton, though, taking a lot of damage. So is Shureep, who tried to work some cheeky vert upwards. So both of them, 1 or 2 bullets worth of HP left, and Fens with a cheeky run out outside display fells Chibisu for the opening pick. Unlike last map, CAG have been dominating the entries. They are 6-1, but now 5 Fears still up 4-2 at the half, and now 2 kills in a row with no response from CAG, and that's also neither of the players who have taken this ton of early damage. Shureep now 1 HP. The C4 lands perfectly. 5 Fears looking to completely lock down CAG in this first round. Just to add insult to injury, here comes the clash, just harassing this Ying. He's going to try and put down the shield. He's got support from Fens, and just like that, 5 Fears start their defense flawlessly.
It is something they talked about in the timeout, not just the potential of missing lunch, Harrison, but going for the cheeky runouts. CAG were completely thrown off guard from Fens pushing out towards the Sky Bridge. He gets that initial pick onto Chibisu. I believe he was playing one of the only info ops of that round as well. And on top of that, they also hunted down the Vert player. Great aggression by 5 Fears. Maybe noticing that CAG were a little spread out and unable to play for trades. You've now got that 2-man advantage. You still have all your Thorn Razor Blooms. You still have your Flash providing a ton of information. No, Chibisu was actually on the strike. That's my mistake. But Shureep was also the second pick to be had there in that round as Dokkaebi. So a lot less pressure from those Logi bombs. Regardless, though, getting 2 to 3 picks in about the minute to minute 30 round just made that round completely seamless for 5 Fears, winning 3 separate 1-for-1 fights and cleaning up flawlessly against CAG. Will go into the basement floor bomb site for 5 Fears in round number 8, and their lineup, I would say, still focused on having those longer lines of sight. The Tachanka LMG opening up a lot of rotates and longer positions to hold for 5 Fears on a potential anchor. You do still have a roam established with Rival upstairs on the Lamai. Snake not too far behind, keeping some of those Razor Blooms in his pocket perhaps to slow down players like Anaton, who are usually the spearhead when it comes to clearing out the extensions on maps like Lair.
Thatcher being brought basically just for JJ's Cade as well. I think he's looking to... I thought maybe he was looking to Cade trick, but he's just looking for the farthest away from the hatch he could possibly put the Cade Claw while still shocking it. And I think he missed, and it's not on a soft floor. Well, that's unfortunate.
You know, it would have gotten EMP'd anyways. Don't sweat it, JJ.
Bro, they're going to miss lunch. He's got to lock in. Lock in, JJ. Shureep on the Snake, finding somebody. Oh, I think he sees, yeah, he sees Rival in the Armory hallway, I believe. Who's just playing on those blue stairs. Kind of weird that 5 Fears opt for the Wamai and the Tuber out here instead of either like the Azami to hold blue, someone with a shotgun to hold blue. Instead, it's just Rival with an SMG, and there's multiple players from CAG starting to work their way towards him. He gets heavily lit up and immediately falls back.
Now using these magnets to help over by Filter, the Shamika launcher as well, giving 5 Fears a moment to breathe before Anaton can barge his way downstairs. This could give an opportunity to reinforce off that Filter wall, but for right now, Forrest is using it as another angle to assist Rival, committing his life in through Filter. Now that the roam's been dealt with, the Vert will go down from the sledge upstairs. Zaka applying some pressure from the middle floor. About a minute left to go, and he almost spotted an opportunity to work an early entry kill, and maybe this is an interesting play from CAG, using the Vert to allow these ROUs to fly through, cutting off those long lines of sight. Maybe that could give CAG an opportunity to isolate some of these defenders downstairs.
Oh, trying to take the Tachanka's angle away to support Rival, and it's successful thanks to the vertical sends. Anaton with the opening pick, but Chibisu and Shureep fall quickly thereafter to the guns of 5 Fears as they tried to move into the bomb site. Anaton now in the split, trying to see if he has any opening to walk through. He's got support from Zaka still up above. DD position infiltration, but without Chibisu and Shureep trying to split push here, all 5 Fears have to do is point their guns in the same direction. It's good for another 2 kills. Anaton completely surrounded, hits the reload, gets felled by the Chanka, and 5 Fears go up 6-2.
It felt like in round number 8, Harrison, CAG only applied pressure from Filter. Even the Vert was just used to assist Sens for throwing out those ROUs, cutting off the line of sight for Forrest. Yes, it wins you that entry, but you've got the entire other half of the basement floor to deal with. There was no one lurking stock. There was no one trying to push from missile. There was no other Vert pressure like I already mentioned. So everybody else on 5 Fears just had to look at one part of the map, hold crossfires, and play an anchor, which has been the biggest success part, or their most successful aspect of their defenses since Fortress is their anchor game. And that's been the biggest struggle for CAG, is having enough resources besides their shield to get in and make space for a plant. So yes, the Sens play was amazing, but it only got them so far, and they still had an entire portion of 5 Fears to deal with that they didn't have the right tools for the job.
Yeah, I think this is a big lesson that 5 Fears are learning from their 2 earlier losses with how close map 1 was, is that when it comes down to the execute, when, you know, push comes to shove, 5 Fears can really rely on their anchor game and just playing together, sitting still, holding crosses, getting refrags. It's when they start to push out and fan across the map and try to lurk a little bit too much, get overactive, as we like to say. that Five Fears sometimes struggle and get picked off solo. Bunk's briefing could be the final sight we see Five Fears defend in this game. If CAG do not get their act together, they're down 4 rounds. They will need to win this and then the equivalent of a full site rotation on the attack, which is, of course, a difficult proposition on any map, except maybe Bank and Clubhouse because they're attacker-sided. But anyway, Five Fears also still bringing that duo of the Warden and the Solus, just like we saw from CAG's most recent attempt of this site, though it didn't work out for them. Five Fears hopefully have those two operators in a more viable position to try and deny that plan. We've also got a lot of information from Snake bringing that Valkyrie. CAG, though, double shields and ascends. We see sometimes teams will dump all their utility in Bunk's briefing, try to hit that case, and at the same time have that top floor push while the defenders are distracted.
Zaka running the shotgun. Might be aware of this roamer right below him on the staircase, but instead will just focus his attention to dealing with the top floor extension, maybe assisting Anaton from Skybridge. There goes the Logi bomb call. Again, creating more space for CAG to push the envelope. They have a nice sandwich potentially as Chibisu and Shureep are still pushing in from the bathroom side of the map, but Fens close quarters with this Mossberg to counter the sledge. Beautiful shot landed, and now the Blackbeard's isolated.
He can't make it in because of those smokes. I wonder maybe Zaka hitting the go button a little bit too soon, but the entire upstairs clear has fallen flat on its face. Forest deals with Shureep. Chibisu dead as well. CAG did try to go for the play I was talking about. Barrel into sight, try and distract the defense while your shields push upstairs, but now it's just down to DD. Stuck against 5 defenders, shoots out the Nitro cell, but he's getting bear down upon by 2 players. Five Fears win it flawlessly. Just a few years ago, JJ won his first T2 game. Last year, he won his first T1 game. And today, he wins his first game at a major.
A flawless way to close out the series. Forest, even the MVP, once again, almost dropping back-to-back double digits. We are sad to see CAG go, but at least Five Fears will live to see another day at Salt Lake City. Incredible performance by them, sealing the deal in overtime on map number 1, and then going 7-2 on Lair, really punishing the attacking rounds from CAG. Just overall, CAG struggled so much with working off of their late round site utility, and the anchor game impeccable by Five Fears.
Like you said, they survive another day, and unfortunately, as much as it pains me to say this, 0-3 for CAG. Seems like just another day in the office for them, but we will be back with map number 2 in just a couple minutes.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
A disappointing loss here for CAG. I'm here with Arcully after a heck of a game, a heck of a battle. But talk us through the emotions that you're feeling right now. As I understand it, your coach Brown kind of stormed out of the room.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's devastated, like we are. You know, we came in today thinking that we could actually win against 5 years because we just had a good prep against them, but yeah, grouped again. So it is what it is.
We know you guys have so many fans out there. The CAG fans are loyal. Do you have anything you want to say to your fans out there who have supported you through, the hard?
First of all, sorry for my performance yesterday. I had to deal with some shit, but we'll come back stronger on EWC. So thank you for all the support.
We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Like Arcully said so poignantly, grouped again. Unfortunately, CAG unable to find success here in SLC, but we have a much more shocking elimination coming up next. The 1 and 2 seeds out of SAL, Furia versus NIP. One of them are going home today.
Bit of an El Clasico matchup, and these two teams faced off against one another in the SAL kickoff during playoffs to get that first seed. They both had an incredible performance in the upper bracket, but then going into that best-of-3 matchup, NIP lost 0-2 against Furia, playing, I believe, it was both Bank and Fortress. I'm really hoping for NIP's sake because we've seen them lose Bank now 3 times in a row, once in the SAL kickoff and then twice during the SLC Swiss stage, that we don't see it here today, Harrison.
We will see, of course, once we come back, and we'll get into the game shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. If you were not here for match number 1, 5 Fears took the win over CAG 2-0. So they survive, and more importantly, John, they didn't miss lunch.
True. They won that last map 7-2, I believe it was, on Lair. It was a much closer affair going on to their best map of Fortress, 8-6 for 5 Fears. Now we have a matchup we've seen quite a few times, at least in the South American region. NIP versus Furia. They faced off again in that final bracket of Upper in a best-of-3 series where Furia won 2-0 on a Bank and Fortress lineup. Like I mentioned before we went to break, NIP have had a really bad losing streak on Bank. So for their sake, I hope they either banned it or it's just not going to be in play today in one way or another.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what that map ban or the map bans are going to look like between both these teams. I know that Fortress as well has been a stable pick for Furia, but they've also lost it quite consistently in the Swiss stage. And we are going to Bank. But at least to NIP's credit, they didn't pick it. It was Furia probably realizing that NIP have really been struggling as a whole on this map. Not only a couple of moments on defense, but specifically, yeah, it was their defense where DarkZero won 4 of their attacks in a row against them.
They did.
Yeah.
I really like this map pool for Furia. Border, I think, can go either way. Obviously, Furia as basically a new team. We don't have a ton of data on them, but they did beat Fluxo here 7-1 in their only play so far. NIP, historically, very good, including a, I believe, 4-map win streak. They won it 3 times during kickoff. They even beat Shopify on it way back at the last SI. But then, like we talk about, Bank, NIP, not a great record, really struggling on it so far this event. And then our Decider Cafe, that's actually the map that Furia and NIP played in kickoff group stage before playoffs, and Furia won that 7-4.
Yeah, I feel like if NIP do not win on Border, this could be the series in favor of Furia, right? Again, we talked about a lot of the struggles NIP had, both defending Bank and also a couple of moments, too, on attack, where if they weren't successful in that initial entry, they were very slow at preparing for the execute, which gave away a lot of opportunities for the Anchor, for the Crossfires to really shut down any potential of a post plant. I feel like Bank is one of the hardest maps to secure a plant on because there's so many power positions, there's so many operators that have util to burn out the clock, the Goyo, the smoke. I would love to talk another hour or two about Bank, of course, but we still have map number 1 to conclude before we get there. It's Border, which is a totally different map compared to Bank. One of the smallest maps, if not the smallest map in the competitive pool. It's still somewhat plant reliant, but a lot of that initial roam is kind of the make or break. How successful you are on the entry and just kind of snowballing your way into sight, because there is a massive lack of rooms you have to clear on Border compared to something like Bank.
Yeah, it'll be our first look at, again, Furia's Border in quite a bit, considering both the maps they've played so far and lost were on Fortress, which is not in our current map pool, thank the Lord. Goyo and Jaeger are our first bans for Furia. Now, those are an interesting couple. Normally, we'll see, like, the Azami, we'll see... I mean, the Goyo, I guess, is a little bit more common. Sorry, Goyo and Castle. What did I say? Jaeger. I thought I saw spiderwebs. Goyo and Castle. Okay, so much less interesting than a Jaeger ban. I don't know. Maybe I forgot to take my pills this morning. That's my bad. I'm seeing things.
I forgot to remind you. It's kind of on me.
I can't believe it. I trusted you, and you betrayed me.
Attackers have discovered the location of
All
guys,
love and war.
Never trust anyone.
Not even yourself. Start out with lockers in play for NIP. They opted for a Ying and Snake ban. You know, Ying very helpful with setting up for the execute, making a lot of space to get that plant down. Also can be used on a map like Border to also clear out the roamers very quickly. Because again, only a couple of rooms like CCTV or over by Office are the 2 main extension points, especially on a bomb site like Archives and Lockers. Throw out 1 or 2 Ying Candelas, make that space, already start applying pressure into the bomb site. NIP, their lineup not looking all too wild, I guess. You've got plenty of operators to shut down some shield play, although there is a lack of shields on Furia's roster. You've got the Thorn, you've got Ella in play as well by Fantasy. You've got Tachanka, maybe for some of that plant denial and just stalling out Furia from trying to get into the bomb site. seems like for the attacking lineup, they have a major emphasis on information. So they're hoping to isolate one of these people extended for NIP just to secure that first pick and have a lead off in maybe that first minute to minute 30 marker. I wouldn't be shocked too if they wanted to clear out CCTV, maybe sending someone downstairs to get Vert onto Wizard.
Yeah, the information, of course, being Furia's kind of main MO since they became a team. Lots of Snake, lots of Dokkaebi, Lion, Deimos, etc. Of course, the Snake being banned out, but out of all those information operators, Furia typically run at least 2 of them per round, really placing emphasis on the frags, which can sometimes be Furia's downfall. One of their big issues in both their loss against Ints and their last 2 couple games here at Salt Lake City is sometimes they play a little bit like G2 when they were just formed. DZ kind of having this issue a little bit as well, where this super team plays a little bit more like individuals. They're isolated a lot, and I mean, just like that, right? Herds peeks onto the CC window before the player on break is in a position on that rappel to get the refrag. There's nobody else here pressuring Wizard, just Herds trying to get a pixel peek, and he ends up dying for free.
2 people still contesting CCTV, and with the Aruni gates burning off more utility from Furia could be a challenge to clear out this space and then try to focus your attention on towards the bomb site. Lawyer as well still kind of lurking over by supply, but he might be forced to rotate to basically fill in that position Herds had earlier. Hates winning a 1-for-1 as well. Here comes the Logi Bomb and Deimos Deathmark tracker, but still NIP will persist on this extension by CCTV. The Deimos not doing any damage to Wizard, now being brought down to red HP, essentially. 1 shot to the DMR would put him down 6 feet under. Diaz and Loira following suit as well as they hit the floor. 4 versus 1 now favoring NIP as this clear completely backfired.
Yeah, tons of players on Furia getting isolated around CCTV, starting with that kill onto Herds. Don't you love it when the point you're making gets proven right in front of your eyes as you're making it?
If only I was good at color, that actually happened.
Yeah, you fraud. I hate this guy. Falls on 1 HP as Fantasy even retakes CCTV. So the little control that Furia garnered at the cost of 4 bodies is now taken away from them. Of course, there's only 8 seconds left, so it's not like Volps was going to do a whole lot with it anyway. As he gets modded, he's like, all right, you know what? I'm going to get the hell out of Dodge. Nip take a confident round 1.
And for Furia, it just felt like they might have been caught off guard by NIP's willingness to swing them, but you know, you've got a DMR with an ACOG scope. Why wouldn't you want to challenge that on a pixel peek? You've got so much utility that stops Furia from entering into the building, and if they're only taking 1-for-1 fights with you, I feel like you're kind of favored in that position. So good heads-up play from NIP, completely stopping Furia's attempt of dealing with the CCTV extension. Hopefully, for Furia's sake, they remain a little more patient in the future, have a chance to throw out those grenades, utilize the Deathmark trackers to isolate people like Wizard so they don't get away with those initial entry kills. We're now going down into Customs as our second site for NIP. We've seen it played a couple of times in Pro League, but this might be one of the first times we've ever casted it, Harrison.
Yeah, we haven't casted Customs in quite a while. It's started to become a little bit more popular rather than Bathroom Tellers. I mean, that happens sometimes, right? Where one of the main sites gets played so much that the attack, just by the process of repetition, kind of figure out the ideal way to attack it. So you move on to the other, figure out how to defend it, and wait till the attackers crack this one. So Nip kind of gambling a little bit here on Customs. They've, of course, have a CCTV setup, although a little bit light. You only have Wizard here. Typically, when we see Customs defended, it's a little bit heavier in CCTV because the entire floor of CC is destructible and on top of the bomb site. But we only really got 1 guy here armed with Mozzie Pests, and even then, Wizard not actually playing inside CCTV quite yet. Hates starting to feel some pressure on his horizontal hold over towards Vents and Workshop. The shield from Volp starting to move in from top east and start this clear against Wizard and Fantasy. The Oryx that we need to highlight, especially against this Monty clear, if Volps gets a little bit too ahead of himself and a little bit too close to this Oryx, Furia could find themselves down a shield.
You also have to worry about how soft the flooring is underneath Volps. I was going to say, a
Volps is
C4 from
alone.
Pino could have been huge. Wizard again, 1-for-1 against Herds this time in round number 2. And like you mentioned, Volz being alone for right now could be problematic if there were people upstairs to deal with him. But after that first entry was secured from NIP, they just get out of dodge, fall back into the first floor, and basically force Furia to double check every position on the top floor, which wastes a ton of time for them. On top of that too, Harrison, they've got no vert besides, you know, the secondary shotgun that they have for the Brava. They also have Lawyer with those Deathmark trackers, so they don't get a lot of impact from clearing out this top floor. But luckily, Fantasy is shut down by the Brava upstairs, so at least the man count's tied off, but they're still just checking ghost corners right now. So much time has been burnt off just clearing out the roam.
A minute to play with, though, is still decent, especially with top floor control and your Monty working in the first floor, clearing out Vent's workshop. So it's definitely not the end of the world here for Furia. I think trying to now just get into Vents and maybe work for a supply window, execute. Wizard in small office, Malusi in supply. You've got a lot of bodies spread out through the site, but just like that, Pino ends up dying to Diaz. Loira has control of CCTV and is likely trying to work vert here. DarkZero with the kill on the Hates. It's a 4 versus 2. Furia now probably looking for an angle to get this plant down as Volps has pushed deep into B. You hear him unshield and actually go for the fight against Wizard, and he ends up getting domed. Now Wizard getting tracked by the Deimos as DarkZero falls bottom metal. Now both attackers coming from the exact same direction. Wizard gets a 3rd kill and is able to get out of small office. Loira now stuck in the clutch. Both these players on the defense playing passive off each other's contact. Paceto just swings in and nip recover.
What a brilliant round for Wizard specifically on that customs anchor. You know, again, you get that first entry onto Herds a second time, immediately fall back closer to site. And with that Montaigne having no help, I think he was worried about Mozzie potentially having a nitro cell, so instead he takes the 1-for-1 gunfight, loses it, and now the win condition that Furia had of getting site control by supply and going for the plant is no longer there. They have to push out of their own power positions to fight into site, and because they have no vert, they're just taking 1-for-1 challenges horizontally, and Wizard just landed some nasty shots despite being Deathmark tracked. And after those 2-round losses for Furia, they already go in for a timeout, which I don't blame them. Border's one of the most attacker-sided maps, and they've already lost 2 in a row against NIP.
Yeah, and I mean, like, where's the info on the fact that Paceto is still playing jail? Where's the 3-2-1 swing onto the Mozzie? Why is Volps trying to take a 1 with Monty with full supply control and the diffuser in hand? This is the same issue Furia have been having all tournament, where people are just fighting like individuals. Like here, that was great cover, but then you have, like, where's the 3-2-1 on this guy? Why is your split push completely falling by the wayside? Nip now up 2-0 after a 2. Was that a 2v4 or a 2v5?
I think it was a 2v4.
2v4 from Wizard.
Yeah, because it was 2v4.
Yeah, from Wizard and Paceto.
Yep.
Now we continue the site rotation. So Bathroom Tellers is next up, seemingly, unless we see Vents next round. That is the site that Customs was kind of slotting in for NIP. And this is also the first round that they will have the Clash, another operator that NIP do like to run. They ran her a lot on in the kickoff event. So Wizard playing her. Furia, I don't know if they've got basically one tool to deal with her in Diaz on the Capitao. Maybe they also have EMPs. Those could be useful for shutting down the electricity on the shield, which slows down your push, obviously. Furia also bringing the Nook this round. Maybe seeing the Valkyrie, hoping that NIP are going to be over-reliant on their info.
Yeah, I was going to say, because the entry last round, it was a 2 versus 4 and just blanked for some odd reason, although I highlighted how well Wizard's been so far in the early round. I do think the Nook pick could be interesting for Furia, but in the meantime, again, still have to prioritize this roam clear. At least you've got the extra set of frag grenades here on Herds, seeing if he'll run into any black eye cameras that he can just evade with his scanner. Maybe we'll see DarkZero applying some extra pressure here on AC window. This could be a really nice pincer if Hates does not fall back off of this hatch. It is opened up by the impact grenade, but instead he shuts down Herds almost immediately. Now 0-3 in the entry department. A whole set of grenades is gone, and one of your best operators at avoiding the Valkyrie is already dead too.
Well, there goes the interesting Nook play for Furia, and also one of those players who was supposed to pinch onto Armory Lockers with DarkZero and Volps. Instead, it's Loira to take up the position vacated by the Nook, but Hates still able to get away despite three people trying to hunt him down. Volps, at the very least, does eventually kill him. DarkZero and himself, though, have taken quite a bit of punishment in the HP department. Of course, the clash as well of Wizard still alive and roaming downstairs. And now Furia turn their attention towards the first floor. That's crazy that you can melee that from there. Fantasy, though, gives his team the man advantage with the pick on the DS, who we saw earlier playing top east. And Fantasy gets another, rotating in through Customs. 2 kills for the Tuberau, playing around Customs. Now another 4 versus 2. Loira and DarkZero, the last 2 players standing, as Nip have played these extensions basically perfectly, because Furia are still not really playing together. Loira is trying to go deep vents, while DarkZero is opening a hatch in Customs, and then gets floor banged.
It felt like every fight that round was a 1v1 for Furia, at least, or a 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3
Just this
them.
round?
Might have been more than that. Again, another entry onto Herds. He's had a very quiet performance so far in this first half. You've got Hates maybe realizing that he was isolated from CC. Valk just goes for the opportunity to throw him off guard, wins that first entry. He sees all the pressure mounting up towards him, so he just falls back, wasting a lot of time. Volps does get a trade, but that lack of info and, again, team play to deal with the extension by Customs, to deal with the presence over from Workshop, it was just too much at the same time for Furia when they've had a really weak trade game. That's now 3 defenses in a row for NIP, and the tac timeout has already been used by Furia, and now we've gone to the 4th bomb site event. So every bomb site has been in play now for NIP, and Furia have been unable to solve any of them so far.
Yeah, I think it's really important to highlight the fact that the timeout just didn't net anything. NIP are now 3 rounds on a map that tends to be, at least this event, 50-50, basically. And Furia have now lost that because they took it so early. We see NIP's first event workshop defense. They've got a ton of information. The Valkyrie, the Solus, the Mozzie maybe even able to capture. Yeah, he's got a drone. So they've got that mobile camera now. Furia, I mean, literally, I feel like so many of their problems would be solved if they just started like 100% buddy systeming. Like, just make sure that every single fight you take, there's like 2 or 3 guys, instead of over and over again, we see Furia players get picked off completely by themselves.
Again, heavy info presence as well from NIP. That Nitro Cell almost landing on the Volts, but he gets behind the concrete flooring and dodges it at just the right time. We've got the Valkyrie, Solus, and Mozzie to worry about here. Constant information and several Nitro Cells, but for the first time in this series, Furia win the entry onto Wizard as well. So a lot of that info from the Solus is now gone, but at least Wizard can cycle the Valkyrie cameras to assist his teammates as Furia continue to clear out the top floor. Might not be aware of Pino currently just ratting behind the locker's doorway. But again, a lot of time left to gather drone work here from Furia. You've got a buddy system here set up from Basetto as well. They could easily fall back into the lower hatch to play over towards site and use those Nitro Cells to countervert, but Volps just gets punished by Basetto! He heard the melee on the barricade and just went for the swing, and he's yet to be punished.
And there's someone right there too, but you're right, they didn't know about Pino ratting on metal. Basetto over swinging on the door finally gets cleaned up, but the damage is done. You've lost Monty and you've lost Ram, the 2 most important operators for this push. Your only shield and your only source of verticality. Now Fantasy Hates and Pino just completely fall off this roam, leave Furia to their own devices upstairs. I mean, sure, you've lost the ability to see through smokes. Of course, there's none left on the attack. You've lost the ability to see the plant for free with the Solus, but you still got the C4 in the back pocket of Pino and Nip trying to exude their presence across the entire bottom floor. They don't want to give Furia an inch, but Fantasy gets caught in a rotate, and now the attack has a man advantage.
And Hates is still off site right now. Pino's alone, essentially, in a 1 versus 3, and they know about the position from Supply Room. They could easily just 3-2-1 into site and maybe just have a 3v1 on their hands.
Hates does get away. Now attempting to consolidate with Pino. Worried about the vert, but is able to slip past it. And now kind of play a cutoff by main door. But in the meantime, Hertz has gotten himself into the bomb site. Plant is going down, the Ash spotted, and Loira dealt with. Here comes the push in from Hates, looking for the planter. Out duels Hertz. It's a 1 versus 1. Diaz drops the hatch as Hates runs straight past him. Diaz, of course, has to push, reveals his location. Hates on 1 HP, but lands the headshot, and Nip get away with robbery.
What a pre-fire. Are you kidding me, NIP? 4 rounds in a row on their defense. And Furia continue to fumble on the execute. I thought for sure they would have it. They knew that Hates was playing off of site. They knew he was playing over from supply, but they just were not able to get the plant down. For some odd reason, the IQ got off of it. And honestly, I'm not sure why. You had Ace up above. Diaz could have covered through the vert upstairs. Even if you lose your IQ there, you have a 2 versus 1 with 20 seconds left to go. Someone else can recover that case and end up planting instead in a 2 versus 1. And Hage just gets away with highway robbery every single fight he took, Harrison. It was a 1 versus 1. We can't keep letting this happening for Furia. This has just been a brutal half for them, and NIP have been doing such a fantastic job again of just punishing the lack of trades Furia have had this half.
Yeah, right? Like the pressure on the main door, forcing Loira to try and kill the guy on the doorway, allowing Hates to swing and get the kill. Diaz not in a position to cover because of that kill. I think he was working the vert, making sure there was no one on the rotate, and that allowed Hates into the door. He kills that guy. Diaz has forced to drop the hatch. I mean, what a play from Hates. Nip up 4-0, and it seems like this start just can't get any worse for Furia unless they lose this round too. Nip licking their chops at the prospect of going up 5-0, maybe even 6-0 this half, as Furia continue to fall into the same trap that they have all event.
We go back to lockers for NIP. A slightly different extension by CCTV. Instead of the Aruni, you've now got the Wamai and Pino. I'm assuming from East, landed the C4, and Baseto following suit. Not like this, Furia. 2 back-to-back C4 kills for Ninjas in Pajamas, but DarkZero is in the site, and he's going to try to stick this plant, Harrison.
Question is the cover good enough? No, it is not. Just as I say that, Fantasy slips past the players outside. I mean, look at how far back they are. How are you going to cover DarkZero planting half wall as Fantasy just keeps swinging? Hertz is the last man standing. He gets 1 kill, but there's still 3 more to find for the ex-world champion. And he loses the fight to Wizard with a shotgun. 5-0 Ninjas in Pajamas.
Again, just overall consistent on the entry, consistent on stopping the plan A for Furia, and they've had no fallback alternative. They've had no plan B. You lose 2 important operators off the rip. DarkZero is alone on an island by half wall. He gets a really impactful kill. But just again, from the positions by CC Balk, no one could efficiently cover him.
Those guys were in a different zip code.
I think they were so concerned that Wizard was still holding CCTV aggressively that they couldn't really assist DarkZero, and we're just hoping that those longer angles would be sufficient enough to keep him safe, to stick that plant, and then at least, they have to force them to push outside during a post-plant position, but that just did not pan out the way Furia wanted it to. This could be a near flawless half for NIP after this tech pause. And we did say it during the pre-show, NIP have to come out of the gate swinging. They have to win border because how rough they have looked on bank. I mean, maybe with how well they're doing on border, that problem could be alleviated. Defense was their worst side on bank. They're currently flawless on defense for border. When do you see that, Harrison?
I really don't know. I mean, like we said, it's basically 50-50 on this map through the event so far. I mean, again, historically, NIP are pretty good here. They're 7-2 on border. Most recently, they beat Los here. They beat Inns. They beat Fluxo. They even beat Shopify at Invite. But, I mean, it's so weird seeing Furia struggle like this, because you look at the names on this roster, and yeah, okay, DarkZero is the newest of the 5, so maybe he's a little bit more of an unknown quantity because he has such less experience in T1, but this should be like a super team. This should be like you look at these names, and I feel like they should be almost like SALG2, right? Just a bunch of really, really good players. You mash them together, and they start to win. But Furia just have not been able to get over the hurdle that is a lack of team play. So many, I would probably say 80% of the kills that we're seeing from NiP are on a player from Furia taking a 1 versus 1 or getting isolated. And it's so crazy. Not a single player on this roster. Remember, this is a roster with Hurt, with Diaz, with Loira. Not a single one of them are positive in this event. And they just won Brazil.
We'll hope for Furia they at least find one round in this first half before switching to the defense. NIP going back to Bathroom and Tellers, once again rocking the Oryx. We've seen a pretty big lack of shields from Furia, but at least, you know, Oryx being a very, very mobile operator can get around the map quickly, still using that dash to potentially create some rotates upstairs in the Bailiff to open up hatches if needed.
Oh,
and
Heard?
That is now a That is now a 5th entry in this half, favoring NIP. DarkZero on camera duty for the next 2 minutes of this round. And again, no trade. Unfortunately, DarkZero was by his lonesome. Diaz taking a wallop of damage from the catwalk window as well. And although there is some information from this Deathmark tracker, there's finally a trade by Furia. But again, so much damage dealt onto your Heart Breacher. I feel like keeping Diaz and Volps alive just to have some of that Heart Breach for the Bathroom hatch if it's not opened up. No, it is opened up for that top floor extension. My mistake. Still having him alive, though, just as an extra gun is going to be so crucial for Furia.
And now Hates kind of slots into this top east position that he can hold pretty easily with smoke if he just sends out gas canisters over and over again. But Volps into the site. Do they know? He takes a fight against Pino, deals a ton of damage, and the Rima dash allows him to escape the corner. In the meantime, Hertz has killed Paceto. It's a man advantage now for for Furia. In the corner, Pino by Soda Machine gets felled. And it's a 2 versus 4 for NiP to work their way out of. Hates and Wizard both incredibly low on HP as Pino gets finished off. Volps down in the process, though. And that's your guy in sight. That's your diffuse carrier now gone. Upstairs, Hates gets hunted down. And Wizard is all on his lonesome. 1 versus 3 found by Loira. And 6 rounds in, Furia are finally on the board.
Caralho, fi.
Não tá funcionando. A primeira coisa que a gente tem que fazer é conversar qual o jogo que a gente vai querer jogar agora nessa situação. Por quê? Nosso plano é banir Green Demos. Porque eles gostam de fazer, tipo, lembra nos turnos contra a gente, cara? Eles jogam umas play um pouco mais lento e esperando nossa movimentação pra pegar a kill do cara do PC de fora, pra punir os caras da cozinha. Tipo, eles jogam bem punitivo, tá ligado? Eu acho que ainda mais por estar 5-1, eles não querem jogar assim porque eles imaginam que a gente vai fazer um jogo, tipo, o loucão tentando retornar logo, tá ligado? Agora a gente tem que ver se a gente vai conseguir jogar um jogo mais...
Tu não acha que pode ser que, tipo assim, eles façam plays diferentes, tipo algumas exec? Porque eles mudaram muito as defesas,
Eu acho que vai ser os dois extremos. Ou eles vão jogar, tipo, querendo counterar nossas play, fazendo as play rápida, ou eles vão querer jogar muito lento por conta de como o jogo tá. Eu acho que só existe esses dois caminhos.
E aí?
Beleza, aí eu acho que a gente mantém o plano do Bangrin Demos que a gente conversou, e aí a gente faz as nossas táticas de mais conforto nos 3 primeiros rounds pra gente voltar pro jogo. Esquece, tipo, o plano do WDX ou coisa do tipo. Tipo, eu não vou nem passar isso.
Se eles fizerem play recuada mesmo, acho que a gente pode manter a play da Fúria, tá? Aí a gente não joga pro plant arquivos, a gente só faz a play da Fúria, não, perdão.
PC, né?
A gente faz o play PC, exatamente. Então acho que a gente começa com essas aí mesmo, tá?
Vamos confirmar se tem um pulse arquivos lá.
Se eles começarem canos, a gente começa a W7M, tá?
Beleza.
Minto, perdão, desculpa, guys. A gente começar canos e a gente faz a comida morte.
Tá.
Plant comida morte lá, plant dan. Se eles fizerem banheiro, acho que a gente mantém o rush invertido mesmo, tá? A gente começa com as rápidas mesmo, tá ligado? E basicamente é isso, guys. Respira. Usa o que eu falei ali do último round, tá ligado? Da gente usar melhor a nossa comunicação pra identificar o que eles estão fazendo, entendeu? Vai ser muito importante aqui agora pro ataque. Vai que eles mudam alguma coisa, tá ligado?
Beleza.
Só não vamos se afobar pra fechar a partida aqui, mano. Também de boa, tamo bem superior os caras, mano.
Exatamente,
Se a gente não se afobar e só jogar na moral aqui, a gente tá com um bom plano de jogo, mano. Vai dar certo.
Focar na comunicação e deixar bem clean, bem top.
Wow. Incredible timeouts from both teams. Both coaches hit the nail on the head. They knew every problem. They had a game plan. The only thing I gather was that at one point, Dan, NiP's coach, said W7M. That's the only thing I got.
And Damos. I was gonna say.
Oh, did he?
I didn't know you were fluent in Portuguese.
Oh, hey, there's Damos.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Okay.
I made that up.
Can't ever trust this guy on the broadcast. Some very interesting bans, though, from both Furia and NIP. You know, Grim and Damos look a lot more common, but then the Thorn and Warden pick. So I'm assuming a lot of shields, maybe a lot of focus on just going for fast clears and more emphasis on the plant. You know, NIP, you no longer have to worry about someone who can counter smoke plants or a Glaz. Fantasy and Pino, Ying and Glaz respectively. It's going to be a very aggressive start to the second half.
Now that you said it, they're both going to switch off.
Oh yeah, you want to put money on it?
Give me 15 seconds on the side.
Okay, bro.
There's the Monty too. You mentioned, you know, getting rid of the Thorn can also help a lot of the shield play.
Yep.
Monty's there immediately. I like these bans from Nip, right? Thorn, super annoying when you want to play shields, and just annoying all around. And I think the play from Nip is we're just gonna go fast basically every single round. They've even got the Thatcher to try and stop C4s / smoke canisters from denying this plant. Everybody spawning east side. This has Archives, Glaz, Ying, Monty Rush written all over it.
Now, because of the Thorn and Warden ban, I feel like Furia would like to anticipate the fact that a plant rush is very likely here by NIP, but they've only got one Nitro cell. They're going to have to rely a lot more, of course, on the Goyo Vulcan packs, burning some time from that initial rush, giving the opportunity for Furia to rotate over back to Archives. Loira can then use his smoke canisters to maybe force that shield off the plant once again. But you also have the EMPs that you highlighted, Harrison. That could maybe counteract those smoke canisters. Here comes the rush from NIP, though. Hates with the entry in the plant. Seems to be successful.
Fantasy another with that Glaz through the smoke. Plant goes down from Basetto. Easy as pie. Loira and Diaz a couple kills for themselves, but the man advantage swings back the way of NIP. Loira currently blocked off, I think, by his own fire? Where did that fire come from? Oh, is there I think there might be a pipe there that I've forgot about. Or no, yeah, there is a Goyo. I'm blind. Fantasy ends up dying inside Fountain as he's been isolated, but still, this is a difficult post-plant position with Monty still alive, and all Wizard has to do is not peek. This guy just has to play passive. In comes the rush from the Loira, trying to get past the Monty, but dies to Wizard. Last player standing is Diaz, and the situation is hopeless.
And I like the idea here from NIP as well, just going for a direct rush. They spotted the sight gap. No one on Furia could rotate in time to stop the plant. Fantasy on Glaz sneaks in, creates a ton of space off of those two picks, and cuts off any chance of a rotate by Furia. Not only was that successful, but you know, you only need 2 rounds on attack. Why not just throw a wrench in the machine and try to go for an aggressive rush? Because, you know, you either win the round or you lose and just go for a more default attacking style whenever you see that top floor back in play. You have that room for error. NIP took full advantage of that, and with the rush being successful, they only need to win 1 more attack. Furia have to go 5 rounds flawless on defense for border just to go to overtime.
Yeah, even if they win a flawless site rotation, they'll basically have to do it twice as NIP are primed and ready to send us to Bank. Of course, though, this is NIP's map choice. Furia chose Bank as NIP have looked very weak on it, so the match is not over just yet, even if Furia end up only winning a single round here. It's also really nice to see a team ban Warden and then do that, because I feel like there's so many times where we see teams ban Warden and we're like, oh cool, they banned Warden, we're going to see Ying, we're going to see Glaz, we're going to see Capitao, they're going to be going for fast smoke plays, and then that just doesn't happen. So thank you, NIP.
Yeah, that was a fantastic plant rush. Hope we see some more of that potentially on Bank, as this round looks to be played more traditionally by NIP, starting out on the first or the top floor by Catwalk. They've got tons of info ops to assist on a potential roam clear. You've got Snake, played by Wizard. You also have Hates on Lion, but there is still an emphasis on Glaz, which, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Glaz made so much space in the last round. There's tons of cutoffs you can utilize once you get Catwalk control, and even fighting for Catwalk, some of those longer angles by 90 are really easy for the Glaz to contest with that 2-shot sniper rifle. So I think it's still a great selection to have here for NIP. Just continue to bring out the Glaz until, you know, either Furia are forced to ban it or the first map ends, because how close we are with it being match point already, 6-1 favoring NIP. You've got that first point of contact by Furia still holding up here by Metal, but look at Basetto. He's already in the building, Harrison.
He's lying in wait for someone to overexpose themselves here on Metal. In comes the jump from Herds, and Basetto perfectly baited onto Herds. The Oryx falls to 3 and 7. And it's another man advantage for Nip, though short-lived. Basetto does not survive very long after. DarkZero almost loses fight to the player radio and gets out shotgunned by the secondary. Volps responds on the Wizard, so Nip don't have the firm advantage just yet. Volps almost dying top east. Multiple angles he's got to worry about, but no one pinching him at least yet. I thought Pino was still outside, but Volps is relatively safe here in top east after Fantasy has started to ignore him. Pino now starting to move through, maybe looking to isolate this smoke. But Volps has already rotated downstairs back into the bomb site. Top floor now in the hands of Nip.
Seems like NIP slowing down, looking to gather some more information. Hates cycling through the drone. Angles gathered from Pino upstairs with the help of that DMR. It seems like NIP are aware that most of this presence by Furia is off the bomb site. This could be an opportunity to use that final Lion scan to go in for a quick 3-2-1, and that is a massive pick to find for Hates. Still having that Lion scan too. They could easily drop with this advantage.
Loira trying for a flank, gets spotted and downed. It's down to Diaz, one of the most clutch players Brazil has ever seen in a 1v3. Plant going down, verticality held, and Pino shuts him down with the Glaz. NIP roll Furia on their map choice and lead the series 1-0.
An electric start for Ninjas in Pajamas, a near flawless half for their defensive start on Border, and 2 back-to-back wins for their attack. That was a beautiful performance after going 0-2 in the Swiss stage. We hope to see more of that on Bank for them, but also Furia, a potential resurgence as they've looked a lot better for Bank. We're going to hop into a quick break and return shortly for this best-of-3 series.
Welcome back, everyone, for map 2 of the El Clasico, Furia versus Nip. Seeds 1 and 2 from Brazil. Furia, seed 1, going undefeated except for a loss to INS in the groups, are just one map away from bowing out of this major without a win.
And we talked about this earlier for map number 2, the struggles NIP have had previously on Bank. But for Border, they had basically zero struggles. They were consistent in the entry department, shutting down Furia from the jump. They did a fantastic job of winning those isolated 1-for-1 fights. Furia had a significant lack of trade potential. I think the only round they won was off the back of their teamwork and trades that they had, clearing that top floor roam off that position of catwalk. So to see NIP, who are currently not having a great Swiss stage, come out of the gate swinging like this on their map pick of Border gives me a lot of hope on Bank. And then for Furia, I'm kind of hoping that they're able to capitalize on some of those mistakes NIP have made previously going up against Bank, because Furia, like we mentioned in the upper bracket final, played NIP on Bank and won it 7-2.
Yeah, we want to take a look at the veto as a whole. Of course, like you mentioned, we are going to Bank next. We just saw Nip run over Furia on Border, and our decider is Cafe. Now, if we go back to the history of these two teams again, Furia are a very new team. We don't have a lot of info in terms of map history. Nip, though, a very good Border team. Before this game, they were 7-2 on it. They're now on a 5-win streak on Border. So maybe it was just a map diff. Could have just been a super map diff, because we go to Bank, like you mentioned. Nip, not the greatest history here. It was already kind of a 50-50 map for them ahead of this event, and they've lost it twice. 7-3 to Enterprise, 7-3 to DarkZero, and they also lost it against Furia in that final game of kickoff.
What I'm really looking for here for Furia is how well they can deny that entry, right? You know, we saw a majority of those entries favoring NIP on Border, but also when we've seen NIP on Bank in particular, if Fantasy isn't, you know, walking down Marble with that shotgun for Deimos and getting an entry kill off someone who doesn't fall off the roam, getting someone pincered inside of Archives or Tellers to get that 5v4 advantage, NIP are really slow and struggle with the execute when they don't have that first opening pick on their top to bottom clear, which happens almost every single attack on Bank. A current 50-50 split down the middle in the social prediction. I don't think I've ever seen that happen for a prediction.
A perfect 50-50? I don't know when the last time I've seen that was either.
Super rare, but, you know, again, NIP, they've had a lot of issues in the early round for their attacks on this map. Their defenses, they also gave away a lot of those opening picks. Furia, though, we'll have to see how well they can do on that roam for the defense, what ops they want to end up banning. We've got Castle off the board once again, which he's usually one of the most picked operators when defending CEO. That will now be on the, I guess, in the arms of Azami to deal with a lot of those window repels and Mira being banned. Okay, so CEO might be a lot easier to attack here for NIP, but yeah, I was going to say that almost always guarantees that Azami will most likely be in play, Harrison, because you lose out on two of your biggest stall operators for at least those window repel positions.
Yeah, I mean, Azami, Goyo, we might even see Clash played on the top floor, kind of hovering around that main hallway too. We see all three of them downstairs first for Furia. And you mentioned, right, trying to control the entry game from Nip. And I think it goes a little bit beyond that. Because, for example, right, the map we just saw 5 Fears eliminate CAG on, CAG won the vast majority of those opening picks, and 5 Fears still won 7-2 because they were consistently in a position to punish that entry game or trade back their players. Almost every time Nip were getting the opening pick on the Furia, they were alone. There was no possibility for a trade, or Nip were following it up with another kill. So even if Furia start getting picked off early, we just need to see them respond, like, in any capacity.
Furia looking to respond with a fairly normal comp when defending the basement floor. They're still going to have a roam extension, but given the fact, you know, you've got Warden Nitro Cell, the Goyo Vulcan packs, Clash and Azami, you'd probably want to prioritize anchoring in the bomb site more to stop that plant. DarkZero going to be this one-man army down on blue stairs. There is a Ying in play, so he could be a great counter with those smart glasses. they do still have 3 different sets of frag grenades. I say 3 sets, but Fantasy has already used at least one of his on Snake. We'll have to at least replenish it off of a dead body if they're successful on that entry. So you've got 4 grenades and now 3 in play for Ninjas in Pajamas. Another one being used out to try to force back the clash. Volps, is he alone right now in open area? Are they just going to hunt this guy down, or they'll just fall off the hatch? Okay, smart move from Furia not to give away an opening entry like that, especially onto the clash.
Yeah, the only person who is even hovering by the first floor is DarkZero, who's currently playing Warden on blue stairs, the typical position where you find that operator here on this bomb site. He's going to be able to deny the Yings from Wizard from having any effect. And actually, he's going to play with Volps, who comes back upstairs to challenge this Blackbeard and the rest of the roam clear from NIP. About halfway through the round now, Basetto again getting harassed by this clash. Wizard, armed with the Candelas, could send them through, although, again, they will not work on the Warden, which is why DarkZero is continuing to challenge this. Pino, though, does the smart move, opens the hatch, and makes it a lot harder for DarkZero to hold this.
Basically forcing Furia to commit to this blue stairs hold, as now you've got their fallback held through the open hatch. Although I would imagine DarkZero is more than comfortable just playing his life from that position. Herd's beautiful entry onto Fantasy. The lurk potential now much weaker for NIP, losing out on the Snake here. The vault hatch has been opened up, so maybe NIP, noticing that there's a Warden to counter the Ying push and their lack of frag grenades, they'll just adjust their push to the opposite side of the map, looking to maybe catch Furia off guard, but this rotate has taken far too long, and now DarkZero has retaken Tellers, but is immediately traded from Wizard. What a reaction from NIP to punish the overextension.
I actually can't believe DarkZero didn't get one there as Pino drops server while the rest of his team sets up for a back hit, and he catches Vault on the rotate, killing the clash. Plant now going down from Basetto. Hates is holding this Azami. Doesn't kill Loira, but still keeps him here. Wizard finally kills him with the back hit, and Pino, covering his planter, wins the round for Nip.
And I loved the initial play there. You know, Herd's getting rid of Fantasy in that 1 versus 1. They remained stalwart downstairs for their anchor, but then you had DarkZero just walking all the way from blue, giving up his power position and dying in a 2 versus 1. Losing the Warden there gives such a huge opportunity for NIP to now bring back the RU projectors, bring back the Ying to cut off those sight lines, and to use the flashes to make space. Obviously, Sen's no longer, you know, has any interactability with the Warden, but still, that in tandem with the Ying is 10 times more powerful, and you had the backstab lurk there from Pino, I believe it was, finding 3 different kills. In the blink of an eye, NIP go from a 4 versus 5 losing position because they can't clear blue to a 4 versus 4 with a back hit that Furia has no idea about, and all this pressure building up from Vault because the RU projectors cut off the long lines of sights and the Ying flashes that no one can counter.
Yeah, it was almost like a double bait from Nip, which was crazy, right? Like starting by blue, okay, they got the Clash's attention. They start yinging down red, so Clash positions her shield in red. Once they kill the Warden, they're like, wait a minute, we killed the Warden, shift the main push, and then have the 2 players, you know, drop Elevator and Vault so that they have some kind of back hit. That was crazy from Nip. So many moving pieces, and it works for 3 for Pino, 2 for Wizard, a buddy ace between the players who were previously on the Sense and the Ying. Now it's top floor. Once again, the Clash is being played by Furia, as we mentioned, because there's no more castle. It's a lot harder to rotate up on this top floor, which is why we see the Azami brought as well. I imagine eventually Volps is probably going to attempt to play either in the hallway or against the windows, depending on where Nip, depending on where Furia kind of suss out the main execute coming from.
Flora looking for an aggressive fight by top square. Using these pillars as some natural cover, could maybe try to break that Selma charge. Instead is looking for the fight against this ace. Maybe they'll want to try to challenge with a run out here. Could be a very big gamble. Breaking the barricade, that would be a sound cue, but he misses the opportunity!
Oh, no.
From hopping out, it forced him to un-ADS, and Basetto will punish him for that play. Still getting the main breach opened up and winning the entry fight. Now Volps has no help pushing in here from Janitor. He'll most likely be forced to fall back into the closet. And now you've got top square control with the man advantage. I wouldn't be shocked if NIP just start throwing out these Capital bolts, start using the Nomads, and go for a plant.
And then Pino outside the lobby, Repel catches DarkZero. Fantasy on his lurk works for a kill as well. It is a flawless for this attack. After they kill Loira, they just hit the go button and fell every single member of the defense.
Taking that 1-for-1 fight, winning against Loira, hopping out and wasting 0 time, setting up the execute, the air jabs to cut off Furia's rotations. The Capital bolts doing the exact same thing, but packing a bit of a punch as well. I believe Hate's got a kill with that Firebolt.
He did.
Towards the end of that round, you've got a 5 versus 3, if not 5 versus 2. The Clash is alone on an island and can't do anything to stop the execute. That's just...
The restraint from Basetto not to immediately type after that kill has to be studied. I would have been in the chat instantly.
I also didn't realize until we saw the replay that round was won flawlessly.
Yeah,
from Ninjas and Pajamas. So again, they had a great attacking half on border, but to be fair, that was only 2 rounds, so we didn't really see a lot on border. For Bank, they're playing just as well, again, punishing the isolated plays done by Furia. We saw that flank attempt from DarkZero on round 1. That totally backfired. The run-up from Loira was also unsuccessful. It looks almost identical to how NIP were punishing Furia back on border.
Furia going back down to the basement bomb site, this time leaning a little bit more heavily into the roam. They've got a couple players playing in open area and office. DarkZero, Loira, and Volps kind of as that triple threat on that side of the map. And Herds all the way upstairs, of course, as the Scopos, but he can easily get out using his gadget and teleport back down to the bomb site, where I assume his other bot is. Because I don't see why it would be anywhere else than like a safe position, like way back in Gold Vault or something. And Wizard is our opening death. Volps finds him in open area, and Nip no longer have their Ying, who was a crucial part of their victory in round 1.
Having no Warden in play for Furia as well must have been a big sigh of relief, no longer having to worry about those Candelas from that opening pick.
Oh,
but
great
here comes
pick.
the Blackbeard from lobby. Beautiful shot landed from Basetto. Fantasy as well, coming in for the backstab. It's DarkZero to at least bring back the man advantage here for Furia, but he doesn't have an escape route just yet. He may have a bailiff to open up this hatch, but that could take a little too long for him to fall back in time. Volp shut down as well from Pino, and all of a sudden, we're at 3 versus 3, but here's the flank from the Scopos. Beautiful shot from Herds, looking for another, and he downs Pino. That leaves just Fantasy now in a 1 versus 3. He might be able to isolate Herds here, but it's still a 1 versus 2, but he won't even get that opportunity with the pistol. Herds will find him a 3K for the Scopos and a round win for Furia.
A huge spiral flank by Herds, while the rest of the attack was so distracted by these middle floor roamers. Nip were able to get a couple of kills, but kind of tunnel visioning then on the man elevator. We're not aware of Herds. I don't even know if they droned out the top floor fully to see Herds up there as the Scopos. But 3 huge kills. This is the Herds that we have been missing this game, single-handedly putting his team on the board, and hopefully, you know, that was Furia getting the trades in the top floor and having someone come to assist the roamer elevator. I hope this is a good sign of what's to come, and we're going to see a more concise and more consolidated Furia heading into the rest of this game.
I hope so as well, Harrison. That was a beautiful round from Herds. Also as well, Volps getting rid of Wizard off the rip there. Those Ying Candelas could have been very helpful when dealing with the roam upstairs. It felt like for NIP they didn't even expect a full roam done by Furia. They might have been expecting the exact same anchor composition that they had ran back in round number 1. It kind of caught them off guard. Furia doing a good job of adjusting their play style to better challenge NIP in that first minute marker, just make them uncomfortable, make them unable to set up for the execute that they've been fairly reliant on in this first half. We have another fairly heavy roam. Loira on the Ella, Volts playing Vigil, maybe Herds utilizing some of these mute jammers upstairs to deny the Dokkaebi Logi bombs, that snake scanner, and just the regular drones that you see quite commonly used before you have those primary gadgets deployed. And I like this change in play style by Furia. Again, you don't want to give NIP free map control. The whole advantage of bank defense is that you can play the entirety of the map and just waste time without necessarily, you know, sacrificing your life. So having a more roam-focused composition could be great against NIP.
I do like NIP's ban though. The Azami, that is going to hurt not having her for both the upstairs defense, anchoring on open area, even holding down basement. Without her, you really have no ability to play inside of CC itself. And on the other side, Furia taking away at the Blackbeard that NIP have been playing pretty consistently throughout this map. And now on open area, we've got, like you mentioned, a big roam from Furia, 3 players upstairs, all spread across. I actually don't see Loira. Where is he? Oh, he's in stock. Okay. That's on me. He was at the bottom of my screen. So you've got pretty good network here. One janitor, one kind of front office, one stock. Volps on the lone rat. I feel like this is... We see this sometimes, and it either works for a pick or they get killed instantly. And Basetto, seeing that the Ela has left, is going to take quick control of stock, trying to fight the guy downstairs. I thought he was about to drop.
Thinking better of it, he'll back off. DarkZero with the entry onto Wizard as well, maybe trying to push in through lobby to assist the Habana downstairs. Looking for another isolated pick. Basetto not having anyone to assist him from NIP. He'll be shut down by the TCSG, and Loira getting rid of Hates. Beautiful shots landed from Furia, and this might just be a tied half for us, Harrison.
Fantasy looking for the pick on the Elo. There's someone right on his hatch, but doesn't get the refrag. It's 2 kills for Fantasy, but off-screen Volps, I think, still inside lone office. Catches Pino trying to make his way into lobby. Fantasy knows his only chance to maybe try and get this plant down or at least bait a swing from these defenders. The nade to try and deny any rotation, trying to isolate Hertz here on the kitchen double door. They may have info on him. Hertz takes a lot of damage, but it's no kill. Fantasy still stuck in a 1 versus 3. Kills Boxera, but is very quickly refragged by the other player coming through beepers. It is, in fact, a tie score.
A very disjointed attack there from NIP. They were so spread out. One of their biggest advantages on both their attack and defense was how well they could play off of each other. Not just winning 1-for-1 fights and punishing Furia for a lack of trades, but when they were being overpushed by Furia, they had a better potential of winning those trades if they lose the first gunfight. Didn't really happen there back in round number 4. DarkZero won 2 1-for-1 picks. Another kill happened immediately after. I believe it was by Hertz in that round, looking through the open hatch. You've now got a 5 versus 2, and yes, we did have at least Fantasy landing some nasty shots, but it's such a challenging position. A 1 versus 3 stuck in open area while the rest of Furia have info on you as to where exactly you're playing at. Very tough spot to get yourself out of. But now, we go back to the top floor of CEO, and just based off the bans alone that NIP have gone for, it'll be challenging to, again, stop and execute focused comp from NIP. You don't have the mirror windows, you don't have the Azami keys, you don't have the castle barricade, so there isn't really a lot stopping these repels from just netting either a lot of kills for NIP or just pressure.
Did you see Volps was hiding under the A desk as Clash?
Yeah, I did notice that.
Nip swapped off Capitao. I wonder
10 billion IQ?
I wonder if it worked. If Nip were like, okay, yo, there's no Clash. We don't have to take this Capitao. We can go for a standard, Ying push, try and pressure the windows, open up square, do all our normal stuff. And little do they know, Clash is still up. Volps playing her, controlling square right now. Fantasy does see the Clash, so at least they know this early. Herd's not going to shoot the Selma breaches off. Instead, he's content with just challenging the windows and making sure that if Fantasy peaks, he is surely a dead man. NIP, through these last couple rounds they've lost, it's felt a little like how Furia were on Border. Like that last round especially, tons of isolated attackers just getting picked off by Furia's members. And also, contrary to last map, Furia are winning most of the entries.
Some info gathered on DarkZero. Maybe NIP adjusting because of this clash, now rotating over towards Stock, and Fantasy catching Loira on the rotate in towards Stock, I believe. Now the clash is alone only for a brief moment, I believe. Someone could maybe assist her. She instead falls off through the Stock hatch, back down through Marble just to play offer teammates and not give away a potential 2 versus 1 fight. Now join up with Diaz here to fight for this long hallway control, but NIP are now up 2 picks and might just start pressuring the bomb site because they still have so many smoke grenades and 4 Candelas in Baseto.
Pino gets another kill from the lobby rappel. He has found so much success in that position, and Fantasy finds a 3rd inside square, killing the Clash and her support, leaving it all on DS Lucas. Stuck in the middle of stock in the hallway, Fantasy finds a 4th and puts Nip back in the win column.
Another flawless round for NIP as well, and a good adjustment made as well for that attack. You know, unlike round number 2, they didn't immediately get that entry. They had a clash that was a lot more aggressive, having someone play directly behind her just to try to force back the ace. So instead of committing everything to square, they also put pressure into stock, winning that first entry onto Loira, and then having this long line of sight that the clash can no longer contest with because she falls back in a stock. That's now 2 picks for NIP, uncontested from that trade game. They then start throwing out the Yin Candelas, forcing Furia to fall back as they're trying to work picks, trying to stabilize that man deficit they put themselves into, and NIP just snowball into a round win. Flawlessly done to take back the lead in this first half. 3 attacking wins on Bank is extremely impressive, especially for NIP that, again, the past 3 times they have played Bank, they've lost. Not only that, they lost 7-3, 7-2, and 7-3 again. So this is the highest round count they have gotten to as a whole on Bank, and they might be able to break that depending on how well they play round 6.
Yeah, Bank as a whole, this event so far has actually been slightly favoring the attack by 5%, but Nip, on the other hand, I mean, when they went up against DZ, they did not have a great attacking half. Same thing for Enterprise, so in a vacuum, just considering Nip, this is good that they have at least reached the average for attackers here. It all comes to this last round, whether or not they can get the advantage heading into defense at CCTV. They've got the Ying back in play. Furia still not rocking the Warden, though. We had DarkZero playing blue with Warden, but instead he's dropped that operator for the Fenrir instead. We've got more roamers too. Vigil, Ella, Tuberau also on the first floor. Diaz right now, the only player on site. Hates on the lobby rappel. Here comes Fantasy lurking around Marble Stairs, close to coming in contact with DarkZero playing E2.
Heads up. Might be able to spot this roamer still. DarkZero playing over by Tellers, hoping to assist DarkZero from elevators. Potential crossfire and that one-shot capability of the Boss G could be massive to secure an opening pick here. Here comes the Candela, though. Great push from Baseto off that utility, just dropping the hatch and shutting down Volks. Another fight attempted from Fantasy and hitting a drop shot as well. The hip fire with the pistol nets a kill for Ninjas in Pajamas. A 3rd to follow suit from Wizard. Herds cauterizing the wound, but it might just be too late because it's a 2 versus 4, once again favoring NIP as they completely destroy this roam.
1 pick back as Herds falls back through that vault opening created by Pino just before he died. But Nip know that they have quite the advantage. The only person with actual utility on the site is Diaz. Herds is basically just a body. If Hates continues to hold this cross down the red hall from Garage, hold on, wait. Herds has already passed it. He's trying to work a pick up blue. There's someone right next to him. Fantasy is holding. Doesn't spot. I don't know if he just spotted him. I think he did, and Herds immediately falls back. The hatch gets opened above him. He's now kind of stuck in this corner. You can hear the Candelas going out from Wizard. Fantasy and Baseto trying to push down and rip away Herds. But right on the doorway, he catches Fantasy unaware. Now a 3 versus 2, but off-screen DS dies. Herds is the last man standing. You can hear the Candela coming. Surely his sight will get taken away soon. We don't even need it. Wizard cleans him up, and it's a 4-2 half for Nip.
I love the adjustment there from NIP as well, because the best rounds we have seen from Furia have been off the roam. They have lived and died off the roam, and they shut it down beautifully in round number 6. Now that the half is finished, we'll go back into the coach POV to listen in on their comms.
Agora a gente tá reagindo ao jogo, tá ligado? Eu tô sentindo que a gente tá reagindo um pouco melhor. Então vamos fazer o seguinte, vamos jogar um pouquinho dos primeiros rounds, seguindo um pouco do plano e com a mesma mentalidade que a gente começou o jogo, mano. Resolvendo o problema do próximo round, fechou? Lembrando, o que a gente vai fazer? A gente vai fazer a horizontal, se for aquela lurker Foi aquela lurker deles que tem cozinha e arquivos, que o Phantom joga na cozinha. E o mid-round, o Dias vai fazer o drone no verde, lembra? Lembra que é com a horizontal com double shield, e aí você vai fazer o drone no verde, daí a gente vai frisar o round, e você vai entregar as kills pra gente.
Tá.
Se for a win do server deles, a gente vai matar o Fantasy com o fogo do capitão. Lembra, guys? Que a gente vai fazer o fogo do capitão, vai pegar essa kill, vai batendo forte, não tem problema. Ou a gente vai fazer o verde com shield. Não tem problema fazer isso aí, mas tem que ver se tem hold stroker ou não. Quando for hold stroker, a gente tá com 2 planos. Ou a gente tá
na de baixo?
Tá perto do tubarão aqui.
Tá, beleza. É isso mesmo. Já ia falar isso já.
A gente vai começar com área aberta default ou trap?
Área aberta trap.
Com a trap. Fica bem forte, tá, mano? Se a gente quiser, mano, pegar bastante tempo. Se a gente vê que a gente conseguiu pegar bastante tempo, que eles gastar muito recurso em cima, por exemplo, botão de shield dominando é rápido e tal, mano, joga pra recuar que eles vão fazer alguma cagada, tá ligado? Só que aí lembra daquele bagulho, mano. Se a gente jogar recuando, mano, a gente não vai ter muito recurso, entendeu? A não ser trap, tá ligado? Aí a gente vai ter que jogar pra bater em algum lugar, entendeu?
Sim. Mano, quem conseguir, guys, tenta beitar a contagem deles, pega um drone avançado e volta, tá ligado? Porque quando eles pegam Intel, eles sempre querem dominar algo rápido,
Uma coisa, se não passar Valk, eu opino, o que eu acho que você faz, mano? É que você pega um mute pra deixar o arquivos bem forte, tá? Porque, mano, se eles vierem com bastante bonecão assim, tá ligado? Do shield e tal, mano, eles não vão vir de vertical, tá ligado?
Another immaculate timeout from both coaches. So insightful. I feel like I really learn. Why are you shaking your head?
No comment.
Good. Cade,
Ooh,
Ying being the first couple bans here. Nip obviously not wanting Furia to be quite as dominant with the Ying as they were. Cade also, again, we've talked about Bank being so hatch-centric. Taking away the Cade means you really don't have to play Thatcher when you move onto those basement attacks. Mira, also one of her best maps is Bank, especially down in the basement. Now you don't have to worry about her. Grim, good, basically everywhere. However, in doing so, Furia not taking it just yet. Nip do leave up all 3 shields.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Got an interesting pop as well for these pajamas that we will talk about after the replays, of course. I again want to highlight just how good of a job NIP did, of course, on their attack, really punishing that roam extension. Now for the defensive side for them, they also had some struggles against DarkZero, again denying that initial entry and just playing off of each other for the trades during an execute. Their composition, I was going to say very reliant on shield denial because they have so many traps. You've got Fenrir, Thorn, Ella. No picks for Furia, just for shields at least. Said they've got the Ram locked in for that top to bottom vert. Diaz could maybe go on a lurk somewhere as Nook. Currently not having a great second game, but can maybe activate with it being a new half for him. Also, like, again, just the focus on at least some info operators, vaults with the Lion, since this will most likely be a decent roam for NIP, both on the basement floor potentially and the second floor with it being open area. I think the Lion could be really great to help those 3-2-1 pushes and just to make the roam a tad more uncomfortable than you usually expect.
So I realized I said earlier that Nip's attacking half wasn't great against DZ. I was looking at the wrong thing. They went 3-3 against DZ. It was their defense that was remarkably weaker. Of course, not winning a single one as DZ went 4 rounds in a row. We'll see if Furia can try and replicate that same attacking dominance against Nip on Bank that we saw just one match prior. Open area being the first site is, of course, pretty interesting. Usually we see basement. Nip have plenty of traps. They have a crazy amount of traps to try and deny Furia access into the bomb site. And there's one of those trap operators. Hates getting the opening pick onto Loira. A follow-up onto Herds as Furia are just trying to barrel their way into copy, and they don't get a single pick from it.
The trap ops working like a charm, shutting down the open area execute through printer window. You've now got Diaz on the lurk by himself and DarkZero up above. And the lack of information will punish Diaz as Pino, hiding behind the desk, shuts him down, leaving us at a 1 versus 5 as Wizard, although down, has been picked up by his teammate. Tough spot to be in for Furia, most likely just a bit of a timeout, essentially, as so we're going to be a really tough opportunity for DarkZero to win this 1 versus 5, despite there being 2 people very low on HP. You've got the Eligurs mods, the Nitro Cells, the Toxic Paves, and Dread Mines. Just so much utility. But DarkZero will give it a good old college try. Gets at least 1 first trouble. That Tate's now gone, and a second one collected. Better than nothing, at least. And you still have 50 seconds to work with. Maybe this could be winnable now for Furia, but it is still a very tough task here.
Yeah, at this point, Bach, I think, is playing for the KD a little bit, and as he drops, Pino shuts him down. NIP, after a bit of a I don't know if would you call that a rush? Kind of.
Yeah, I'm kind of like waving my hand half and half. It's
after
like,
a fast printer play, I guess.
Yeah, that seems better.
Nip take a 5-2 lead. Furia have also not taken their timeout yet, right?
I don't.
They
might have used it. Did they use it during round 2 again? I don't think so. They did it on border, but not map 2.
So are they waiting till they go down?
I guess they have to wait till series point. Yeah. They didn't call it then for round number 7.
Yeah, I'm surprised they don't call it earlier. Like, do you really want to save your timeout for like a Hail Mary once you're only 1 way away from losing?
Not only that too, but NIP winning one of the more tertiary bomb site picks of open area at the beginning of this half, very reminiscent of how they played their border attack. They went in for a Hail Mary shield rush into sight off the back of the glass to get the plant down. It worked perfectly for them, and we're almost in a near identical position for NIP where they just need 2 consistent rounds, this time on bank defense, and that is the series over. NIP will get another chance in the SLC Major, and Furia will be sent home 0-3. But the game is not close to being over just yet. Furia still have a good fight in this on bank. Getting some early map control by Volts playing from Dirt Tunnel, breaking out the gas. Maybe unaware of Fantasy behind the server rack, though. Luckily, Montaigne does have some help from his teammate right behind him, so it might not be an easy kill here for Fantasy, but they are applying so much pressure just on this blue extension alone.
Pino continuing to waste time here on blue stairs. One of the Goyos already popped. He sends in his second gas canister inside server. Fantasy gets pressured out by the Monty, dealt with by Herds. Hates, though, with a refrag on the DS. Now Pino's getting pinched. Monty melees him, and down he goes. Furia, with less than a minute into the round, have a 1-man lead, but they have lost their glass.
Also lost out in the smoke, though. You only have to rely on these Vulcan packs and Besetto with the Tachanka. Still 2 very challenging operators to stop or to deal with in order to get this plant down, especially because Volps is already so low on HP. This TCSG shotgun could really pack a punch given the lack of HP these members of Furia currently have. Snake going in for a bit of information. Lawyer trying to maybe find a gap to go in to bait the plant, just burn away some of this utility early. DarkZero also up above, maybe looking just to hold some flank watch or just walk down Marble in the last couple seconds once this plant begins to go down. And here's the attempt from Herds. Let's see how it pans out.
There's the Goyo, though, being popped by Wizard, dealing a lot of damage to Volps and Herds. Here comes Hates on the flank. Activates the beepers, but I don't know if they've heard it. They're completely ignoring Hates. He could get 1, maybe even 2 or 3 kills here. Here's the swing, and he lines up 2. Down goes Snake, as well as the Thermite. Refragged by Volps, but the damage is done. DarkZero on the back lurk dies to Wizard, and Nith are about to find themselves 1 round away from getting their revenge for kickoff finals. All they have to do is kill Volps. Wizard does him in, and they're up 6-2.
And NIP, a brilliant recovery after losing that initial gunfight down in CCTV. You know, you had the clear, the team play off of Volts' Montaigne. Herds gets rid of Fantasy. There's another 1-for-1 trade, but they still get blue control. Now a 4 versus 3. But with the lack of map control Furia had, that left them exposed to the remnants of a roam upstairs done by NIP. That gives Hates the opportunity to fully rotate across the map, walking down blue, with there being no flank watch from either a drone or any gadgets that Furia might have had if they had brought out, you know, a gridlock or some other form of flank watch. He's able to work 2 picks, and although he's traded by Volps, The damage had already been done as Wizard killing the only other attacker left alive. Volps is now alone, unable to plant in a 2 versus 1, and no timeout from Furia. NIP, 1 round away, as you mentioned, from closing out the series, and they're going up top to CEO with a brutal lineup, might I add as well. You've got Hates on the Azami, Kino for Castle. These window repels are going to be extremely blocked off for those longer lines of sight. Fantasy as well on the Aruni, just to add extra utility that Furia are now forced to burn if they want to see this Capitao, if they want to see this Nomad have impact. And again, no focus on shields for Furia, which is really shocking. I feel like Montaigne is so helpful for working your way up ATM, for example, or just getting map control from Square as well.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe Furia did take their time out, and I guess we just forgot, because there's no reason to hold on to it beyond this round, so they must have used it. Diaz also 007 pulling a James Bond is rough to see, because before that, I feel like Diaz has historically been one of the most consistent LAN performers, like, worldwide, especially when he was back with, like, XSET and the NA teams he played on. Right now, not having a very fun go of it against NIP, who again are 1 round away from taking revenge for the SAL kickoff finals. Though it must be even sweeter knowing that if they win, you eliminate Furia from the tournament. Things will start off well for Furia, though. An opening kill from DarkZero onto Hates, denying the Azami. And this early, a lot of those Kivas are going to die with her.
At least that's less utility now for Furia. Still to deal with those castle barricades and Fantasy with the Surya gates. But it's a 2nd kill for Furia, left unresponsive by NIP. Almost a 3rd as Bassetto's brought down to red HP, tucking tail and running back further into Closet. It looks like Fantasy will be forced to now contest this player from stock window. Beautiful shot with the DMR to at least stabilize.
What? Wait, what is this guy looking at? What are you What? Loading new Mac. I'm lost for words. I don't know what to say.
Did they not call out Fantasy?
I don't know what to say.
What happened?
He was just chilling, watching the hatch, and now maybe another victim for Fantasy.
Not like this.
3 for the Aruni. Did Furia just forget how to talk to each other? Now Diaz is trying to climb up Spiral, and Fantasy is looking for more victims. But he runs away. He doesn't want to give up his life. Wants to play the advantage. It's a 3 versus 2. Here comes Diaz once again, and Fantasy felled. His reign of terror is over. Diaz is on the board. Will that be enough as DarkZero gets another kill from the windows? Bassetto on just a sliver of HP is left to do it all, and Diaz, with his first 2 kills of the game, keeps his team alive.
And luckily, off the back of the 5 versus 3, despite Fantasy getting a triple kill from the long hallway, it isn't enough to take the series for NIP. We'll need at least 1 more round, with Furia bringing us 3-6. That was a little too close for comfort, Harrison. It felt like Fantasy just got away with robbery there, almost getting a 4th looking down the lobby staircase, but narrowly, I believe it was, Diaz winning that fight instead of the Capitao?
The Hibana, yeah.
Yeah, Diaz, one of the most important fights to win in that potential final round, keeping Furia alive for just a tad bit longer. We're going back to open area for NIP, which, you know, as we saw last time, Furia just kind of went for a Hail Mary, and it was immediately shut down by the Dread Mines, by the Thorn Razor Blooms, by the fairly strong anchor that NIP had off of their utility. And their lineup, a bit more focused towards the roam. Not too shocked about that, as you can get a lot of good entry damage early on. You've got tons of info with the help of that Solus, maybe even denying some of that drone work early on. But because Furia are finally opting to bring a shield, if Volps keeps it for the next couple seconds, I know we did see Montaigne back down on CCTV, but now seeing it potentially for this top to bottom clear, that could maybe alleviate some of the problems you have if there's a poor drone economy. And I was going to mention the Snake. I'm glad I didn't, because now they're running double vert instead. Oh, no! I did the thing! Oh, well. It's Montaigne for info, now instead Snake for info. Not too big of a difference,
wow,
I suppose.
you got
I really just got trolled.
You got a wombo combo
really got trolled.
of wrongness. That was crazy.
I think I gotta wrap it up after that.
Yeah, me, I've never been wrong twice in a row in my life. Imagine.
Nope, only 3 times.
Open but all of a sudden, Volps is top square, killing Hates and Bassetto. He very quickly gets felled by Fantasy, but he's already has such a huge lead for his team. They just walked in and killed everybody. Volps with 2 square, Herds swinging in, getting another CEO, and Pino is probably wondering what the hell just happened to the rest of his team. He kills Herds to make it a 1 versus 3, drops back to the bomb site, looking for this sledge, lights up DarkZero, needs to worry about several other angles though. Furia, you cannot let him isolate these fights. He almost gets killed by Loira. Now hitting the deck, finally Diaz comes in to support, and Furia have notched together 2 rounds.
Is this the start of the comeback, Harrison?
It could be.
They need 1 more round to bring it to full regulation. The potential of overtime is now looming over the heads of NIP after 2 successful attacks. Again, off the back of 2 roams, an attack timeout immediately called from NIP. I love this, just trying to slow down Furia's momentum. But again, I want to highlight how well Furia caught NIP off guard. That rush from square, Volps getting 2 picks, NIP unable to trade, and they just continue to push the envelope into sight, then applying pressure from bottom square, trying to walk in through kitchen, really leaving no options for NIP to bring back that round. But again, it'll now be attack timeout called, and they still have CCTV opened up now that we're heading into round number 11, which was also a very difficult bomb site for Furia to clear. They went for not necessarily a dirt rush, but a dirt-focused push to kind of avoid a majority of the roam. They did win the initial few gunfights, but got flanked by Hates. I'm interested if for Furia they're going to try a full top-to-bottom clear, which of course would take a lot more time, but might net them some of those early entries that we've seen be a big win condition for them in these past 2 rounds, or if they'll try to go for, again, another direct push, hoping to throw NIP off guard.
Furia have been very quick these last couple rounds, and NIP looking to put the brakes on that, not only with the timeout, but look at who they're bringing. Look at that utility. Azami, Fenrir, Goyo, Smoke, and if they're able to delay enough time, good luck getting that plant down with Wizard on the Echo. Furia so far with a pretty typical lineup, although they swap things around. Sticking the Glass on Diaz. I would love to see Diaz get active with this Glass because last time they attacked it here, he died, I think, in Garage pretty early on.
Oh my God,
this is crazy. What do you think you're going to do here? He's just going to wait for you to... I mean, I guess you stall time. Like, if he waits for you to go back, and yeah, he's just going to be like, all right, you know what? Whatever.
I mean, yeah, if DarkZero drops, he won't be able to ADS.
I mean, hey,
it's
man.
kind of a gamble.
You delayed DarkZero, I guess, 10 seconds staring at you thinking, what the hell is this guy doing?
Insane aura. Furia is too scared to fight him. I could definitely respect that. Some info off the Yokai as well, detecting this Garage lurk. So NIP will be able to keep a body in this position to stop that. There are 2 members of Furia trying to push in through here. An Alliance scan. This could be a fast execute towards Garage, Harrison.
Here comes Diaz along with Volps, but it's Bassetto, the opening pick onto DarkZero, working his way up the blue stairs, and that's a player of Furia on an island with no trade. Herds, at the very least, catches Fantasy Beepers. So there's a trade back. Hatch is left soft, so Loira is able to easily open up that sightline down into A. Herds trying to exude some pressure here onto the Echo. In comes Volps from Garage. Down goes Wizard, very quickly refrag, but Loira continues to give Furia this one-man advantage. Both Hates and Pino forced way back into the bomb site. Furia have so much space here to work with. Herds is still upstairs, and Loira makes this a 1v3 for Hates. Furia are slowly crawling their way back into this map, though they don't have case control. It's been, I believe, left by the Hibana who died, but hell, they don't need it. Diaz finishes the round, and we are 1 away from OT.
Furia, again, a clinical attack. Yes, they lose DarkZero, who was kind of their lurk player with the emphasis being on Garage, but you then end up just winning all 3 of your gunfights from your primary attack. That was brilliantly played. You know, you had the space from the Glass smoke. There's no Warden on the board to contest that. You're able to dodge a majority of those Yokais. You have not only 2 people from Garage, but someone also walking down Marble. And because, you know, NIP were for the most part, prioritizing denial of CCTV. They weren't as prepared with utility to deal with Garage. They really only had that one yokai and their actual positions from, vault entrance and playing Garage proper. So once those were dealt with from Furia, they didn't have, a bevy of utility to slow them down. They just kept pushing deeper and deeper into sight and giving NIP, again, no option to trade. It's felt like, the shoe's been thrown on the other foot at this point, Harrison, where NIP have really been struggling with the trade game towards this latter half of defense, where that was Furia's biggest problem on border, and I think you highlighted that earlier, actually, too.
Yeah, it's a struggle for NIP closing out this defensive half on Furia's map pick. And again, I mean, we mentioned it, right? This has been by far and away NIP's weaker side. If there was any time that Furia were going to come back, it is right here, right now. One round separates Furia from both defeat and another lifeline in overtime, where they will start on the defense. Herds already spotting Hates here in the hallway. The Fenrir quickly backing off into elevator and dropping down. Quite the efficient roam clear so far from Furia. Everyone back onto the bomb site. DarkZero dropping in through elevator, and Volps, though maybe overextended here, gets damaged and now dropped by Basetto. Where is his support? He had the case!
A potential blunder here for Furia as the Montaigne was left on an island and now shut down by Basetto's Shamika fire, has given up diffuser control. Furia, they've got to go for the gamble here of this elevator drop, but now NIP are expecting it. They take the gunfight and are up by 3. Is this over, Harrison, for Furia's run at SLC?
Wizard and Basetto trying to put Furia in the dirt. Diaz low HP, Loira popping up, catching one player unaware, but immediately refragged by Basetto, going huge on the Tachanka with 3 kills. Diaz, the last man standing, and nestled between the mountains of Utah. Furia fall from their peak atop Brazil. They bow out of Salt Lake without a single map win, and the Ninjas live on.
On the round it mattered most, for Ninjas in pajamas, they keep their cool. They remain calm and collected, isolating the Montaigne and shutting down the one play that almost brought Furia to overtime, the Garage Rush off the back of that shield. We'll have an interview lined up for both teams in just a few moments, but before that, a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone. We have now concluded our best of threes. We unfortunately have to say goodbye to CAG Osaka as well as Furia. And I have to say, that game, Furia bowing out this early is insane. Again, looking at the names on this team, this should be a super team.
Yeah, it wasn't really on my bingo cards. Again, they were the first placing team in the SAL kickoff, so it is shocking to see them go. I'm glad for NIP's sake, though. They broke their losing streak on a bank, winning it 7-5 in regulation. It did get a little dicey towards the end, but again, they used their timeout. They went back to CCTV towards the very end of that series, and their composition hard countered Furia's rush attempt down through Garage. And again, the stats, they speak for themselves. But with that being said, we finally have the interview ready, so we'll throw it over to Jonah talking with NIP.
Well, NIP here after taking down Furia in just 2 maps. Hates, I heard of some drama that last night the Furia players piled some stuff in front of the door. We're messing with the electronics in here. Does this win mean more because of this?
Falaram que ontem teve drama, que os jogadores da Fúria mexeram com os equipamentos elétricos, tudo. Alguma coisa influenciou nessa vitória? Essas brincadeiras que eles fizeram com vocês?
Eu acho que não, é uma brincadeira ali, a gente é todo mundo muito amigo ali. Foi só uma brincadeirinha mesmo ali, tá de boa.
No, I think we just play better. It was just a prank. Everything's between friends, so it was just we just play your game.
Well, you guys, for Furia beat you guys in the kickoff, and now you beat them here on an international stage. What was different about this time?
So, a Fúria ganhou de vocês no começo e vocês bateram a Fúria agora. O que mudou? O que foi de diferente?
O que é diferente é que aqui é mais importante, né?
No jogo, no seu playstyle.
No playstyle não mudou muita coisa assim não, a gente só focou no que a gente faz de melhor ali. A gente bolou uns planos para jogar contra o estilo de jogo deles e foi mais isso.
Nothing different, we just play our game. We have a few strategies specifically for them that we executed and we end up with the win.
Amazing. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Jonah, my love. What a wonderful human being. And I think that's actually pretty smart from them having a few strategies specifically for Furia, because Furia don't really play a whole lot like the rest of Brazil, right? Like we were talking, one of their biggest weaknesses in SLC, and something that only a couple teams were able to take any sort of advantage of during SAL was how independently Furia sometimes play, how sometimes overly reliant they are on the hero play, and I thought Nip did a fantastic job of controlling that today.
Especially on Border 2 Heritage, 7-1 victory, right? And from the first round, Wizards just letting the guy from CC Balk challenge him. He wins that with the DMR, and it completely annihilates their chances of clearing out the CCTV extension. That just sets the precedent that if you want to try to take these fights 1-for-1 isolated, you will be punished for it. And it felt like every single round after that, the same thing happened from Furia. Even after their timeout, they're not playing as a team, they're not working trades, their info game's a little lacking, sometimes being caught off guard by Pino just playing right behind a doorway that you have to clear out. It worked perfectly for NIP, and although Furia did recover a little bit, going into map number 2 was still a 4-2 split after that first half. So again, NIP just had more wiggle room to kind of throw away some of those rounds, and at the very end, they came back with an extremely dominant finish to round 12. Was it a flawless round win or just shy of a flawless round?
Yeah, the final round was flawless. And again, really confusing stuff from Furia. Like, why is Volps pushed that far forward with basically no help? Like, Diaz was on the other side of Garage, and Volps has Case. Like, the guy who's trying to take Garage control to set up the crossfire in Garage is the guy who has Case, not like, I don't know, literally anybody else, like doing the back hit or whatever. You have easy access should you take control to lockers. But yeah, either way, Nip were super ready for Furia, right? Like, because Furia not only sometimes play independently, but also those super fast attacks Nip were more than ready for, with the exception of that kind of 2 to 3 round streak on bank. And I love the timing of that timeout, right?
For sure.
Got caught off guard, took the timeout, said, hold on, guys, let's just lay back. But now we have yet another interview. We'll find out Furia's thoughts about that match.
2, 1, go.
Well, not the way that Furia wanted to end their Salt Lake City Major against an SAL rival. Reddit, can you tell me what went wrong?
Our preparation was not good. And we have a lot of problems with visa
visa problems and like internet problems. So our preparation isn't good, and this was the biggest problem. The confidence was low, and the expectation right, was high because we was the favorite to win this tournament. So we can't play our game, and we didn't have mental to reset and play better. So that's it.
When you know how, as you said, a lot of fans were supporting you, do you have anything to say to the Furia fans seeing you guys exit so quickly?
Yes, we only have like 3 months as team together, and we will come back on Split 1 in Brazil. Already won one time, and we will do the second time, and next tournament will be better. So thank you for our support, and that's it, guys.
All right. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
And again, Harrison, a really unfortunate showing from Furia. The SAL kickoff winners against NIP, coincidentally enough, just didn't have that same gumption that they brought out in their own region.
Word.
Yeah.
Gumption.
Glad I got to bring it out there today for the broadcast. Not the word of the day, unfortunately, though, but at least for NIP, they still have another chance going into round number 4 for another best-of-3 elimination matchup to potentially have that chance of making it to the main stage. And I feel like for Furia as well, they were definitely a dark horse pick going into the SLC Major, too.
Yeah, I think as far as favorites were going, I think a lot of people just had Furia as their favorites because they won Brazil, and Brazil tends to be the strongest region. I mean, there's more favorites like FaZe, right? Back-to-back world champions. G2 are still in the tournament, who, by the way, just lost to Twisted Minds 7-8 on map 3.
That
so
is
our
crazy.
first 3-0 team are Twisted Minds. And we can actually take a look at how the bracket has shaped up, including that 2-0. So as you can see, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to CAG and Furia. On the other side, though, Twisted Minds have confirmed 3-0. And actually, I think Wildcard FaZe is going on the A stream right now.
Wow, that is an absolute banger game. I am honestly looking forward just to sit down, relax, and watch that video and take notes on it. Two of the best teams that we have in this SLC event currently. But with that being said, that concludes our afternoon on the B stream. We'll now move over to the A stream and see you all tomorrow for more FaZe 2. Have a great night, everybody.
Well, Chalet wasn't close. We might as well just move on to map 2. But Wildcard not only playing to make it to main stage, need to win 2 maps in a row, but in Salt Lake City, on home soil, at this point, they're playing for the pride of the region against FaZe.
They really are. I don't think FaZe have got the memo. Or maybe the people that organize the games haven't understood how this works. We bring teams from all over the world to Salt Lake City to play each other. And so far, FaZe have only played North American teams. And they have only beaten North American teams up until this point. Now, of course, this series isn't over, but they still won map 1, and they won it very handily. Especially when you consider that the previous 2 engagements that FaZe have found themselves in here at Salt Lake have been a 7-5 and a 7-5. One against SR, one against 5 Fears. So the trend is trending. They're going in the right direction.
I've never felt more conflicted. On one hand, my favorite team ever. On the other hand, they're smoking my region so hard. They're up 3-0 against North America. Wild card, you need to win 1, even if you lose this series, just so I can feel a little bit better going into the main stage if FaZe are going to be there. And let's be honest, Ollie, even if Wildcard win this, that is the thing about FaZe, isn't it? Their participation on the main stage, it feels inevitable. Yes. I don't think they have qualified out of a Swiss stage at anything less than a 3-1 in the past 3 years. They've not always gone 3-0, but FaZe on the main stage, it just feels like it has to happen and that it will happen, if not now, then later.
And there's a lot of talk on this FaZe roster as well, let's not forget that. We talk about dynasty rosters and teams that are able to go back-to-back, FaZe back-to-back world champions. It's not all the time that we get to say that. It's not all the time that we get to see teams that will continue on that fine form that they often set at the 6 Invitational and then continue throughout the course of a calendar year and go through and win event after event after event. Now, we're not there yet. However, that's what FaZe are looking to do. That's the sort of legacy that they are looking to stamp down here. And as fundamental as it sounds, it all starts in a group stage. It all starts in a Swiss.
It all starts with a best of 1 all the way at the beginning. When they play that first North American team, and now when they're playing a best of 3 up 1-0 against Wildcard, who themselves, I think, conversely to FaZe, who have remained so consistent, and getting excited about FaZe qualifying to main stage is kind of a hard thing to do when it's happened every year for 3 years now. But for Wildcard, this team has still surprised us basically every single time, making the main stage at Reload, making a deep run at Munich, top 6 at SI. Now with a sub, still up 2-0 at the promotion stage. 3 best of 3s, 3 chances they have to make a crazy run with hot and cold subbing in. And you feel like they can do it. With the success they had that came out of nowhere, you feel like they've got something to offer. FaZe playing Yada, that's the first time I've seen that operator in years. It's Kansan with the first pick though. Souls immediately whips around, knocks Spiker off course, and Bay, comfortable with a G36. He has put FaZe on the back foot, on the top floor, moving directly into the site. Both KDS and Bidiking, ladder on Clash, now forced to take out the SMG. Bay stuck behind the desk, hops back up, hot and cold credited with the kill. Wildcard looking to change their fortunes right out of the gate. Momentum flying the way on attack.
I think that's how Wildcard have to approach this game from here on out. They cannot afford to meet FaZe softly. They need to be aggressive. They need to show us that flair that they have, and especially given that they're playing with hot and cold, because they can be unpredictable. They can make these pocket plays almost and just go for broke on some of these rounds.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
Got to do what works. And with 1 attacking win out the gate on Consulate, you know when you're picking this map that your opponents are picking defense. You just know it. It's a law of nature, or as close to it as we can get when humans are involved. And so with that knowledge, making that very quick play down the yellow skylight and losing their blitz basically immediately, by the way, with very little impact, and still they're able to get so much control. Bay with 3 kills, of course. That's quite impressive in the grand scheme of things. I mean, we literally saw a wildcard attack fall apart by losing a shield, and that one, it was just a blip on the radar.
Yeah, I mean, Spiker was nearly on forward watch, wasn't he?
All right. Don't you talk about him like that. But I will tolerate a lot. I will tolerate a lot from you. Do not say that about Spiker.
Souls had his back to him, and he missed like 3 shots, and Souls spins on a dime. Yes, I said
it's
a dime because
Souls.
you'll get it.
It's Souls. What do you want him to do?
Good attempt from Wildcard, and it credits them with a round. It's a round they needed because the momentum of the series was only going in one direction, and now they have broken that. We often talk about Consular as a map that 1 or 2 attacking rounds can be good enough. You don't have to go out there and get an even half. You don't even have to go out there and get a 4-2. That's unheard of almost. All you got to do is go out there and get a couple, and they've put themselves in a really good, powerful position right now. They're going to be attacking into Garage, so it is going to be a slightly different landscape. And I don't think that anybody knows the landscape that Cyber is operating in right now, because he is really tucked away upstairs inside of Visa.
That's the unfortunate thing about Cyber. Well, I was going to say, you know he's ratting somewhere, you just don't know where it is. Unless you're Baby Shark in round 2, who just walks into Visa, has him pinned down on the hatch, walks away. Wildcard now with another shield, but a different one for the first round, in different hands as well. Can just continue on with the rest of their execute, the rest of their take, without having to expend anything for taking down that Ella.
2 rounds, 2 opening picks. Cyber is left with not much to do aside from cameras to watch, of which there aren't very many cameras kicking around. Something there are a lot of, though, is C4s. There are 3 of them, now 2, that FaZe are going to try and use to hold this line. Is there a pixel there? I don't think there was. Kansan just trying to hold a long line there. KDS thinking about a little bit of a rotate upstairs. He needs to be super careful here because he's got attackers on his right and his left, occupying in Visa and over toward Lounge.
Oh, they might have an idea. Creeping up. Are they aware of KDS or more just leery of Spiral, which KDS has already moved well beyond? The interim, Kansan and Bay down below, die. Well, call goes out for Wildcard to execute. Spiker moving in as well. KDS will have to retreat. But the fact that a flank doesn't need to occur because the attack seems to be falling apart is okay.